Chapter 51 Zionji 1/2. Suzuki Jiro is okay, but the key is that Naruto's outfit is completely the standard outfit for suspicious people. The mask and hood covered his body and face tightly. It was just short of writing the words "I am suspicious" on his face. If Naruto is not suspicious, then nothing can be suspicious. Master Yuichi. Suzuki Jiro greeted the leading Kusa ninja. Hey, it's Jiro, what brings you back? Why don't you stay in the Ghost Lantern Castle and come to our poor village? The leading Kusa ninja recognized Suzuki Jiro's identity. However, the atmosphere did not ease because of the recognition of the identity, but was full of gunpowder. Indeed, compared with the decoration style of the castle tower in the Ghost Lantern Castle, the style of a small village like Kusa Ninja Village is much inferior, and it is not wrong to say that it is a poor village. Although Kusa Ninja Village and the Ghost Lantern Castle are next to each other, and Muyuvai is also a former Kusa Ninja Jonin, the two forces do not feel like neighbors at all. The relationship is not to say that it is like fire and water, but it is not much better. The reason is not to be elaborated. However, Muyuvai would not tell Naruto this, Suzuki Jiro would not explain this to Naruto, and Naruto would not care about this. Who is this? Yuichi asked with a little suspicion after looking Naruto up and down. Suzuki Jiro hurried forward to explain, this is the distinguished guest of Lord Muyuvai, who came to Kusagakur village to look for someone. The continuous emphasis on the word distinguished guest is to hope that Yuichi can cause less trouble. However, Yuichi came to cause trouble. Looking for someone. Yuichi raised his eyebrows, then I will arrange a few people to help you find it together. Rather than helping to find it, it is better to say that it is good to monitor and find an opportunity to make a move. What does the distinguished guest of Gui Lantern City have to do with my Kusagakur village? No need. Naruto said lightly, completely ignoring the malicious intent that Yuichi was about to overflow. Just during this period of time, he has locked the breath in a direction, I have found it. The distance was far before, and the opponent's breath was too weak, so it was difficult to sense. Now that he has arrived at Kusagakur, Naruto's feeling is naturally very clear. That feeling is 5 or 6 points similar to his own, it can't be wrong. As soon as the voice fell, Naruto's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a group of Kusagakur who were confused and had not figured out the situation, and Suzuki Jiro who was disheveled in the wind. Where did he go? I seem to see him go to that location. No, that direction can't be. Hurry up! In the northwest of Kusagakur village, in a house with a style very different from other surrounding buildings. A red-haired girl of 11 or 12 years old was curled up in the quilt. It was obviously late autumn and winter outside, but the quilt covered by the girl seemed very thin. She was even wearing a short-sleeved shirt that was only worn in summer, so that even if the girl curled up, she couldn't stop shaking all over. Gurgle bursts of sounds came from the abdomen. It felt like there was a ball of fire burning in the stomach, beating against the stomach wall layer by layer like waves. Then the feeling gradually spread to the whole body, accompanied by a needle-like pain. The girl held her stomach tightly and curled up harder. I'm so hungry. This was the only thought left in the girl's mind. The girl, who had not eaten anything for more than 5 days, was already starving. Mom said that if you drink enough, you won't be hungry. The girl struggled to get up from the bed, took a large glass of water with her slender arms that were only skin and bones, and then drank it all in one breath. The water entered her stomach, and her shriveled belly bulged slightly. The girl also gradually felt a little full, but unfortunately she was replaced by hunger in an instant. Why am I still hungry? Mom, you lied. The girl slowly slid down to the ground against the wall, holding her feet with both hands, her little head tightly pressed against her knees, crying silently. The girl's exposed skin, hands, legs and even neck were densely covered with shocking tooth marks. Mom, I miss you so much. It's so uncomfortable. It's so painful. The girl's mother passed away 3 years ago. The cause of death was long-term malnutrition and excessive chakra overdraft. The girl and her mother are both from the Uzumaki clan, the same clan as Naruto, but Naruto inherited the hair of the fourth generation, while the girl and her mother inherited the natural red hair of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan is born with extremely large amounts of chakra in their bodies, and Naruto's huge amount of chakra in his body also comes from this. There is an extraordinary physique in the Uzumaki clan, which can restore chakra, restore physical strength and even heal injuries by biting the body. The girl and her mother both inherited this physique. This is lucky, it is also unfortunate. Luckily, this physique is 1 in a million, that is, most of the Uzumaki clan members do not have it. This is an ability that even Naruto and Uzumaki Kushina do not have. The misfortune is because of the situation of the mother and daughter. If the Whirlpool country is still there, the mother and daughter are destined to live a happy life. In a place like Kusagakure village, having this physique is not facing a good life, but a disaster. Kusagakure village is an extremely xenophobic village. Kaori's mother fled here after the destruction of the Whirlpool country. She is an outsider. Even though she has lived here for more than 10 years, she has not been able to fully become a member of Kusagakure village. Kusagakure village is also a very greedy village. After accidentally learning that Kaori's mother has such a physique, they constantly demand and squeeze her value. These Kusagakure ninjas will not talk about sustainable development with you, let alone gratitude. Unlike the Dragon Ball world, chakra is not completely linked to strength, and a large amount of chakra does not mean strong strength. Even though Zyonki's mother has dozens or hundreds of times more chakra than ordinary grass ninjas, she is still a weakling in the grass village. In order to protect her child, Zyonki's mother silently endured this inhuman treatment. It was unbearable to be kept in captivity by one person, not to mention that the mother and daughter were kept in captivity by the entire village. It's not that she didn't think about escaping, but where could she, a weak woman with a child, escape to? It's not that she didn't think about dying, but what would Zyonki do if she died? Those grass ninjas would definitely treat Zyonki the same way they treated her, so she couldn't die yet. This is a great mother, but also a tragic story. Until that day, Zyonki clearly remembered that gentle mother, the mother who always smiled at her, the mother who taught her to be optimistic and kind, was bitten to death by the men wearing the forehead protectors of the grass village. When the men found that Zyonki's mother was dead, they all turned their heads and smiled at her. Can you imagine that scene? A dozen men crawled on her mother's body, biting her until she died. That smile became a lingering shadow and nightmare in Xiang's life. This is also the culprit that caused Xiang to wake up from nightmares frequently. Every time she recalled it, Xiang was in agony. Since that year, Xiang took over her mother's job. She treated the grass ninjas injured in the mission day and night, and endured the biting of the grass ninjas day and night. Even some grass ninjas with bad personalities would deliberately bite hard, and Xiang's miserable screams would make them feel physically and mentally happy. And the reward for such treatment was just a little insignificant food residue. This place is simply hell. Or hell is not so terrible. End of this chapter. Chapter 52. It's right to hurt. Bang! The door was kicked open roughly, and a strange man with a bandage on his right arm and a bottle of wine in his left hand, who was drunk, stumbled into Xiang's house. Get out of here! The man cursed when he didn't see Xiang when he entered the door. He exuded an astonishing stench, a fermented smell of blood, alcohol, breath, and sweat. Can't you see I'm injured? The man continued to curse, picked up something and threw it to the ground. You are such an ungrateful person, just like your damn mother. If it weren't for the Kusagakure village, you would have starved to death outside. It's ridiculous that these Kusagakure ninjas treated Zyonki and her daughter like this, but they thought Zyonki should be grateful to them because they took them in and gave them a job so that they could survive. It should be said that Kusagakure ninjas never treated Zyonki and her daughter as human beings. In their eyes, Zyonki and her daughter were only worth 2 moving blood bags. There were even some crazy Kyuzagakure ninjas who wanted to breed more blood bags. After all, a blood bag will eventually go bad. Just like the big blood bag before. It requires a steady supply of blood bags. If Zyonki was not too young and could not give birth, the Kyuzagakure ninjas would be afraid of using her badly, so she was spared. If a few more years pass and Xiang reaches childbearing age, perhaps a more miserable ending will be waiting for her. Takeda-sama. Xiang resisted the hunger in her stomach, stood up from the ground with difficulty, and forced a smile at the man. If you are called, if you don't show up and hide, you will be beaten. If you don't answer in time, you will be beaten. If you don't use honorifics, you will be beaten. If you recognize the wrong name, you will be beaten. If you don't smile, you will be beaten. These are the experiences Xiang summed up in her life in the Kyuzagakure village. If you are not careful, you will be beaten. Even if you follow all the rules, you will be beaten sometimes. For example, should I step in with my left foot or my right foot first when entering the door? Don't you see that I'm injured? The man opened his drunken eyes and repeated again. After that, he pointed to his feet, "Get in front of me." Xiang knew that she was half a beat slower in answering, and she would be beaten again in a while. Like the drunkard in front of me because he was drunk, he would hit harder than usual. Once, Xiang was beaten so hard that she almost fainted. It's okay, it's okay. Xiang was shaking all over, constantly comforting herself in her heart. Now she has no one to rely on, and can only rely on herself. Lord Takeda, I haven't eaten for a long time. Xiang completely ignored the disgusting smell on the drunk, came to the drunk, and said pitifully. Pretending to be pitiful is something Xiang learned since she was a child. Although she couldn't be completely immune, sometimes she could suffer less. Showing a disgusted expression would also get her beaten. Can you give me some? Shut up. The drunk grabbed Xiang's fiery red hair, completely ignored Xiang's struggle, and pressed her hard to the ground. Xiang's forehead also hit the floor heavily, making a dull sound. 1, 2, 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. The drunkard laughed and enjoyed it very much. He bared his leaky black and yellow teeth and sprayed venom unscrupulously. You didn't do your job well, and you still want a reward. There's no food for today. Pain. The scalp was torn, and the severe pain from the forehead made Xiang almost faint. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The constant apologies did not bring any mercy, but even more brutal treatment. Xiang wanted to struggle, but her weak body had no ability to resist in front of the drunkard, so she could only let the drunkard abuse her. However, the physical pain was not as great as the psychological pain. Why? Why do you treat me like this? Xiang did nothing wrong. Xiang did nothing. Xiang just wanted to live. Is there anything wrong with this? Is there anything wrong with living? Is there anything wrong with just wanting to live? Zyonki didn't understand why the village had such great malice towards her and her daughter, and even less why they were subjected to such inhuman treatment. When the drunk loosened his hand, strands of red silk slipped from his fingers, and the drunk burped an extremely unpleasant burp, and the stench filled the entire room. It's time to work. The drunk grabbed Zyonki's slender arm, lifted her up, roughly tore open Zyonki's collar, opened his mouth and tried to bite Zyonki's delicate neck. No. Zyonki desperately resisted the drunk. She knew that with her current physical condition, if she was bitten again, she would definitely die of chakra overdraft like her mother did. Asshole! The drunk was angered by Zyonki's weak resistance, and slapped Zyonki hard with his left hand. This slap made Zyonki's whole brain buzz, and she fell to the ground with a plop. Now Zyonki no longer had the strength to stand up. Her eyelids became heavier, her consciousness gradually blurred, and her breath became weaker and weaker. The drunk staggered to his feet and stretched out his evil hand to Zyonki again. Is he going to die? Perhaps death is a kind of relief for him. Zyonki slowly closed her eyes. Plop! The dull sound of a heavy object falling sounded. Then Xiangqi felt that she was picked up by someone. It was not the rough treatment of the past, but a very gentle and soft feeling. Then an unusually comfortable warm current flowed into her body, and she was embraced in a warm embrace, just like in her mother's arms. Is it Mom? Xiangqi struggled to open her eyes, but the heavy eyelids made her open only a tiny gap. It was a spiral mask. Who are you? Xiang wanted to speak, but she had no strength at this time. The limit of opening her eyes was to open a crack. I'm sorry, sir. Please forgive me. Xiang heard a trembling voice in fear. She was very familiar with this voice. It was Takeda. It was Lord Takeda. No, it was the devil Takeda. Is it this hand that did it? A strange voice sounded. Was it the man wearing the spiral mask? A scream, followed by the sound of heavy objects crushing bones accompanied by screams and pleas for mercy. Does it hurt? It hurts. The voice said, this is just the beginning. Is it here? Here. Here and here. The sound of bones being crushed continued to sound, and Takeda's shrill screams echoed in the room. Finally, the pleas for mercy and screams gradually disappeared, leaving only a few weak hums. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was dead. At this moment, Xiangqi felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Whether the one who saved her was an angel or a devil. I will follow you forever. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. The lightning flickering on my fingertips is my unchanging belief. Qi is a very, very magical thing. In its original world, it can derive various abilities. In the Frisia chapter, after Kakarot came to Namek, he only touched Krillin's forehead to know everything that happened to several people on Namek. After Naruto's innate ability to sense malice was entangled with Qi, the chemical reaction produced also gave him such an ability. Naruto saw Xiangqi's past. Seeing everything that happened to Xiangqi. At this moment, Naruto exuded an unprecedented evil aura. I thought it was disgusting enough in Konoha, but I didn't expect it to really open my eyes. Naruto used his left foot to crush the bones of the Kusagakuer ninja who called himself Takeda-sama one by one. At the same time, he continuously sent the Nine-Tails chakra into his body to prevent this Sama from being killed by himself accidentally, so that he could clearly feel the feeling of broken bones all over his body. As for the subsequent damage to the body caused by the Nine-Tails chakra, it was not within Naruto's consideration. He just didn't want to let this man die so cheaply. Now, only the ugly head of this Takeda-sama was intact. He's here! He's here! The Kusagakuer ninjas shouted loudly outside the house, and soon other Kusagakuer ninjas arrived one after another. Help! Perhaps it was because of the sound outside the house that Takeda-sama burst out with a strong desire to survive and shouted loudly outside the house. With a click, his neck was crushed by a foot and there was no sound anymore. Yes, it's Takeda. A Kusagakuer ninja obviously recognized Takeda's voice. What should we do? Takeda is still inside. Don't worry about that guy. Yuichi shouted angrily, damn it, this weirdo is looking for that cheap thing. Be careful, don't hurt that thing. It stands to reason that they should go up and talk for a few words first, and it's not too late to fight if they can't reach an agreement. In fact, the relationship between Kusagakuer and Kizuna Castle is really bad. Kusagakuer had experienced a rebellion not long ago, and Muyuvai was very close to the former rebels, that is, the Umbu in the Kusagakuer 4 divisions. In addition, the Paradise Box, which is the secret treasure of Kusagakuer, has been in Kizuna Castle and can't be returned. But at this time, Naruto came as Muyuvai's guest and targeted their Kusagakuer's blood bag. So Yuichi directly skipped the negotiation stage and planned to kill him first. Coincidentally, Naruto had no intention of negotiating either. So, under Yuichi's command, a team of grass ninjas rushed into the house, and the remaining grass ninjas surrounded the house, holding kunao, shuriken and other weapons, waiting for Naruto to be forced out. After killing this guy, I will go to Ghost Lantern City in person. I must make that bastard Wuvai give me an explanation. Captain Yuichi said angrily. No matter whether he has the ability to confront Wuvai, he has to say harsh words. Suzuki Jiro, who brought Naruto here, saw that the situation was not good and ran away. After the team of grass ninjas rushed into the house, there was no movement, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Captain. The grass ninjas looked at each other, not knowing whether to attack or continue to surround. What's going on? Yuichi's face was uncertain, sometimes red and sometimes white. He couldn't make up his mind for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Use ninjutsu to attack. That's our Kyuzagaku's thing. Even if it's destroyed, we can't give it to him." Upon hearing this, the Kyuzagaku ninjas used their own ninjutsu. Fire style, big fireball technique. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Lightning style, falling thunder technique. Lightning style, explosive bomb. Thunder points mixed with flames continued to bombard the house. Not long after, there was a boom. Under the attack of continuous ninjutsu, the house finally couldn't bear it and collapsed with a loud bang, raising waves of dust. Is he dead? Yuichi looked at the half-collapsed and still burning wall and said uncertainly. Bang! A thumb-thick purple-red light shot out from the ruins. Xiang Yi felt a pain in his chest. When he came to his senses, his chest had been pierced by the light. Xiang Yi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he could only make a ho-ho sound. He fell down with a plop and there was no sound. Xiang Yi is dead. It is unknown which grass ninja shouted in horror. The grass ninjas present were like ants on a hot pot, and they exploded in an instant. A trademark! A trademark! A trademark! Several rays of light shot out in an instant, taking the lives of several grass ninjas again. The grass ninjas finally couldn't bear the pressure and fled in all directions. However, how could their escape speed match the speed of the light? The speed of the light was getting faster and faster, and the frequency was getting higher and higher. Before the grass ninjas ran far, they were all killed. No wonder Frieza likes to use this move. It's the first time I used it, and it works well. Naruto's voice sounded. Only then did the smoke and dust raised by the collapsed house gradually dissipate. Naruto was seen holding Kaoru in a princess hug and slowly walked out of the ruins. The tip of his finger was still flashing red electric light. Death beam, the air condenses to the index finger, and then shoots a red laser at a very fast speed. Frieza's signature skill was brought out by Naruto. Sometimes the air will change with the user's mentality, so there is a saying of evil air, just like Naruto is very angry now and wants to destroy everything of the Kyuzagaku, so the death beam he released is red like Frieza. Now that you wake up, get up. Naruto said softly. The air he sent to Kaoru's body is enough for her to recover her strength. Besides, the crazy thoughts in the little girl's mind gave Naruto a headache. Kanako hurriedly opened her eyes and looked at Naruto timidly. He gently put Kanako down and touched her fiery red and soft hair. Very beautiful hair, follow me from now on. Yet. Kanako nodded vigorously and smiled sweetly. This smile was from the heart. Except for her mother, this was the first time Kanako heard someone praise her beautiful hair. Very happy, but a little bit want to cry. As if he saw through Kanako's thoughts, Naruto comforted her softly again, "It's okay, I'll be there for you from now on." Kanako also nodded again obediently, yet. It was obviously the first time they met, but the two of them had a tacit understanding. One didn't ask, and the other didn't explain. Gurgle. A voice sounded out of place, and Kanako's face flushed instantly. Chi can restore physical strength, but it can't satisfy hunger. Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something. Yet. With a blushing face, Xiangxi wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. As for the place to eat, it is naturally in this Kyuzagaku village. Not only do we have to kill people in your village, but we also have to eat here. Dirty little devil, who allowed you to do this? As soon as he stepped into a pork chop restaurant in Kusagakur village, a villager pointed at Xiangxi and cursed. He was about to drive him away, but before he finished speaking, Naruto casually released a wave, and the other party disappeared without even a scream, leaving no ash. Clap your hands as if you have done something insignificant. If you don't want to be like that person, bring the best food in your store. Naruto glanced at the owner of the store and tapped the table lightly. You, understand? Understand, understand. The boss nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. What Naruto did, instead of being afraid of Xiangqi, she looked at him with admiration. If you say that Naruto only saw everything Xiangqi experienced, Xiangqi had experienced it personally, and she had no good feelings towards the villagers of Kusagakur. Soon, 2 bowls of hot pork chop rice were served. Xiangqi was really starving, and she ate 2 large portions of pork chop rice by herself. Fortunately, there is a magical thing like chakra, otherwise Naruto really dared not let Xiangqi eat so much. People who have been hungry for a long time will easily break their stomachs if they eat too much at once. Are you full? Naruto touched Xiangqi's head again, and he had to say that the touch of this fiery red hair was really great. Xiangqi reluctantly put down the big bowl. I'm full. I haven't eaten so full for a long time. Xiang patted her slightly bulging belly, glanced at Naruto secretly, and her cheeks blushed again. After a while, a lot of villagers had gathered outside the store, looking like they wanted to go in but didn't dare to. The malice these villagers exuded towards Xiang was so intense that Naruto, who had lived in a malicious environment since childhood, found it incredible. The ominous person, that thing. This is what the Kusagakur villagers called Xiang. What is the name of the incarnation of the demon fox? Etc. Do you really want her to die? Is Xiangqi vengeful for killing your father and taking your wife away, or is she digging up your ancestral graves? She is the only medical ninja in this village, and she has cured so many people in this village. She just wants to live. How dare she treat her like this? No hope. No hope. Since there is no hope, let's destroy it. Anyway, that's what we planned from the beginning. Let the world feel our malice, starting with this Kusagakur. Useless trivia, Xiangqi is older than Naruto and Sasuke. End of this chapter. Chapter 54. You are surrounded by me. Xiangqi. Naruto stretched out his thumb and gently wiped the rice grains from Xiangqi's mouth. Why do you know my name? Naruto's action made Xiangqi blush again. Indeed, from the time he appeared to now, Naruto has never asked Xiangqi's name, nor introduced himself. Naruto tilted his head and thought for a while, stretched out a finger and put it on his lips, because I can read your mind. Even if Xiangqi doesn't say anything, I can know what you are thinking. So amazing! Xiangqi admired from the bottom of her heart. I lied to you. Naruto rubbed Xiangqi's little head lovingly. According to the actual age, Xiangqi is Naruto's cousin, but Naruto's advanced development and Xiangqi's malnutrition have caused a big height difference between the two, and they look more like a big brother and a little sister. A discordant voice interrupted this warm scene. Get out! Finally, a villager couldn't hold it in any longer. He had just arrived not long ago, so he didn't see the scene of Naruto killing people. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately he couldn't finish it. A red beam of light pierced through his body. Monster! Monster! Compared to the Kigong wave that killed without leaving any trace, this death beam had a more shocking visual impact, especially for the ignorant villagers. Naruto's act of killing people without saying anything scared many villagers, and they screamed and ran away. Swish, swish, swish. A few more red beams instantly killed the villagers who were running in front. Who allowed you to leave? Naruto's voice floated in, and it was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in the villagers' ears, stopping the villagers from running away, and they didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of attracting the red light that portended death. Now that we're here, it's not that easy to leave. Just as Naruto was about to deal with these villagers, there was a commotion in the crowd. The elders are here. After waiting for so long, the real master finally came? Another red deadly light took the life of the villager who made the sound. Hush, keep your voice down. Naruto put the finger that released the death ray to kill the villagers in front of his lips and whispered, I said, be quiet. When did you say that? Oh, I didn't say it just now. Naruto patted his forehead lightly, as if he had suddenly realized something, I said it now. The Kusagakure villagers were frightened by Naruto's actions, fearing that they would accidentally provoke Naruto, and at the same time they regretted it very much. Why did you come here to watch the excitement for no reason? It's all because of that ominous person. An old man with great momentum and majesty walked slowly. His steps were powerful, his clothes were slightly raised, his face was firm and sharp, and there was a deep scar on his right eye, extending from his forehead to his chin. His face was very ferocious. Following him were 40 or 50 grass ninjas, and they were very aggressive. He frowned, and when he saw the villagers whose hearts were pierced, his face changed slightly. His sharp eyes looked around and finally fell on Naruto. Humph! The elder's eyes fell on Naruto for a moment, then turned to Zyonki, releasing his murderous intent mercilessly, so it's because of you. Facing the elder's terrible face and sharp eyes, Zyonki subconsciously grabbed the corner of Naruto's clothes. Naruto just raised his hand and waved, and the elder's huge murderous intent dissipated in an instant. This Kusagakure elder has extraordinary momentum, and the chakra fluctuations emanating from his body are not inferior to that of the Lord of Ghost Lantern. I think he should be the strongest ninja in Kusagakure. By the way, this man's chakra is about 0.1 incense sticks. You can ignore my murderous aura, you have some ability, no wonder you dare to make trouble in Kusagakure. Which big village is this ninja from? Great Elder, this person killed Yamamoto and others. One of the villagers who was closer pointed at Naruto and whispered. Did I ask you to speak? Naruto said softly, and then he slowly raised his finger. Stop! The Kusagakure elder just wanted to stop him, but he only had time to speak, and a red light flashed before his eyes. When he finished speaking, the villager had already fallen. Naruto's faint voice sounded again. The wind was too strong and I couldn't hear it. Unprinted ninjutsu? Bloodline Genkai? Looking at the villagers lying in a pool of blood, the elder's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the same time, he was very afraid of Naruto's strength. The move Naruto had just shown was really amazing. His own momentum dropped a lot. He said to Naruto in a deep voice, with your strength, is it fun to kill civilians? Is it fun? Naruto pointed at himself and said, you ask me if it's fun. The corner of his mouth under the mask outlined a perfect arc, of course it is. After that, Naruto ignored the elder and said to Zyonki earnestly, Zyonki, look. Sometimes violence can solve many problems. As long as your fist is big and hard enough, everyone will respect you. Only fists can protect you. This is the law of this world. Compared with the relatively simple Dragon Ball world, there are too many disgusting things and people in the Naruto world. So many that Naruto even had the idea of destroying the entire planet. The face of the Kusagakure elder was so dark that his features could not be seen clearly. Humph! The elder half squinted his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed in his only remaining eye. Your Excellency has taken away the property of our Kusagakure and killed our Kusagakure ninjas. Do you not take our Kusagakure into consideration? The property mentioned by the elder refers to Kaoru. No one in Kusagakure regards her as a human being. Property. Naruto also narrowed his eyes. The elder's words completely angered Naruto. Naruto, who had always been unexpressive, said with a hint of anger for the first time, she is my tribe member, and perhaps my only living relative. You said she is property? Good, very good. Tribe member, relative. These two words kept echoing in Kaoru's mind. These two words were so unfamiliar to Kaoru, so unfamiliar that she only knew a little bit from her mother. Does she still have relatives in this world? At this moment, Kaoru's eyes were instantly wet. Mom! It turns out that I am not alone. But at the same time, I feel a little disappointed. It turns out that they are just the remnants of the Whirlpool country. Hearing Naruto's words, the Great Elder was relieved. The Great Ninja clan of the Great Ninja village cannot afford to offend, so what is there to be afraid of a refugee from a fallen country? The remnants of the powerful Whirlpool clan. There was even a trace of greed in the one eye that looked at Naruto. If he was captured, the Kusagakure village would have another blood bag, and maybe there would be other blood bags. As for failure? You are kidding, not to mention that you are carrying a burden. Even if it is a fair fight, the chance of winning is almost zero. Do you think you are the 4th generation Hokage who can instantly kill 50 Jonin? This is Kusagakure village, the base camp of Kusagakure. Go! The elder gave an order, and the Kusagakure behind him took the opportunity to move, surrounding Naruto and Kaoru in a triangle. The Kusagakure separated by twos, blocking all of Naruto's escape routes. Surrender! The elder looked at Naruto with a look of victory. Dozens against one, this is a sure thing. You have been surrounded by us. Haha! I am surrounded by you. Naruto showed a sarcastic smile under the mask, stretched out a finger and shook it in front of the Kusagakure elder. No. You are surrounded by me. End of this chapter. Chapter 55. Feel the pain, 3 more chapters. What? The elder looked at Naruto like a madman. But Naruto ignored him and said to Xiang. Watch out, this is the most suitable ninjutsu for our Uzumaki clan. Bang! Accompanied by a burst of white smoke, another Naruto appeared in front of him. Shadow clone! The elder was more convinced that Naruto had a brain problem. Want to use shadow clone to deal with them? What a joke, the kind that will break at the touch. Where was the powerful light before? Sure enough, it was not a blood limit but a secret technique, and it was still limited. If he hadn't exposed himself, he would have been almost fooled. God is really on our side of the Kusagakure. The elder thought to himself, and his heart became more and more heated. Once I take down the remnants of the 2 Whirlpool kingdoms, it is not impossible to become the new leader of the Kusagakure village. The cloned shadow crossed his hands and made a cross. Bang, bang, bang. White smoke continued to emerge, covering half of the street in a moment. Countless Naruto appeared in front of him, and the number of shadow clones was at least over 100. Shadow clones? So what? Although the elder was surprised by the fact that the shadow clones cloned shadow clones, he did not take it to heart. It's just some shadow clones. Tear them apart. Go, the elites of my Kusagakure village. Kusagakure vs Shadow Clone. Unfortunately, the one-sided scene that the elder expected did not appear. The Kusagakure ninjas confidently met them, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. The Kusagakure ninja wearing brass knuckles faced Naruto's ordinary fist and threw a confident punch. Then, huh? The Kusanagi stared blankly at the half-arm left. The brass knuckles shattered, and the fist and even half of the arm disappeared under this punch. After nearly 1 second, the intense pain was transmitted to the brain through the nerves. The Kusanagi hugged the half-arm that disappeared and screamed. Unfortunately, he was hit in the head by the second punch that followed after just screaming. The same scene happened everywhere. The ninjutsu ninja was killed instantly before he could even release his ninjutsu. Not to mention illusion, the physique of the illusion ninja is not as good as that of the ninjutsu ninja. The shadow clones often only need to pinch the Kusanaga's neck and apply a little force, and the cervical vertebrae will turn into a pile of fragments, and the head will be tilted and there will be no life. Just as the great elder thought, it was indeed one-sided, but it was the Kusanagi side that was defeated. Those so-called Kusanagi elites couldn't even withstand a round in front of these shadow clones. Even the most elite root ninjas were no match for Naruto, not to mention the Kusanagi ninjas who were far inferior in quality and number. To say that they were just serving food was an exaggeration. The battle lasted less than half a minute and ended. Kusanagi ninjas were lying all over the ground, none of them intact. 5 of Naruto's shadow clones exploded, but it was not the Kusanagi ninjas who did it, as they were not even qualified to break the defense. The main reason was that there were too few Kusanagi ninjas and too many shadow clones, and many of them could not be assigned to opponents. This led to internal strife and fighting between shadow clones, and the battle lasted so long because of this. Only Naruto's shadow clones could do such a thing as sinking themselves. In fact, regardless of time, Naruto's shadow clone alone was enough to kill these Kusanagi ninjas without leaving a single piece of armor, but Naruto just wanted to summon these hundreds of shadow clones. Impossible, impossible! Looking at the bodies of Kyuzagakure ninjas scattered all over the ground, blood mixed with broken limbs, and then looking at the army of shadow clones that were almost intact, the elder could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. How arrogant he was just now, how embarrassed he was now. Looking at the Narutos who were as powerful as demons, 4 words emerged in his mind. One man makes an army. Why is there such a terrifying existence in the Uzumaki clan? What on earth did Kyuzagakure Ninja Village provoke? At this moment, Naruto was like an evil ghost crawling out of the 18 levels of hell in the eyes of the elder, like the dangerous, terrible, and indescribable thing in the deepest part of the sea. But in the eyes of Zyonki, he was a great hero who came to save her with colorful clouds and colorful holy clothes. Anything else? Naruto's voice echoed in the street, cold and lonely, and no one answered him. Naruto turned his eyes to the elder who was limp on the ground. I actually still like your unruly look at the beginning, please recover. It seems you have been abandoned? Hehe. All the grass ninjas are dead? How maybe, it is a ninja village ranked high in the ninja world, how could there be only so few people? Hidden or planning to give himself a fatal blow. Disgusting village, disgusting people. Through Xiang's memory, Naruto saw everything that Kyuzagakure village did to Xiang's mother and daughter. If the people who committed the atrocities were Kyuzagakure, then the villagers living in Kyuzagakure village were accomplices, and what they did was even worse than Kyuzagakure. Not only did they maliciously slander Xiang's mother and daughter behind their backs, but they also often bullied the mother and daughter. What they suffered was not much different from Naruto, and sometimes even worse. Do you know? Once Xiang was almost raped. If Xiang's mother hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid. At that time, Xiang was only 6 years old. That person was just here, and he was one of the people who were pierced through the heart by Naruto. Maybe some people will say that only one person did the bad thing, and the other villagers were innocent. But the fact is that there were more than one villager present at the time, including men, women, old and young, but there were quite a few people. No one of them stepped forward to stop it, and they even watched happily and even commented on it. There is no good person in the whole village of Kyuzagakure. Even if they were killed 10,000 times, it would not be too much. The people in this village are like stink bugs, born to love to absorb and plunder, and the corrupt smell emanating from their bodies makes Naruto feel sick from a distance. I am not interested in playing the boring game of cat and mouse with you. Since you are unwilling to come out, then. Naruto held Zyonki with his left hand and half-hugged her, slowly extending his right index finger, and a faint light gathered at the fingertips. Hi! The light spot became brighter and brighter, but it was not white light, but a black and red color that foreshadowed the unknown. The black and red light ball became more and more brilliant. At first, it was only the size of a glass marble, but after a few seconds, it was as big as a basketball, and it was still gathering. Looking at the ball of light, the elder felt an indescribable uneasiness in his heart. That power, what is that thing? It's not a ninjutsu, not a secret technique, not a blood limit. The elder used his extremely poor brain to constantly search and analyze the origin of the black and red ball of light. Finally, he came to a conclusion that made him feel incredible. It's not chakra. I can only destroy everything here. At this time, the diameter of the ball of light at Naruto's fingertips has reached half the size of a basketball court. You guys always made me feel bad before. It's not polite to come without returning the favor. How many floors should I carry a bag of rice? If you insist on saying I'm lazy, I'll secretly write one more chapter. Didn't expect that? End of this chapter. Chapter 56 Dirty Fireworks. 10,000 Things Attracted. Pain raised his right hand slightly, and an irresistible gravitational force sucked Kakuzu's body over. No matter how he resisted, even the secret technique of Earth Grudge was in vain. Shinra Tensei. Just as Kakuzu was about to hit Pain, he glared, and another irresistible repulsive force rose. Kakuzu's body flew out at a faster speed than before, as if he had hit a steel plate. A mouthful of century-old blood spurted out of his mouth, and Kakuzu felt that the position of his internal organs was shifted. Well, the 5 internal organs, 5 hearts, in the true sense. Just such a simple suction and pull made the S-level rebel Kakuzu fall to the ground with serious injuries. The earthly resentment which he was so proud of, had no power to fight back in front of Pain. You are strong, very strong. But it is impossible for me to surrender like this. Kakuzu stood up with his seriously injured body. I am a man who fought with the first Hokage of Konoha and escaped unscathed. Even the first generation can't make me surrender. I, Kakuzu, would rather die than obey. From now on, you will be responsible for the finances of our organization. Deal. He gave too much. Pain. I should have stopped fighting if I had known. What is that? Kakuzu just turned around and was stunned. Following Kakuzu's gaze, what caught Pain's eyes was a huge black sphere like the sun. The black and red ball of light at Naruto's fingertips was constructed by Naruto based on the principles of Frisia's starburst bomb and planet-destroying bomb, with reference to the large spiral wheel of Uzumaki Menma in the limited Tsukuyomi world, combined with his understanding of malice from childhood, and even the concept of the spirit bomb absorbing spirit energy. It can absorb malice and convert it into destructive power. Theoretically, the greater the malice, the greater the power. This malice can be Naruto's malice, or other people's malice towards Naruto or other people. As long as it is malice, it can be absorbed and converted. This is the most powerful move that Naruto can use at present, and it is also an original move that Naruto is proud of. There is no name for the time being. A bag of rice has to support the second floor. My great cousin Pain, this KPI of supporting rice will be completed by my Lutuo first. Naruto flew into the air and chanted in a low voice. Every word was very clear and very slow, and he said this sentence that was extremely classic but also very second-rate. The sound was not loud, but it rang in the ears of everyone in the Kusagakur village. Even if you cover your ears, even if you pierce the eardrum, you can still hear what Naruto said. As long as you are alive. Naruto is really a genius in the use of chi. He can even imitate King Kai's signature skills. Although he can't talk to the whole world like the original version, it is more than enough to cover the entire Kusagakur village. As long as you are alive, you have chi. If you have chi, you will definitely not be able to hide from Naruto's perception. As long as you can't hide from Naruto's perception, you must listen to Naruto's chanting. After each sentence, the black and red sphere above Naruto's fingertips fell a little bit towards the Kusagakur village. It's not that the release and casting of this move is very slow. On the contrary, as long as Naruto is willing, it can be completed in an instant. The reason why it is so slow is entirely because Naruto deliberately did it. He wants to make Kusagakur despair and Kusagakur village despair. He wants to destroy it bit by bit, so that they can feel the deep powerlessness in the face of absolute power. It's too easy for them to just kill them instantly. People always have to pay the price for what they have done. The energy contained in the light ball can be felt even by an ordinary person. Everyone in the Kusagakur village stopped what they were doing and looked up at the black sun approaching the sky. Despair grew in the Kusagakur village, not only despair but also malice. The malice that grew all the time became the nourishment of the light ball, making its existence even greater. It can be said that the Kusagakur themselves contributed to the destruction of their own village. As long as there is malice, as long as there is hatred, the power of this light ball will continue to increase. Just like the spirit bomb, there is no upper limit. Stop it! The elder of the Kusagakur village pointed at the approaching light ball and shouted hoarsely. The Kusagakur who were hiding in the dark ran out from all directions. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. No matter how they attacked, it had no effect. The Kusagakur could only watch the huge light ball approaching. Finally, a Kusagakur ninja couldn't stand the pressure, stopped obeying orders, and ran out of the village regardless of everything. He was still young and didn't want to die. That's right, he didn't want to die. No one wanted to die. Kanako's mother didn't want to die either. But she died anyway, bitten to death by you. After the first one, there was the second one. Kusagakur ninjas fled frantically one after another. When the first Kusagakur ninja was about to step out of the village, bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded. A headless body fell down. Where to run? Can you run away? What are Naruto's hundreds of shadow clones for? Are they for decoration? They can't run away. Because Kusagakur village is destined to perish today. No one can run away, no one can leave. No one can stop it, no one can stop it. Me. Naruto Uzumaki said it. Ha ha ha, Kusagakur village is finished. Your Kusagakur village is finished. Ha ha ha. The elder collapsed on the ground and pointed at the sky and laughed. He finally couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed. At this time, Naruto slowly sang the last part. There is mud on every grain. Who will give you a bag of rice? Spicy Tensen. Listening to the familiar Shinra Tensei in his ears, looking at the subordinate Kakuzu who had just conquered, he cast an inquiring look, but it just happened that Pain, who passed by Kusagakur village, slowly shot one on his head. Sure enough, a bag of rice should be accompanied by spicy food. Naruto pointed his finger downwards lightly, and the huge ball of light finally fell, instantly covering the entire Kusagakur village. The dazzling white light that rose made the ground tremble, twist, crack, and surge. Large groups of houses collapsed one after another, falling like a meteor shower. The temperature was rising, and it was piercingly hot. With a thunderous roar, a sandstorm covering the sky rose into the sky. Then a strong wind swept in, uprooting trees within a radius of several kilometers. Ha ha ha, well done, little brat. After so long, you finally did something that made me happy. The nine-tailed beast's happy laughter echoed in Naruto's sealed space. A huge mushroom cloud rose out of thin air and gradually rose into the sky, as if it was about to break through the sky, like a blooming flower. Flower of evil omen. Let's call this move this name from now on. Just treat it as a preview. Looking at the Kusagakur village shrouded in flames, Naruto showed undisguised disgust and contempt. What a dirty firework! And Kaori looked at Naruto with admiration, as if looking at a peerless hero. Her heart had never been at ease before. This place that brought her endless pain and endless malice finally disappeared. The Kusagakur village was officially removed from the list. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Pain. Two friends have been watching for so long, why don't you come out and meet each other? Naruto slowly descended from the sky, put down the incense, and said as if talking to himself. The voice was not loud, but it spread in all directions. No one can hide from Naruto's perception, even if they are hidden deep underground, they can't hide from Naruto. For example, a white vegetative person hiding 30 kilometers away. We've been discovered. A voice without any emotion sounded, and two figures slowly walked out of the woods that seemed to be blown by a typhoon. It would be strange if a strong man like you didn't notice it. One of them wore a mask, his clothes were tattered, and only some rags were left around his neck. There were dense traces of stitches everywhere on his sturdy body, and a pair of green bean-shaped eyes looked at Naruto a little uneasily. The other one wore a black robe with a red cloud bottom, and the Rain Village forehead protector only had a heavy scratch in the middle, and many small black sticks were inserted in the ears, lips, and nose bridge, full of punk style. A head of orange hair. The most eye-catching thing is the other party's 6 circles of lavender eyes. The first person is Kakuzu, the S-level Taki village rebel. Judging from his makeup, he should not have joined Akatsuki yet, or maybe he just joined. Because the other person is the current leader of Akatsuki organization Pain. Or it can be said that Nagato's heavenly puppet is made from the body of his friend Yahiko after his death. When Naruto destroyed the Kusagakur village before, the remarks about resisting rice came from this person. Strictly speaking, Nagato, like Kagura, is one of the few tribesmen left by Naruto in this world. Pain's eyes swept over the place where the Kusagakur village used to be. There was only a huge pit, and even the terrain had changed. Although I haven't tried it, even I can only reach this level by using Shinra Tensei with all my strength. It's just that the release time of the technique is too slow. Even so, I have to admit that the other party is powerful. Nagato came to the conclusion. This person is as powerful as me. So he is a great man. Naruto said with a chuckle as he looked at the two of them. It stands to reason that Pain himself is a corpse, so he has no chi, but Pain does not have Nagato, and the puppet is filled with Nagato's chakra. Besides, even if it is a dead object, as long as the movement drives the airflow, it can also generate chi, which can be sensed by Naruto. You know me? Pain said with a little surprise, but because he was a dead person, there was no expression on his face. Although the Akatsuki organization had been established for a long time, the real plan of Nagato and others had not yet begun. In fact, they are still a very low-key organization. I don't know. Naruto shook his head decisively and said, but the aura you exude is as conspicuous as a bright light in the dark night even if there is a mountain between us. The aura on Pain or Nagato is indeed as dazzling as a bright light in the dark night, while Kakuzu's is slightly inferior to that of a high EQ person, and can't be seen at all. Aura. Pain nodded and commented, excellent perception ability. Naruto pointed to the position of his eyes through the mask, ignoring the Ninetales' shouting in the sealed door after seeing the Samsara Eye. If I'm not mistaken, your eyes are the Samsara Eye that the Six Paths sage once had. Naruto imitated the tone of an old man, and even used the word old man in his self-proclaimed name. Anyway, Nagato didn't know what he looked like through the mask. Nagato and Kakuzu didn't find anything unusual, on the contrary, they thought it was normal. No one would have thought that the one who destroyed the Kusagakur village with his own strength was just a child under 10 years old. As for the incense stick that knew something, it obediently grabbed a corner of Naruto and said nothing. It's not too much to say that he's a big shot. As long as they are ninjas in the ninja world, there is no ninja who doesn't know the Six Paths Sage. People with the sage's eyes are destined to be extraordinary. It's reasonable, convincing. It seems that you know a lot. Pain nodded, and then fell silent. To be honest, Naruto's powerful strength made Nagato excited. If such a powerful character can be recruited for the organization, it will be much easier to implement the plan. People who can say let the world feel pain must be like-minded companions. But people with such powerful strength must be difficult to recruit, and they can't be forcibly recaptured by force like recruiting Kakuzu. And the mask worn by the other party is more than 90% similar to the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara, which also makes Nagato undecided. I know more than you think. Holder of the Sage's Eye, listen to me. Seeing that Pain was slow to speak, Naruto seemed to see through his mind, and did not wait for Pain to speak, just listened to him talking to himself. The Six Paths Sage once unlocked the true meaning of chakra, distributed chakra to the world, taught the world, aimed at maintaining peace, and maintained the tranquility and order of the ninja world. Nine-tailed beasts. Naruto slowly told the story of the six-path sage, 8 parts true and 1 part false, and there was a hint of nostalgia in his tone, as if he had experienced it before. The ninja world during that period was indeed peaceful. What a pity! More than 1,000 years have passed. With the departure of the six-path sage, people's desires began to expand, wars and deaths followed one after another. The betrayal of relatives, brothers, and villages was happening all the time. People no longer trusted each other and kept repeating tragedies. Hatred permeated the entire world and gradually dragged the world into the abyss. If this continues, this world will fall into an irreparable situation. This world is sick. Naruto's words seemed to have magic, replacing the emotions of the two people into memories. Kakuzu recalled the betrayal of Takigakure. The pain of being sold out by the village is still fresh in his memory. From that moment on, Kakuzu no longer believed in anyone. He only believed in money. Because money will not lie, money will not betray. Nagato also fell into memories. The scenes of Rangakure came to his mind. The demise of the Akatsuki organization and the death of his companion Yahiko. Yes, the world is sick. Since you are sick, you need treatment. Seeing that his emotions were in place, Naruto said in a firm and powerful tone. Maybe it's destiny. Maybe this is fate. Naruto's tone gradually became excited, as if it was really what he said. Constantly emphasizing words like fate and destiny, like an old magician who is deceiving people. I can see you here. After so many years, I can still see these eyes again. Naruto paused for a moment as he said this, as if falling into memories again, his tone full of nostalgia. You are the hope of this ninja world and the hope of mankind. So as the successor of Immortal Eyes, are you willing to inherit the last wish of Immortal of Six Paths? Continue to lead people, continue to lead the ninja world on the right path. Welcoming true peace. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. Me? He's just an immortal from the Uzumaki clan. To be honest, compared to the original Naruto's, Utopia's, peace philosophy and Uchiha Madara's, Moon Eye's false, peace philosophy, Naruto agrees more with Nagato's, violent suppression, peace philosophy. One of the former is idealism and the other is escapism. Only Nagato is pragmatism. The original Naruto's concept of peace is to achieve permanent peace by touching the world and through love, tolerance, and understanding. This concept of peace is not bad, but it is too idealistic. As long as there are people there will be desires, and as long as people have desires there will be wars. It is an endless cycle. As for Uchiha Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, that's even more ridiculous. He uses the moon to release the infinite Tsukuyomi through the Samsara Eye, dragging everyone into the illusion world and creating permanent peace in the illusion. Let's not talk about whether it can be realized. Even if it can be realized, everyone will be trapped in the world of illusion. What is the difference between it and the plan of total annihilation of mankind? It would be better to blow up the planet with an explosive star bomb. If the people are gone, there will be no war. That is nuclear peace. The last one is Nagato's concept of peace. Let the world experience the baptism of hatred and war, understand the pain of hatred and war, and let people all over the world remember this lesson. Then use absolute force to suppress them, so that they will no longer initiate wars, no longer hate others, and achieve peace. Although that kind of peace will usher in war again with the death of Nagato, it can at least be maintained for a while. At least it is much stronger than the former idealism and the latter falsehood. Pain didn't know how to answer for a while. Naruto's strength, which far surpasses that of ordinary ninjas and is almost on par with himself, the owner of the Immortal Eyes, has actually convinced Nagato 70%. Coupled with the fact that he told some secrets that even he didn't know and the narrative method that recalled the past, the persuasiveness increased to 90%. Only this kind of old monster who has lived for who knows how many years can compare with the god of this new era. Since defeating the demigod Hanzo head-on, Nagato, who possesses the Rin-Egan Eye, has regarded himself as a god. He does not look down upon ordinary ninjas, even the shadow of a village. You said that whenever you meet someone at this time, you will have strength that is not inferior to him. How do you want him to accept it? But if this person existed for hundreds of thousands of years, it would be relatively easy for people to accept it. Furthermore, there is a guy next to me who has lived for almost 100 years, so it is not incomprehensible to live for a few hundred more years. The world is like this. The words of powerful people are more convincing than ordinary people. In addition, one move is to turn against the guests. Originally, Nagato was considering asking Naruto if he wanted to join Akatsuki, but now Naruto asked Nagato if he wanted to inherit the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths. Especially Naruto's words, "As long as there is war, there will never be true peace." It simply spoke to Nagato's heart. I just don't know what the real immortal of Six Paths will think when he hears it. After Naruto deceived him, Nagato's mind was in a mess. The amount of information is too large to be digested at once. There's no need to rush to reply to me, young man. Naruto waved his hand and took advantage of the situation and said, I've been waiting for so long, and I don't mind waiting a little longer. If you figure it out, just contact me. I will help you. How should I contact you? Nagato's thoughts were already led into the ditch by Naruto. I have memorized your aura. If you need it, use all your strength to burst out. I will follow your aura. Naruto emphasized several US in succession. Pain, his heavenly clone, was seen through by the other party. It is indeed an existence that has lived for who knows how many years. Nagato nodded secretly, and at the same time he became more certain about this idea. Senior Pain, who always regarded himself as a god, had a rare hint of respect in his tone. Who would have thought that Naruto was all deceiving? Then how should I call Senior in the future? Me? I'm just a survivor from the previous era. A legacy from the previous life. The name is just a code name. You can call me Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Pain looked at the incense next to Naruto, the fiery red hair that was the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, and the dense tooth marks on his body, and he suddenly realized. When the Uzumaki kingdom was destroyed, there were not many Uzumaki clan left in the entire ninja world. This girl from the Uzumaki clan was probably caught by someone from the Kusanagi village. No wonder the entire grass ninja village was destroyed. Nagato replaced himself, just like killing Hanzo himself. Reasonable and logical. I just don't know how the Uzumaki clan in the country of Uzumaki was captured by Kirikage with such great strength. As if seeing through Nagato's thoughts, Naruto's voice came. Life is not free. Was it restricted for some reason at that time? Reasonable. Seeing that Naruto had no intention of continuing to explain, Nagato made up part of the settings in his mind and stopped worrying about this issue. Why do you want to help me, Senior? Is it because of my eyes? Controlling pain, Nagato asked the question he wanted to know the most. That's just one of them. Naruto paused here and turned his head in another direction. At this moment, the hair on Nagato's body stood up. The direction that Naruto was looking at was exactly where Nagato's body was. The location was seen through by the other party. It is indeed an existence that has lived for so many years. Even if there are restrictions, it's still terrifying. Just listen to Naruto continue, after all, you are also considered a member of my tribe. Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Nagato are indeed the same race. There are not many of our kind left in the world. As expected, it was seen through. It's so strange to say people of the same race. If he helps. Nagato's calm heart also began to become active. Compared to the guy who inexplicably calls himself Uchiha Madara, this ancestor of the same race is undoubtedly more trustworthy. Uchiha Obito can pretend to be Uchiha Madara, then I, Uzumaki Naruto, can also pretend to be an Uzumaki ancestor. You, Uchiha Obito, can do it, but I, Uzumaki Naruto, can't do it. As the incarnation of the nine-tailed demon fox, it is reasonable to confuse the public with evil words and stir up trouble, right? Furthermore, it's also interesting that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki joins Akatsuki. Akatsuki's purpose of collecting tailed beasts is to make tailed beast weapons. The fundamental purpose is to shock the ninja world in exchange for peace. He didn't say that he must get a 10 tails. The 10 tails was the goal of Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha. In essence, there is no conflict between the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki joining the Akatsuki organization and the Akatsuki organization's purpose of threatening the entire ninja world with force. Looking at Naruto and the two disappearing into the horizon, Pain warned Kakuzu next to him in a very solemn tone, "Don't spread this matter. I won't do such unnecessary things. You know, I've always kept my mouth shut." Kakuzu said quickly. "If you want to know the secret of the leader, you have to pay more." End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Satoru's Monster. "Brother, I don't know your name yet." Naruto took Xiang'er all the way north, until he could no longer feel the breath of the two people. Xiang'er finally couldn't help but speak. "I'm still wondering how long you will endure it." Naruto said slightly teasingly, "Why don't you think of me as a grandpa? It's not that easy to deceive Xiang Xiang." Xiang confidently patted her ordinary little chest. "You can call me Uzumaki Naruto. When there are other people, just call me Uzumaki. You think I'm your brother? Actually I am your cousin." "Is that person really the same race as Xiang?" The two of them just chatted, and with Naruto flying at full speed, they soon arrived at Ghost Lantern City. Before entering Ghost Lantern City, Naruto took a small hood and mask and put it on Xiang. "It smells like Big Brother, he he he." Xiongxin hugged the hooded coat and took a few deep breaths greedily. "My cousin has become very strange, waiting online, anxious. The Lord of Wuvai City. It's time to fulfill your promise." Naruto's time in the Grass Ninja Village was very short, so short that he took the incense back to Ghost Light City, and Suzuki Jiro who escaped has not returned yet. As for the news that the Grass Ninja Village was destroyed, with the speed of news spreading in the ninja world, it will take at least another day or two. From Wuvai's point of view, Naruto had been gone for less than half a day, and his men had disappeared, not to mention that he had brought a child with him. But it doesn't matter, even if his subordinates die, they will die. Question: where are the things? Wuvai looked at Naruto with a straight face and a speechless expression. If he hadn't been unable to figure out Naruto's details and he really couldn't beat him, Wuvai would have already drained the chakra out of Naruto's body. "Zaiju, let me lend you some chakra. I can give it to you, but don't call me that in the future." "Okay, sure." "Uzumaki Naruto, is this your attitude towards asking for help? Just say whether you want to give it or not. Pick it up and get out of here." The above dialogue is from Kyuubi and Naruto. The relationship between these two is getting better and better as time goes by, but it is a bit crooked. Less like a close friend, more like a bad friend. Is this okay? A ball of fiery red chakra emerged in Naruto's palm. "This is..." Wuvai's eyes widened, staring at the ball of chakra in Naruto's hand. "That kind of ominousness and purity. Although I don't know which tail it is, this is definitely the chakra of the tailed beast. I just mentioned it casually, did this person really get the chakra of the tailed beast? Or is there a tailed beast in the Grass Ninja Village?" Wuvai's judgment on Naruto's strength has once again improved to a higher level. "Maybe this time I can really open the box of bliss. Come with me." Wuvai suppressed his inner thoughts. Excited, he brought Naruto and Xiongxi to the central square of Ghost Lantern City. Summoning technique. Wuvai clapped his hands on the ground, accompanied by bursts of white smoke. The two-story-high paradise box appeared in front of several people. It was a pure black, square cube with 4 expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness engraved on the front, back, left and right sides. "So ugly." Xiongqi complained in a low voice. I don't know if it was intentional by the Six Paths Sage, but the carving techniques on the four sides of the paradise box were quite abstract and ugly. Give me the chakra. Wuyuwei stretched out his hands to Naruto. If it were someone else, Wuyuwei would have taken action directly with his personality. The problem was that his ninjutsu was useless to Naruto. Naruto pointed his right hand at Wuyuwei and gently pushed, and a layer of fiery red chakra wrapped Wuyuwei's whole body. What is this? Wuyuwei looked at the demon fox clothes wrapped around his body and the three tails looming behind him in disbelief. As long as Naruto is willing, with his current ability, he can add the buff of the Nine Tails chakra to anyone. The principle is the same as sharing chi. Is this chakra enough? If you have more, you will lose your mind. For ordinary people, the three-tailed demon fox coat is already the limit. More than 3 will make you lose your mind. It should be enough. Wuyuwei put his hands on the box of bliss, but less than 2 seconds later, the demon fox coat on his body was instantly taken away. It seems not enough. Naruto raised his hand again, and another layer of demon fox coat covered Wuyuwei's whole body. This time he increased the delivery of the Nine Tails chakra. It disappeared again after a few seconds. Then increase it a little more. In this way, Naruto kept delivering the Nine Tails chakra to Wuyuwei, at least to the extent of unfolding the 7th tail, and the speed of the box of bliss absorbing chakra was significantly reduced. Finally, it can be opened. Wuyuwei half knelt in front of the paradise box, panting. His body was already soaked with sweat, and even the small tuft of hair hanging by his left eye was scattered everywhere. Being wrapped by the Nine Tails chakra is not something that ordinary people can bear. Paradise box. Please listen to my wish. Naruto looked at Wuyuwei speechlessly, raising his hands to the paradise box as if worshipping a god. What is the difference between this opening method and the cup in a certain wood city? No, it's more like the scene of collecting 7 beads to call the green-skinned dragon. Wuyuwei made his wish under such circumstances. See his son, Wuyuqi. Pick. Accompanied by a burst of steam like smoke and dust, there was only a strange sound, and one of the 4 sides of the paradise box opened, revealing a dark hole. Wuyuwei looked at the hole that was like a dark abyss, and his dead eyes gradually brightened. He saw that there was someone inside. Naruto heard a shuffling sound, as if someone was talking, so fast that he couldn't hear it clearly. It came and went quickly, but it sounded again soon. The sound seemed to be full of some kind of magic, repeating and echoing in his ears, like the whisper of an ancient god. Whirlpool. There is something very bad in it. He is about to come out. Xianjun seemed to have sensed something, tightly grasped the corner of Naruto's clothes, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was not because of fear, but the trembling from the instinct of living things. It was as if the natural enemy of mankind was about to appear in the hole. At this moment, all the sounds in the Ghost Lantern City disappeared. Even the sea breeze that sounded all the time stopped. Click, click, click. Clear footsteps came, and as the sound became louder and louder, a young man with his right half naked slowly appeared at the hole of the paradise box. Wuyuqi. Looking at the person coming, Wuyuwei was ecstatic, and a smile finally appeared on his meticulous face. Finally, I can finally see you again. My son. Only Naruto and Kagura could sense that what came out of the paradise box was not Wuyuqi at all, but something covered in Wuyuqi's skin. Something evil. It was the monster named Wu born in the paradise box. End of this chapter. Chapter 60. You know I know what you will do. Wuyuwei walked towards his son Wuyuqi step by step with great excitement, and stopped less than 2 meters away from him. Father. Wuyuqi, whose skin was so pale that it was scary, looked at Wuyuwei and said softly. Wuyuqi, I'm sorry. Wuyuwei said, watching his son walk towards him step by step, it's Dad's fault. He opened his arms and wanted to hug his son, but... Puff! Wuyuqi's right hand easily pierced Wuyuwei's right chest, without a trace of hesitation, and there was no light in his empty eyes. The whole body exudes an extremely ominous and evil aura. Yes. Wuyuki stretched out his tongue to lick Wuyui's blood-stained right hand. Dad is wrong. Because of you, you shouldn't have let me out. Thank you very much, I've been waiting for nearly 1,000 years, and finally someone can let me out. Ha ha ha. That was not Wuyui's son Wuyuki at all, but a monster with Wuyuki's memory. Guard. Perhaps there was still a trace of Ninetail's chakra left in his body. Wuyui, who had fallen to the ground, sent a signal into the air. The alarm sounded throughout the Ghost Lantern City. Countless people, the jailers in guard uniforms, came from all directions. Countless police dogs rushed towards Wuyuki one after another. However, they were facing a monster that had existed for 1,000 years. Wuyuki was so fast that even Wuyui, who was as strong as him, could not see his movement trajectory. He came to the jailer in just a moment and took his life with a light stroke of his hands. As the jailer fell to the ground, the four sides of the paradise box that released Wuyuki slowly opened like a bloody mouth, sucking the jailers who fell to the ground into their mouths. Capture life and absorb energy in this way. Naruto observed Wuyuki's movements for a while and had some understanding of his strength. Then he crossed his hands, shadow clone technique. With a burst of white smoke, another Naruto appeared. Take good care of our little friend, Naruto said to his shadow clone, and rushed towards Wuyuki. Let's fight. Naruto hooked his finger at Muku. Without a second thought, Muku rushed towards Naruto. Muku's speed and strength were very fast, even the physical ninjas were not as fast as him. Unfortunately, Naruto was faster than him. He leaned sideways to avoid Muku's confident attack, then pressed his right hand with his left hand and punched at his abdomen. With a bang, Muku's body flew out like a meteor. This hurts? With a big hole in his stomach, Muku climbed up from the ground as if nothing had happened. I saw Muku roaring to the sky, and its body gradually began to change. Its body gradually grew larger, its hands and feet turned into hairy slender legs and sharp claws, a pair of huge wings several meters long grew from its back, and a big mouth full of sharp teeth grew from its round body. That was the true form of Muku, a monster named Wu. The appearance of the real body instantly changed from Naruto to Digimon style. Not to mention, Wu's appearance is really similar to Hell Impman, Disaster Beast. Really strong. When Naruto saw that Wu was not killed by his punch and could continue to fight, Naruto's face showed joy. I found a treasure, I found a treasure. Let's see how strong it is. Roar. Wu roared, flapped his wings, and countless feathers as sharp as flying knives flew towards Naruto from all directions. Facing Wu's attack like a prince's fighting method. Naruto clapped his palms hard, and a strong wind swept in, blowing the feather arrow into pieces. Then Naruto kicked hard with his right foot, and the whole person flew out like a sharp sword. Wu flew up with his wings and narrowly avoided the attack. Such a fast speed, such a great power. Let me see what this guy is thinking, Satoru thought as he flapped his wings in midair. Monsters like Satoru not only have extraordinary speed and strength, but also have extremely strong self-healing abilities. In addition, it has a power that most people dream of having. Mind reading. Guess what I'm thinking? Naruto smiled brightly at Satoru in midair. Satoru was slightly stunned and continued to perform mind reading. Then he saw what Naruto was thinking. What are you thinking about, Satoru? Satoru, what the hell? Naruto, it would be very rude to think like that. Looking at what Naruto was thinking, Satoru was slightly stunned. He seemed to have met an opponent who could also read minds. I don't know that kind of thing. If a person can read minds, he will have an advantage when fighting against the enemy. What if the opponent can also read minds? If both of them understand the opponent's thoughts? I know what you will do. You know I know what you will do. I know you know I know what you will do. You know I know you know I know what you will do. Infinite nesting dolls. In short, whoever starts first will be at a disadvantage. Satoru, come here. Naruto, come down. Satoru, come up. Naruto, okay. I'll come up then. Naruto knew about Satoru's mind reading from the beginning, and he didn't take it seriously at all. Mind readers are afraid of mind readers. In addition to this weakness, mind reading actually has another weakness that is not a weakness. He wants to use a straight punch. As soon as Satoru read this sentence in his mind, Naruto's fist was imprinted on Satoru's round face. Bang! Satoru was like a ping-pong ball hit by Ma Long, and flew out again with a whoosh. It hit the ground hard and made a hole. Maybe because of its elastic body, it bounced up again. Impossible! Why is he so fast? Satoru only had time to think about this. Naruto's fist came again. It's still a straight punch. Bang! The time of reading minds and the time of the punch coming are simultaneous. Satoru's body flew up again. Even if he can read minds, it doesn't matter. As long as the speed is fast enough, if the speed of reading minds can't keep up, it's the same as not reading minds at all. Thinking requires reaction time, even for monsters. This is not the world of JoJo, there is no time stopping thinking. Reaction, but if you come, you will only get beaten. This is the second weakness of mind reading that is not a weakness. The next second, Naruto appeared in front of Satoru again. Continuous ordinary beatings. Fists as dense as raindrops hit Satoru's body. Satoru's body was deformed like plasticine, and his round body was covered with Naruto's fist marks. After a gorgeous direct punch, Satoru, who had turned into a puddle of flesh, was hit hard on the ground. The square of Ghost Lantern City was like being hit by a meteor shower, with potholes everywhere. Shuang, I haven't used my full strength for a long time. Wiping the non-existent sweat on his forehead, he glanced at Wu, whose body was gradually recovering. It's really a good baby. Naruto looked at the huge box of bliss with shining eyes. It was like seeing a treasure house. This is the real use of the box of bliss. At this moment, the bliss box, which had a little bit of self-awareness, suddenly felt the urge to escape. I recommend this guy's book, My Science and Technology Museum. Su Lei was reborn and returned to his college days, starting from a science and technology museum from high-dimensional space to change the world. Name, AI Image Restoration Technology. Level, 0 level civilization. Evaluation, use technology to show warmth and make memories more colorful. Influence, 0/5000. Collection unit, Universe Civilization Science and Technology Museum. €1. Many years later, when more and more exhibits in the museum were unlocked, Su Lei was surprised by the high-tech civilization he had created. Su Lei, I just want to make some money and have no plans to fly out of the solar system. End of this chapter. Chapter 61 Box of Bliss, I want you to help me practice. Sir, are you still continuing? Wu Wei, who had a thick bandage on his right chest and was leaning on a cane, limped to the central square of Ghost Lantern City with the help of the jailer and asked Xiang, who was sitting on the stone pier and swinging his little feet. Xiang held her head with both hands and said boredly, Uncle Wu Wei, you are still beating. Okay. Wu Wei nodded and ordered his subordinates. Prepare dinner for the lady. Yes. In the sky above Ghost Lantern City, the sound of ping ping pong 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 sounds kept coming, echoing in Ghost Lantern City. 3 days have passed since Wu Wei opened the box of bliss. Since Naruto discovered Satoru's immortality and the use of the box of bliss, he has been fighting. It was said to be a fight, but in fact it was more like a one-sided beating. Satoru had no power to fight back in front of Naruto. He was able to hit Naruto purely because Naruto wanted to find someone to practice with. His strength, speed, and even special abilities were all crushed. At this time, there was a sharp roar in the sky. Looking up, I saw a fiery red meteorite falling downwards at an extremely fast speed. Duan hit the ground hard with a sound. There is another pothole in Ghost Lantern City. The current Ghost Lantern City is as bumpy as the surface of the moon. What a hardy battle! Naruto's voice rang in the air, and he was slowly falling. No wonder Kakarot-sensei often said that only in actual combat can combat effectiveness be improved faster. Brother Uzumaki! Kaoru shouted happily after seeing Naruto. Naruto nodded to Xiang and walked towards the place where the meteorite just fell. Don't pretend to be dead. With your recovery ability, this injury is nothing at all. Come again. Roar. I saw Wu roaring up to the sky. The huge mouth half as big as his body was almost completely opened, and a black energy rose from all over his body. Satoru's berserk state. Coming. Just as Naruto was getting ready, gathering strength under his feet, and planning to hit Satoru in the face with a punch, Satoru turned around and ran away without even looking at Naruto. No wonder I didn't think about anything. It turned out that I was planning to escape. You've offended the abbot and you still want to run away. Naruto was just slightly stunned, then kicked his feet and chased Satoru at a very fast speed. Stop! Stop the devil! The speed of enlightenment is faster. 3 days, that's 3 whole days. He was beaten unilaterally day and night for 3 days and 3 nights. Even if he was made of iron, he could not withstand this kind of torture. His body is close to immortality, but that doesn't mean it can't feel pain. What happened to Wu? Does Wu have no human rights? Does being a monster only deserve to be beaten? Why? If it weren't for the lack of eyes, Wu would have cried if he felt wronged. I don't want to come out anymore, I want to go back. At this moment, Wu burst out with an unprecedented desire to survive. For the first time, he caught up with Naruto's speed. Before Naruto caught him, he turned into a black smoke and went into the paradise box. At the same time, the door of the paradise box that was opened slammed shut, and the other 3 open sides were also closed instantly, as if they were afraid that Naruto would follow in. Open the door, open the door, open the door, open the door. If you have the ability to run out, you have the ability to open the door. Don't hide in there without making a sound, I know you are at home. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and slapped the paradise box. The slap made the whole box, no, the whole Ghost Lantern City tremble, and Wu's eyelids twitched wildly. What is this thing? Compared to Wu, this thing looks more like a monster. Mr. Wu, it is very rude to say bad things about people behind their backs. Naruto's light words scared Wu so much that he immediately turned his head to look at the sky and emptied his mind. However, no matter how Naruto hit it, the paradise box seemed to be broken, the red light and black air disappeared, and it stayed there motionless. The arrogant arrogance and the breath of destruction were gone, just like an ordinary ugly box. Why don't we break it open and see? This thought flashed through Naruto's mind, and he raised his fist and hit the paradise box heavily without saying a word. This time he added chi to his fist and used all his strength at the same time. I won half. The sound waves generated by the violent collision made everyone in the Ghost Lantern City cover their ears, and bursts of tinnitus continued to echo in their ears. Crack! A fine crack appeared where Naruto had just hit. This paradise box, which had been in existence for more than 1,000 years and had not been damaged by any attack, had a crack for the first time. Buzz! A strange red light burst out from the paradise box again, and black gas covered the 4 sides of the paradise box, and the entire box was shaking. Don't accept it! Naruto glared, rolled up his sleeves, and pretended to throw a second punch. Buzz! A sound came from the paradise box again, and this time the vibration was much more frequent than before, and the red light flickered. Oh, I'm kidding! Naruto spread his hands and curled his lips. It seemed to be talking to the paradise box. The paradise box expressed its willingness to recognize Naruto's right to use it and was willing to submit to Naruto to become his weapon, but the prerequisite was that he could not smash it again. For a treasure like the paradise box that has partial self-awareness, it must be recognized by it if it wants to be used. The method of only transmitting chakra like Wu-Vai can only be activated but not used correctly. After being activated, it just attacks everyone indiscriminately, so Wu-Vai was killed as soon as Wu appeared. On the one hand, it was because he inherited Wu-Kui's memory, and on the other hand, everyone present was within his attack range. Naruto also gained its recognition, but it was only a physical gain. It is worth mentioning that the Box of Bliss has no ability to fulfill wishes at all. It was fabricated by later generations. The Box of Bliss was made as a weapon, and its only ability is destruction. Satoru's immortality, the ability to read minds, and the ability of the Box of Bliss to absorb life forms and mass-produce monsters, all had the title of the ultimate weapon to destroy the world during the Six Paths Sage period. The Box of Bliss said that as long as Naruto needs it, he can summon it at any time, and it can release Wu to help him fight. Naruto said that it is a waste to use it for fighting. Naruto's eyes lit up when he looked at the Box of Bliss. What a monster that destroys the world, what a weapon that destroys the world, this is obviously a top-level fitness equipment. Wu's immortality is so tough and awesome. Naruto stroked the side with the word OE on the four sides of the Paradise Box and said softly, "Paradise Box, I want you to help me practice." The Paradise Box trembled upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha ha, another one is driven crazy," Ninetales said with a gloating look in the sealed space. "Huh? Wait, why did I say again? I'm going to complain. Recently, I saw someone say that my combat power collapsed. The reason was that I blew up the Kusagakur village, so I could blow up Konoha in one go. I was confused at the time. How could Kusagakur be the same as Konoha? A village without even a shadow, a place as small as a sesame seed, can't even compare with the current whirlpool country in terms of barrier, how can it be compared with the 5 major countries? Secondly, I won't say much about the difference in combat power before and after the Hokage. There are a lot of people who can push Konoha flatly, and pushing Konoha is just basic operation. Do you think that Senjo Hashirama can no longer hold a sword, or that the Red Rose of the ninja world can no longer dance? Naruto still has Kinken to learn. By the way, if you have any good ideas, please send them out and crowdfund to write a book. The last one is the most important E1/2C, a. End of this chapter. Chapter 62 3.28 to 4.15 Reward Thanks List. Just finished typing, set up automatic update, and sent the recent reward thanks list at once. Some book friends may have rewarded in other places, which cannot be displayed in my backend and cannot appear in the list. I apologize here. Your support is the biggest motivation for the author to update. I wish all the handsome and beautiful people to earn more W. Thanks list. Thanks to 1994 for rewarding 1,000 starting coins. Thanks to Light and Shadow Arc for rewarding 500 starting coins. Thanks to See the Moon in the Moon 500 starting coins reward. Thanks to Book Friend 201908232345475075 500 starting coins reward. Thanks to No 300 starting coins reward. Thanks to Gao Huchuan 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Fire's Heart 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to AO2 Mansion 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Mu Jichensi 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Longya 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Nian Xian 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Book Friend 2020111014452849 for the 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Yo This Is Not Yao Biang for the 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Book Friend 1509010955532219 for the 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Book Friend 2020111014452849 for the 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Yahuang Zixing for the 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Book Friend 202112241523122266 for the 100 starting coins reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 63 The Temptation to Return to the Village. Uzumaki-sama. Wuyuvi knelt on one knee in front of Naruto and said respectfully, "The daimyo of the grass country sent a letter for help. Please tell me how I should reply to him." 3 days was enough for Suzuki Jiro to arrive at the Ghost Lantern City, and it was also enough for the news of the disappearance of the grass village to reach the Ghost Lantern City. Wuyuvi is not a fool. How can someone who can sit on the throne of the Ghost Lantern City and deal with major countries be a mediocre person? A little association can also make it clear that the things in the grass village were probably done by Naruto. Especially the Zionki that Naruto brought with him. Although he wore a mask and a hood, the experienced Wuyuvi still guessed that Zionki must be related to the grass ninja. So Wuyuvi took the initiative to submit to Naruto. Although he was a former jounin of the grass ninja village, he actually left the grass ninja more than 10 years ago and managed the Ghost Lantern City. During this period, he was always fascinated by the research of the Paradise Box, and sacrificed his son for this 6 years ago. It just happened to miss the time when Zionki and her daughter came to the grass ninja village. It can be said that he did not participate in the harm to Zionki's mother and daughter. If he hadn't said it, Zionki wouldn't have known that he was a former Kyuzagakuer Jonin. If it weren't for this, Wuyuvi would have been killed by Naruto long ago. The Kyuzagakuer village was destroyed, and Naruto didn't care about having another one in the Ghost Lantern City. So Naruto accepted his surrender. It's not a bad thing to have more subordinates, especially for things to be done in the future. The grander the scene, the better. Naruto nodded, and then said lightly, "As the Lord of the Ghost Lantern City, you know how to deal with it. How can the daimyo of the grass country not be anxious? The Kyuzagakuer village is gone. The grass country without the ninja village is equivalent to a complete loss of military power. Without military power, the grass country is still a piece of fat meat. Don't count on the army in the hands of the daimyo. That thing can only scare civilians. The Taki country next to the grass country is okay, this country is quite content with the status quo, the problem is that there is an ambitious rain country next door. Under the leadership of the demigod Hanzo, the rain country dreams of becoming the 6th country and has taken action more than once. This is how the Second Ninja World War came about, during which the rain country attempted to annex the grass country. Now that the grass country village has been destroyed, the Ghost Light City has become the largest organization in the grass country. If the daimyo of the grass country wants to continue to enjoy a luxurious life, he must rebuild the grass country village, and the reconstruction of the grass country cannot be separated from the support of the Ghost Light City. The daimyo wants to rebuild the grass country village, your lord. How could Wuyuvi not know how to deal with it? He dared not to nod unless Naruto nodded. Especially since he knew why the grass country village was destroyed. Naruto neither confirmed nor denied it, but said, "I don't want to hear the name of the grass country village." "I understand." Wuyuvi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Naruto's reply. Smart people are like this. He understood Naruto's meaning after a few simple words. If you don't want to hear about Kyuzagakuer, then just call it something else. It doesn't matter whether the Kyuzagakuer is called Kyuzagakuer or not. Anyway, the Kyuzagakuer is called Otoku instead of Tajiu. Isn't Miaokure quite nice? Naruto clapped his hands and signaled Kaname, who was practicing in the square, to stop. Kanako, who was already sweating profusely, ran to Naruto happily, took off the weights on her body, and began to drink water while holding the bottle. A few days ago, Naruto officially started to guide Kaname in her practice. The reason was that the Uzumaki family's child should not be too weak. Plus, Kaname really wanted to practice and become stronger to help Naruto, so she accepted Naruto's guidance. Well, everyone knows what kind of practice Naruto can guide. In addition to basic chakra practice, the only thing Naruto knows is wind escape ninjutsu, because Kaname's chakra attribute is water and soil, so she can't learn it at all. What else can Naruto do? Only pure Kame-sen fluid technique. Then Kame began to practice weight bearing. Because it is not good for a girl to carry a turtle shell, Kame carried a snail shell of the same weight on her back. Tomi, how do you feel today? Naruto asked Kame. Naruto gave himself the code name Uzumaki, and on a whim, he gave Kame the code name Tomi. Although it's a bit hard, I've been able to gradually adapt. Kaori said proudly as she circled around Naruto a few times. Now it's really great to see herself getting stronger every day, especially with Naruto by her side. Kaori feels that she has fallen in love with training. Naruto nodded and praised Kaori a few words, making the little girl so happy that she almost took off. It took Kaori only 3 days to catch up with Sasuke and his friends' training progress in a week. This is when Kaori is in the recovery period. The Uzumaki clan is born with huge chakra, which means that the vitality is strong and suitable for practicing Yang Escape, and Yang Escape represents the strength of the body. So in Naruto's opinion, the most suitable for the Uzumaki clan is not some fancy sealing technique, but physical technique. Think about it. A bunch of energetic and tireless physical ninjas. Some of them can recover from injuries by biting, and those who can't bite themselves bite their teammates. Isn't this a replica of the Saint Seiya immortal cockroach in the ninja world? Not to mention that everyone has reached the level of Kai. Even if everyone has reached the level of Lee's 4 subjects in the Chunin exam, who would dare to mess with the land of whirlpools? A group of screaming Lees are rushing towards you. Just thinking about this scene is scary. That day, Naruto called Wuyuvi. Wuyuvi. Wuyuvi said respectfully, I'm here. After Naruto summoned Wuyuvi, who inherited Wuyuki's memory, and untied Wuyuvi's heart knot, his loyalty to Naruto was directly increased. I'm leaving. It's been a while since I left Konoha, and I don't know if there is any problem with the 4th generation imitating me. Naruto plans to return to Konoha. Yes. Naruto paused and continued, I will arrange a few subordinates here in a while. They may be a little different from ordinary people. Remember to block the news. I don't want their information to leak to the outside world. Do you understand what I mean? Naruto plans to arrange some Uchiha to this Ghost Lantern City. Yes, Lord Uzumaki. Wuyuvi knows what a good subordinate should do. He doesn't ask questions that he shouldn't ask, and doesn't say things that he shouldn't say. The barrier system of the Ghost Lantern City is very complete, and it is not inferior to the Whirlpool country that was sealed and barriered by the 4th Hokage. As long as Obito doesn't invade personally, Akatsuki invades, or the 5 major countries attack the top forces of the ninja world, it can basically deal with it. It's not a good idea for Uchiha to stay in the Whirlpool country. He must be sent out to gain experience. And according to Naruto's idea, there is another country that needs to be visited. Naruto thinks some of the little things there are quite interesting. However, Naruto doesn't plan to go there in person. Going there with his current strength is a pure waste of time. Uchiha happens to be the best choice. The premise is that he can get Naruto's approval. If nothing else, at least he can catch half of his punch. End of this chapter. Chapter 64. As the incarnation of the demon fox, it is reasonable to confuse the public with demonic words. The familiar cabin, the familiar Hokage rock outside the window, and the familiar malice that permeates all around. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am back again. Welcome home, Naruto. The 4th generation clone smiled at Naruto and said. As expected of the 4th generation, even with the image of Naruto, his smile still carries an inexplicable appeal that makes people feel like spring breeze. If Naruto is based on the 4th generation, it will not be inconsistent at all. I will probably never be able to show that kind of smile. Naruto once practiced in front of the mirror. However, the self in the mirror only has the shape but not the spirit. Thank you for your hard work. Nothing troublesome should have happened recently, 4th generation. It's not that Naruto doesn't want to call the 4th generation father, but he really can't say it. Naruto returned to Konoha alone, and it was impossible for Kaori to be brought back to Konoha. Naruto arranged her in the land of whirlpools, and Fugaku and his wife were responsible for taking care of her. Perhaps because she was used to hardship since childhood, Kaori knows how to please people very well. Her ability to read people's expressions and her acting skills are also first class, which made her deeply loved by the Fugaku couple in just a few days. Even the Fugaku couple wanted to recognize her as their daughter. Although this was more or less due to Naruto, it was enough to show Kaori's agility. As long as the other party was not a disgusting bug like the Kusagaku or ninja, Kaori's personality could get along very well. When Naruto left the land of whirlpools, Kaori was very reluctant, especially after seeing Naruto's true face. This guy Kaori is a heavy face control, and Naruto is very sure of this. By the way, Naruto is whiter than the original, and his skin color is closer to the 4th generation. It should not be said that the skin color is accurate. To be precise, the overall image is close to the 4th generation, especially the hairstyle is exactly the same. If you put aside the 3 stripes on the left and right sides of the face, and put on the royal robe, it is simply a small 4th generation. If there is a comparison, it is Menma Namikaze, who is closer to the 4th Hokage than Menma Namikaze. Rather than saying that, you'd better watch it yourself. The 4th Hokage looked at Naruto lovingly and smiled as he removed the shadow clone. When the shadow clone is removed, the main body will obtain all the memories during the period of the shadow clone. Along with the removal of the shadow clone, a bunch of memories of the 4th Hokage during this period after leaving Konoha immediately flooded into Naruto's mind. Naruto squinted his eyes and digested them slowly. It took a long time before he opened his eyes completely. After a long time, Naruto let out a slight sigh. You, who are sunny and upright, actually do such a thing. Thank you for your hard work, father. The following days were quiet again, dull and boring. Naruto even went to school on a whim. Good morning, Naruto. Naruto was stunned when he just stepped into the classroom. He was greeted for the first time. Blonde hair and blue eyes, a small tuft of long bangs covering her right eye, a girl full of energy. Yamanaka Ino? Naruto raised his eyebrows. Although they were classmates, he and the other party had basically no intersection. If I remember correctly, Ino was beaten by him and cried several times. He didn't have the habit of holding back because the other party was a little beauty. One punch can make people cry for a long time, which is very stress-relieving. Naruto didn't pay any attention to Ino at all, and just ignored her and walked straight past her. So handsome. He smiled at me evilly. The little discussion among the girls reached Naruto's ears. Naruto? Why don't I know? 4th generation, what did you do? He searched for the memories left by the 4th Hokage clone in his mind. Before, his attention was focused on other things. Naruto chose to skip these daily memories. You don't know until you see it. As expected of you, 4th Hokage. Naruto almost blurted out subconsciously. Otherwise, how can the 4th Hokage become Hokage as a civilian? His social skills are really awesome. Just for a short time after Naruto left Konoha, the 4th Hokage was able to change the impression of some classmates in the class, and even made him a little popular. First of all, the 4th Hokage is much better than Naruto, who has no other clothes in his closet except black and white. Secondly, in terms of clothing matching, even if it is the same white, the sweater style chosen by the 4th Hokage is much better than Naruto. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and the saddle makes the horse, after the 4th Hokage changed like this. Alas! Naruto is still the same Naruto. After all, this is the bully. Naruto has built up a bully image for so long, how could he change the impression in just a few days? Not to mention that he is the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, even his brother Domon Namikaze can't do it. So the 4th Hokage took a different path and took an unusual route. Isn't he a bully? Have you seen the bad bully style? The 4th Hokage made use of this specialty. He directly created this kind of personality. Most boys don't like this kind of personality, but some girls like the bad boys. They just fall for this. Does Sasuke know about it? Then he takes the route of a serious cool guy and is very popular. The fourth Hokage took another bad style with Naruto's identity. The original sharp and evil eyes also became a bit bad and bad eyes. Coupled with Naruto's facial features, which were not ugly to begin with, and even had a little handsome, naturally attracted the attention of a small group of girls in the class. People are different, not everyone can be generalized. Especially the girls in love. They just can't stop. They haven't experienced the Nine-Tail Rebellion, let alone war. Don't say Naruto is the incarnation of a demon fox. Even if he is a demon fox, as long as he is handsome, cool, and bad, people will like him. It's worthy of this era of looking at appearance, and the three views follow the five senses. In fact, Naruto wants to tell the fourth generation that he doesn't care what others think of him. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. He doesn't like this world, everything in this world is too heavy. Just like he said to Nagato, this world is sick. But he doesn't want to be the son of prophecy and has no interest in it. So he also chose Nagato. He just wants to do what he wants to do, challenge the strong, and keep getting stronger. If possible, he even hopes to fight against powerful enemies shoulder to shoulder with the Z warriors. If you don't become a martial artist, you will never know the pleasure of challenging your own limits. The feeling of the unity of body and soul is really fascinating. The stronger you are, the smaller you feel. So, Ino. Imitating the image of the fourth generation in his memory, Naruto walked to Ino with a smirk on his face, then leaned against the wall with one hand and whispered in her ear, "I'll tell you a little secret about Sasuke." What? When she heard it was Sasuke, Ino didn't care about being shy and immediately became interested. "I'll only tell you one person. Actually, Sasuke likes girls with a clip sound." Ino. Naruto narrowed his eyes and smiled like a fox. As the incarnation of a demon fox, it's reasonable to confuse the public with demonic words. End of this chapter. Chapter 65. I bought a small windmill. The whole ninja school seemed to be caught in a strange atmosphere. A strange way of speaking swept the entire campus, and almost every little ninja was imitating this tone. Even the teachers in the ninja school were sometimes led astray during class. "S.A. Suk-kun. S.A. Suk-kun, look at me. S.A. Suk-kun, good morning." The one who suffered the most was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. I don't know when it started, but whenever the girls in the class saw him, they would greet him in a strange tone. If I think about it carefully, it seems that it was at the beginning a blonde girl was startled and responded with a conditioned reflex, and then she couldn't stop. To be honest, the voice that pinched her throat and made her voice sound like a coquettish voice made Sasuke's skin crawl. The key is that if it sounds good, it's fine, but sometimes some little boys are mixed in. Can you imagine it? Little boys in the voice change period. Coquettish and coquettish clip sounds. He couldn't scold her, and he couldn't hit her. If it wasn't for maintaining the image of the Uchiha clan, he would definitely punch her. If it was Naruto, he would have been obedient after a punch at the beginning. Seeing them crying, he would have felt much better. "I bought a small windmill, whirring." The voice rang in Sasuke's ears, and the heat in his ears made Sasuke shiver all over, and a tingling feeling went from his toes to the top of his head. Then a familiar yellow-haired man came into view. "Naruto Uzumaki, you deserve a beating, don't you?" Sasuke pointed at Naruto and cursed him in a rage. Luckily, there was no one around, otherwise his image would be ruined. Come on. Let's have a fight." Naruto's eyes lit up and he rolled up his sleeves excitedly. "Let me see if you are Pikachu's brother who is itching for a fight." "Hey, the rain has stopped and the sky is clear. Does the second pillar think he is good again?" Naruto was worried that he had no legitimate reason to beat Sasuke. Looking at Naruto's tendon meat that was very obvious even without exerting force, Sasuke's eyes turned red instantly, and a black Megatama spun wildly in his eye sockets. he said decisively. No. Naruto looked at Sasuke with contempt. Naruto only showed a little bit of youthful demeanor in front of a few people like Sasuke. Konoha could count them on one hand. Second pillar. Naruto, who was guiding Sasuke in his training, suddenly spoke. Practicing is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. As Sasuke's half-brother, Naruto always urges him to practice and become stronger. From time to time, he would take the opportunity to beat him up on the pretext of checking his training progress. Don't call me by that name. Sasuke wiped the sweat from his head and frowned. However, Naruto ignored him and continued to say, Nizuzu, Niji and Xiaoli are graduating today. Nizuzu, you. Naruto lowered his voice. Do you want to graduate early? Do you want to graduate early? If this question was put in the period when the clan was just exterminated, Sasuke would definitely answer yes. During that time, he was thinking about revenge on that man all the time, and even in his dreams, Sasuke wanted to kill him. Naruto had seen Sasuke calling for his parents in his sleep countless times. Naruto also mentioned to the Fugaku couple whether he needed to tell Sasuke the truth and whether he needed to take him over to reunite. The answer he got was Fugaku saying seriously, people have to go through hardships to become talented. Setbacks and hardships are the whetstones for training will and enhancing ability. As a child of the Uchiha clan, especially a boy of the Uchiha clan, you must endure more. Although Fugaku said so, Naruto felt that it was because the couple's attention was all on Zyonki. According to unreliable information from an unknown person, the Fugaku couple actually wanted a girl for the second child, and they also determined that the second child would be a girl. For this reason, they almost arranged a baby marriage with the fourth-generation couple. Who knew that they gave birth to a what is given? Son? What son? You know shit, how can a son be as fragrant as a daughter? Graduate early. Sasuke was slightly stunned when he heard Naruto's words. Then he shook his head, no need. Naruto jumped down from the tree branch and chose a comfortable position against the trunk and said, have you thought it through? Yet. Sasuke wanted to become stronger, strong enough to kill that man. This is Sasuke's belief and also his motivation. In fact, there is no essential relationship between graduation and becoming stronger. Once, Sasuke believed that if he graduated early, became a Chunin in 1 year, and a Jonin in another year, as long as he surpassed the record of that person, he would be stronger than that person. The term Jonin once became Sasuke's goal. After all, that person had the proud record of graduating at the age of 7, becoming a Chunin at the age of 10, and becoming a captain of the Umbu at the age of 13. According to the normal trajectory of ninjas, becoming a Chunin as early as possible and becoming a Jonin as soon as possible is indeed a way to become stronger. But this is the normal trajectory of ninjas. What Sasuke is practicing now? Turtle Sennin style. Although he cannot cultivate the thing called chi, the speed of growth is also amazing. He can deeply experience the continuous growth of strength and the feeling of being able to strengthen every few days. Instead of graduating early and being burdened by ninja tasks, it is better to calm down and practice well. Even if he graduates, it will only change from practicing by himself to following the guidance of Jonin to practice. Although Sasuke didn't know how strong Naruto was, he was sure that Naruto was definitely much stronger than a Jonin. At least that man was definitely not as fast as Naruto. Let's go, find Lee and Niji. Naruto said as he walked over and pulled up Sasuke, who was exhausted after training. According to the time, they are about to take the class placement test. Do you still need to take an exam for graduation placement? Naruto, of course, otherwise do you think that the 3-body technique exam in the ninja school is enough? No way, no way, no one really thinks so. Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, you are the fucking one. With Lee and Niji's abilities, they can definitely pass it smoothly. Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder, let's go, Ichiraku Ramen, you treat. At the same time, at Konoha's number 44 training ground, Ningji and Li teamed up to fight with Kai, and the three of them fought back and forth with fists and flesh. Tenten with a bun-like head looked at her two teammates with a face full of astonishment as they fought to a draw with the Jonin instructor. She couldn't intervene in the fight between the three of them at all, and the incredible speed alone was so fast that she couldn't see clearly. Are my teammates so strong? Can I lie down in the future? Huh? What is that? Looks so familiar. Tenten picked up a string of bells from the ground, stared at it for a long time, and suddenly thought of something. Wait. Didn't Teacher Kai say that it's enough to grab the bells? Obviously, the three people who were having a good fight had forgotten their original purpose. This is youth. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Six-Path Fitness Machine. The Land of Whirlpools. The sea breeze blew gently, wrinkling the sunlight on the sea surface. The waves beat against the shore, jumping layer by layer, rising and falling from time to time. On the golden beach, the blue waves surged and people crowded together. Looking around, those figures were printed with red and white ping-pong patterns behind them. Uchiha! Mr. Fugaku is here! With the exclamation of the crowd, the originally sparse crowd began to become very orderly. Fugaku slowly walked to the wooden platform built on the beach, followed by several Uchiha ninjas. I don't know who can pass this test. Only those who pass the test can leave the land of whirlpools. This rule was set by Naruto and recognized by the entire Uchiha clan. Master Izumi should be able to do it, after all, he has opened the main Jikaya. Sharingan. An Uchiha clan member said proudly, as if it was not Uchiha Izumi but him who opened the main Jikaya. Sharingan, the main Jikaya, is the strongest eye of the Uchiha clan, not even Master Fugaku has it. No, I don't think Master Izumi will win. Although the main Jikaya is the strongest eye of the Uchiha clan, it cannot be used frequently, otherwise the vision will be seriously reduced. Master Izumi will not use the power of the main Jikaya for such a small matter as testing. Another Uchiha clan member said seriously, and listed the shortcomings of the main Jikaya Sharingan one by one, as if he could win against the main Jikaya. Anyway, they are not allowed to fight, so what's wrong with saying a few words? Now every Uchiha knows that the main Jikaya cannot be used frequently. Fugaku disclosed the secret of the main Jikaya. In the clan, after all, it did not harm the Uchiha. Inahiro is the youngest three Magatama. An Uchiha took a different approach and chose to support other Uchiha clan strongmen. He said confidently, Inahiro once stopped that madman. Although he did not succeed, it also shows his strength. The madman was referring to only one person. Nonsense, it is obvious that Taihuo is the youngest three Magatama. I think it is the 8th generation, who is a contemporary of Fugaku. The older Uchiha is more optimistic about people of the same generation as Fugaku. The 8th generation is a wise general of the Uchiha clan. That's not necessarily true. I heard that the host of this test is still Uzumaki-sama. As soon as the Uchiha finished speaking, the whole audience was silent. I hope Uzumaki-sama won't ask too difficult questions. The young Uchiha covered his eyes, as if recalling the situation of the last test. It won't be like last time, where no one can pass. The Uchiha looked at each other in bewilderment. Uzumaki-sama is too strong. If Uzumaki-sama is in charge again, no one will pass. The Uchiha cried out in grief. The last test was conducted by Naruto himself, and anyone who could withstand Naruto's punch without falling was considered to have passed. There were 34 people in total who took the test, but all the Uchiha members, including Izumi, were knocked out with one punch. The appearance of Uchiha Itachi and Obito made the Uchiha realize the gap between the Sharingan and the Sharingan, and the appearance of Naruto made the Uchiha realize that the gap between people is sometimes greater than the gap between people and pigs. In the resentful eyes of the Uchiha, Fugaku announced that Naruto would still be in charge of this test. All the Uchiha present covered their eyes together. It's over, no one can pass this time again. Let's not waste any more time. The rules this time are very simple. You will pass if you can hold out for 30 minutes under the attack of my summoned beast. Naruto's style is to be concise. It's boring to talk too much nonsense. Naruto likes to get straight to the point. As Naruto announced, the Uchiha in the audience went wild. Hey, did you hear that? It's not Uzumaki-sama himself who's going to take the stage. It's just a summoned beast? And you only have to hold out for 30 minutes. The chances are still great. Then Izumi, Inaori and the others should be fine. Damn it! If I had known, I would have signed up. This test is surprisingly easy. Amid the discussions of the Uchiha, Naruto used the summoning technique. Accompanied by huge white smoke, the Six Paths fitness machine. No, the box of bliss summoned. Easy? Then give it a try and see the power of the Six Paths Sage's ultimate weapon. Naruto put his hand on the box of bliss and began to transfer chakra. It takes chakra to summon Satoru, even Naruto is no exception. As Naruto explored, he gradually understood the function of the box of bliss. The box of bliss will summon different Satoru according to the concentration of chakra. These Satoru are roughly divided into 1 to 3 levels, the strongest is level 3, and the weakest is level 1. The intelligence level and strength will also increase according to the level. The Satoru of level 3 can speak human language, can imitate any creature, and has a very high intelligence level. Level 1 is the weakest, with an intelligence level only slightly stronger than that of a monster without reason, the worst strength and recovery ability, and the lowest risk factor. Level 2 Satoru is much stronger, with a certain intelligence, but the ability to read minds is slightly lacking, and can only read people who are afraid of him. If the other party is not afraid, then he cannot use mind reading. Level 3 Wu is the legendary monster that can destroy the world. He is the top in terms of recovery, intelligence, and mind reading. By the way, the Wu that Naruto usually practices with is level 3, the one that inherited the immortal memory. In the original work, level 3 Wu fought against Killer Bee, Naruto, and Yuvai, and beat them so hard that they lost their way. Naruto, who was in Sage mode, couldn't even hurt Wu. If it weren't for the final plot killing, he was too immersed in the immortal memory and committed suicide to return to the Paradise Box. The protagonists at that time couldn't beat Wu at all. If it weren't for Longshi's Dragon Life reincarnation technique, Naruto would have been killed. As expected of you, you have to die once in every movie. Now Naruto is going to summon level 1 Wu. Come out, Wu! The happy side of the Paradise Box slowly opened. Roar! Accompanied by a roar to the sky, Wu, who was in the form of a monster with big teeth and no eyes, slowly walked out. What an evil chakra! Fugaku, who was the first to feel the power of Wu, instantly opened his Sharingan, and the 3 Megatama spun wildly in his pupils, staring at the Paradise Box with a vigilant expression. At the same time, he glanced at Naruto from the corner of his eyes, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. If this evil summoning beast cannot be controlled, it will definitely turn against its master. Wu's chakra is more ominous and more chaotic than the chakra of the 9 tails. The faces of several Uchiha clan members who were tested, led by Izumi, were also solemn. They opened their Sharingan one after another, tensed their bodies, and entered the combat state. Don't underestimate Wu just because he is only level 1. Even if he is only in the initial stage of Wu, this guy has the strength of other tailed beasts except the 8 and 9 tails. With the ability to read minds, the threat coefficient is not small at all. Level 3 is too strong. If it goes on the field, the Uchiha have no hope at all, including Izumi, unless she uses the power of the main Jakaya. Sharingan. Level 1 Wu is just right. End of this chapter. Chapter 67 My son, Daddy is very disappointed in you. Shut up, be quiet. Naruto scratched his ears with an impatient look. Feeling Naruto's dissatisfaction, the ferocious and aggressive Satoru instantly shut up and stopped making any sound. His 2 claws that could easily tear steel apart were tightly pressed on his mouth. He looked aggrieved even though he had no eyes. Ugly and cute, ugly and cute. This thing is just pure ugliness and has nothing to do with cuteness. The level 3 Satoru was pressed to the ground by Naruto, not to mention the level 1 Satoru. He was subdued by Naruto a long time ago, physically. I'd like to mention here that there is more than one Satoru in the Paradise Box, and the level 3 and level 1 are not the same, but only one can be released at a time. As expected of Lord Uzumaki, even a monster of this level is obedient. All the Uchiha present said with admiration. In the audience, sitting with Mikoto and others, Xiangyu looked up proudly, like a hen that had won a fight. This is my brothers, cousins, summoned beast. Powerful summoned beasts can indirectly increase the strength of ninjas. If they are in tune with the summoned beasts, they can exert great combat power, such as Jiraiya and Gamabuntat, the 3rd generation and Tsurumakai, Hanzo and Salamander, and the 4th generation and Gamabuntat. The cooperation of the 2 can exert the power of 1 + 1 greater than 2. In the cooperation with the 4th generation, Buntat even sat on the 9 tails. And powerful summoned beasts are often unruly and difficult to tame. Some summoned beasts will even bite back the summoners. For example, Mana and Orochimaru. Naruto can make such evil and powerful summoned beasts obedient with just one sentence, which makes the Uchiha present admire and worship more. It is a tradition of the ninja world to worship the strong, even the arrogant Uchiha is no exception, especially now that the Uchiha has been almost worn down by reality. Say, the test officially begins. Naruto sat in the stands and looked around. Who will be the first challenger? I'll do it. As soon as the voice fell, Quan stood up. After that night, Quan lost a lot, family, friends, tribesmen, and even lovers. She saw Ataka kill the young tribesman with her own eyes, and all the beauty in her heart vanished at that moment. Since then, the kind and gentle Quan disappeared, replaced by Quan who devoted all her energy to practice. The hatred in her heart has been pushing her forward, forward and forward. The Uchiha is the most beloved tribe, this love will give them strength, and when the Uchiha loses great love, they will open the eye of spiritual portraiture Sharingan. She opened the 3 Megatama because of her love for Atake, and opened the main Jikaya because of her hatred for Atake. She longed for power and longed to kill Atake with her own hands. So she kept getting stronger and stronger, and now was the time to test her strength. Staring at Wu, Uchiha Izumi slowly drew out the short sword from his waist. Izumi was very strong, and she had made great progress in swordsmanship, taijutsu, and ninjutsu during this period. At the age of 13, she opened the 3 Megatama and even the main Jikaya, which was a strong talent. Except for Sasuke, there was no one in the entire Uchiha clan who was more talented than her. It's a pity that she was strong, but not strong enough. Without opening the main Jikaya, Wu was stronger than her. With the ability to read minds, Izumi's ninjutsu could not hit Wu at all. Without eyes, the illusion of the 3 Megatama had no effect on it at all. Taijutsu. Not everyone is like Naruto, not everyone is Naruto. Comparing taijutsu with Wu is like an old man eating arsenic, and living impatiently. Izumi's short sword broke, but Satoru was still fine, not to mention being injured, not even his skin was broken. Izumi failed after only 20 minutes of the 30 minutes set by Naruto. Satoru grabbed her head with one hand and pressed her to the ground. No matter how she struggled, Satoru did not react at all, and finally gave up. If Izumi failed, let alone the other Uchiha. Inauri, as the leader of the young generation, lasted 19 minutes, Taihuo for 15 minutes, and Yashiro lasted the longest 25 minutes. The other participating Uchiha lasted for different times, some for a few minutes and some for more than 10 minutes. In short, the whole army was wiped out. Too weak, you disappoint me. Naruto rebuked mercilessly. If this kind of strength is released, at best it will be a rival to the 7 ninja swordsmen, and maybe in the middle and lower reaches. This kind of strength cannot be said to be weak, but it is definitely not strong. There are too many people in the ninja world who can easily kill them. Once they are killed, their Sharingan will be exposed. In recent years, White Zetsu has been searching for the traces of the Uchiha clan all over the map. If it weren't for Naruto's stronger perception, the Uchiha clan would have been exposed long ago. In Naruto's view, not having the power to match the tailed beasts means not having the ability to protect themselves. Without the ability to protect themselves, Naruto would not let the Uchiha clan leave the land of whirlpools. Faced with Naruto's rebuke, all the Uchiha clansmen present lowered their heads unconsciously. It was really a slap in the face. At the beginning, they were full of confidence and thought that it was not a problem to hold on to the summoned beasts for 30 minutes, but in the end, no one could do it. It was really embarrassing. From today on, except for those over 50 and under 10, all Uchiha will formally receive my special training. Every Uchiha ninja must at least hold out for 40 minutes under the attack of Satoru. If the Uchiha were allowed to practice on their own, it would be the same even until the end of Naruto. If they met a god in the later period, they would be easily destroyed. From now on, he will formally take over the training. He wants to build a most elite ninja force directly under him. The talent of the Uchiha cannot be wasted in vain. Of course, if there are other members of the Uzumaki clan, he would also like to train a force composed entirely of the Uzumaki clan. This way, one yin and one yang can be said to be invincible. It's a pity that the Uzumaki clan was exterminated. If you can't reach the goal, continue training until the training reaches the goal. Naruto's purpose is to train to death as long as you don't die. Injury is a small matter. Recently, he has been practicing the nature change of Yang escape chakra, and he is very good at treatment. Minor injuries and illnesses are not a problem at all. If your hands are broken, you can get 2 back. This is my minimum requirement. Understand? Naruto wants to train them personally, which makes the Uchiha happy and surprised. They have seen Naruto's devil training on Zyonki, who is just an 11-year-old girl, and the amount of training is more than that of adults. But the results of devil training are really strong. Now Zyonki can beat 10 Uchiha of the same age. Even the 15 or 16-year-old Uchiha dare not fight with her. One punch will make them vomit overnight meals. Understand? I didn't hear it at all. You want to revitalize Uchiha with such a small voice. Say it again, and start over. Understand? The voices echoed through the sky. Good, very energetic. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. Hello, the beautiful boy at the crossroads. At dawn, it was still dark, most of the Konoha people were still asleep, and the whole Konoha village was foggy. Naruto, wearing white clothes, was so conspicuous. This new clothes was purchased from the cat lady. The red-edged and white-bottomed style was similar to the royal robe. Yes, that's right, it was the one on the 4th generation. Almost every day, Naruto got up so early. He started practicing before dawn and continued until people got up. In this place where there are no games, no nightlife, and no entertainment activities, almost everyone is malicious towards him. All Naruto can do every day is to practice, practice, and practice. Only practice, and only practice. That's how Naruto got through the most difficult period. Practicing selflessly, being intoxicated by practicing, challenging his own limits all the time, almost putting practice into practice. Practice can be addictive, and Naruto is addicted to it. Just like Kakarot or Sun Wukong as a teacher. When Naruto woke up, he was already so strong. It can be said that the villagers of Konoha have contributed half of Naruto's current strength. Although he will not thank him for it. It was just dawn, and the sky was slightly white. Clouds gathered on the edge of the sky like a market, as if they were soaked in blood, showing a faint red. The air was filled with a faint fragrance. The night rain washed away all the dust, and even the fragrance of the heather was spread in the wetness. With the wind, it drifted into every pore of breathing, making people roll their eyes. Naruto walked slowly through the busiest streets of Konoha, passing every passerby who went out early in the morning. Am I dazzled? Not long after Naruto left, an old man who had gotten up early to set up a stall rubbed his eyes. Was that the fourth generation just now? There are many people who have the same illusion as this uncle. As time goes by, Naruto looks more and more like the fourth generation. In addition, he dresses so close to the fourth generation. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a miniature fourth generation. It is hard to guarantee that there will be no villagers who will make a mistake. No, that is not the fourth generation. Another villager shook his head and denied, and said gloomily, it is that. That, a name that cannot be said in Konoha. Everyone knows it, but no one says it. It is a recognized secret. Is that imitating the fourth generation? Another villager asked. Do you think that Naruto looks like the fourth generation and dresses like the fourth generation, and the villagers will change their views on Naruto because they think of the fourth generation? No, this is impossible. Not only that, on the contrary, the villagers hate Naruto even more. The reason is that he looks too much like the fourth generation. It's not that no villagers have doubted the relationship between Naruto and the fourth generation, but such doubts are not mainstream, and even if they occasionally occur, they will soon sink into the sea. That demon fox can't be the fourth generation. It can't be the fourth generation. If this is true, doesn't it prove that they were wrong before? So the villagers are more willing to believe another saying. It is said that the nine-tailed demon fox has an evil ability and will turn into the person he killed. Once you have sympathy for him, the next person to be eaten is you. This kind of story is absurd, bizarre, and illogical, but it is the mainstream among the villagers and even widely circulated among ordinary ninjas. The big families who know the truth remain silent. So the more Naruto looks like the fourth generation, the more the villagers hate Naruto. Hey, if Naruto has a negative system, it would have exploded and become an immortal at this moment. Naruto doesn't care about these things and still does his own thing. Feeling the evil of the villagers around him, Naruto not only doesn't feel wronged, but even feels ridiculous. No matter how much you dislike me, you have to endure it. If anyone dares to do it, you can go to the root and explain it. I am no longer the Uzumaki Naruto who was bullied. Naruto stopped in front of an ancient door, stood silently at the door, and waited quietly for the door to open. 3, 2, 1. Accompanied by a squeak, the white-eyed girl with a bob came out timidly. Good morning, Hinata-chan. Naruto greeted with a smile, and the smile was so bright that the girl opposite was stunned. Hinata looked at it for a long time before reacting. She immediately lowered her head with a red face and kept playing with her fingers. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Let's go to the ninja school. Naruto said, holding Hinata's hand and running towards the ninja school. Naruto-kun held her hand. Hinata felt her face flushed, her attention was all on her hand, she felt the blood flowing backwards, her brain was dizzy, and she even forgot to breathe. When Naruto touched Hinata's soft little hand, his face changed slightly. He glanced at Hinata's delicate face in an extremely obscure way, where there was a very subtle scar. Training of the Hyuga family. She couldn't bear to hurt her sister and was defeated in the sparring with her sister Hanabi, who was 5 years younger than her. Therefore, she was deprived of the right to inherit the family head. Isn't she the heir of the Hyuga family? That's not bad. Hinata-chan, from today on, you don't have to watch me practice secretly anymore. Practice with me, I'll teach you hand in hand. Hinata was slightly stunned, looking at Naruto's extremely impressive smile to her. At this moment she even forgot to be shy, and nodded vigorously, yet. Then after she finished speaking, in Naruto's surprised eyes, Hinata fainted because she was too shy. Naruto-kun said he wants to practice with me. In the class, a group of girls chattered as usual. The topics discussed were nothing more than handsome, cool, Sasuke and the like. Occasionally, they would discuss Naruto, but mostly about bad things. Putting the fainted Hinata gently on the seat, Naruto said to Sasuke, who was sitting in the row behind him. Sasuke, you are really popular. Tisk, it's really troublesome. It's better to use this time to practice. I haven't fully mastered the fire escape ninjutsu you taught me. Sasuke muttered dissatisfiedly, and then said to Naruto with a little surprise, it's really rare that the real body will come to class today. Sasuke had known about Naruto's use of shadow clones for a long time. His shadow clone technique was not as good as Naruto's. If he used it frequently, the teacher would find out. So Sasuke usually used it every few days. Enjoy this last year of study. I'm afraid you won't be able to experience it again after a year. Naruto said something else, and perhaps only Sasuke understood the meaning. At the end, he added a sentence in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I'm right, right? The beautiful boy at the crossroads. Naruto, Kaori, Sasuke, Neji, and Lee all have corresponding code names. Naruto is Uzumaki, Kaori is Tomi, and Sasuke is the beautiful boy at the crossroads. I told you, don't call me that name. Sasuke's face flushed red, and the classroom was filled with a happy atmosphere. End of this chapter. Chapter 69. My rheumatism is about to flare up again. The root, as always, is buried deep underground. It's just that the root is now a little more popular than before. With the support of the third generation, Danzo quickly recruited a group of ninjas and began to cultivate his root again. Danzo also focused on rebuilding the root. After all, the root was of great significance to Danzo and was the foundation of his life. However, Danzo did not give up on Naruto and still taught Naruto from time to time. Konoha's taijutsu is divided into two types, hard and soft. The soft fist is famous for the Hyuga clan, and the hard fist is represented by Might Guy. As for swordsmanship, the three-moon dance used by Naruto before belongs to another system. Naruto is worthy of the third generation's words, and has a good talent for taijutsu. More than good, whether it is soft, hard or sword, it only takes a very short time to get started. Danzo was soon emptied of his family by Naruto. Except for the 8 gates that only Might Guy knows, Naruto has learned most of Konoha's taijutsu. Naruto defeated 2 root ninjas with a Konoha whirlwind. Danzo clapped his hands and walked out slowly, saying in appreciation, not bad, not bad. With your current taijutsu, Naruto, no one in the entire Konoha can compare to you. Taijutsu. Taijutsu. What's the point of learning that kind of thing? No matter how strong your taijutsu is, you can't block a ninjutsu with your body. How great it would be if you could use such an excellent talent in ninjutsu. How great it would be if you could inherit my wind style. Wind style is obviously the strongest ninjutsu. As a Jinchuriki, you can't even use the chakra of the tailed beasts. You are such a waste, such a waste. I really misjudged you. Danzo cursed madly in his heart, but he had to force a kind smile on his face. Danzo was considering whether he needed to change his strategy or give up Naruto. After all, what's the point of a Jinchuriki who can't use the chakra of the tailed beasts? If he only knows taijutsu, isn't he just a blank ninja? Just having the identity of a Jinchuriki without the power of a Jinchuriki would not help Danzo become Hokage. The idea of simply controlling Naruto directly took over again. Yes, Danzo is so realistic. As long as he can become Hokage, anything can be abandoned. Old Man Danzo, Naruto's call brought Danzo back to reality. What's the matter? Danzo said unhappily, with a hint of impatience in his voice. Then he saw a bright red chakra. What is this? Naruto's palm was wrapped in a layer of red chakra, emitting a hint of ominousness. That was the power of the 9 tails. Naruto Danzo's face changed slightly, and his voice was distorted because of excessive excitement, like a duck with its throat pinched, showing a fake smile that was uglier than crying, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. The speed of turning his face was faster than turning a book. You are worthy of it, Danzo. Danzo looked at the handful of Ninetales chakra in Naruto's hand with fascination, and told Naruto how to use this power while admonishing Naruto tirelessly. "Don't tell Sarutobi, your grandfather the third generation." Hope suddenly ignited in Danzo's heart. When Naruto completely mastered the power of the Ninetales, then... "Sarutobi, I said I would make you regret it. See how you and I can fight." Danzo became more and more excited as he thought about it, as if he saw himself wearing the bamboo hat that belonged to the Hokage, and then loudly saying to the third generation, "I am the Hokage." He couldn't help but stand up and wave his hands vigorously for the last time. Then his knees hurt, and he sat back down. While rubbing his legs, Danzo took out a piece of ointment and applied it. "Damn, my rheumatism is acting up again." The plan to build a base on the surface was rejected again. "Damn Sarutobi, you want to harm me, let's wait and see." Just as Danzo kept complaining in his heart, Naruto, who was standing behind him, winked at a root ninja, and then the root ninja nodded to Naruto and quietly handed him a small scroll. The other root ninjas, whether new or old, acted as if they didn't see it and continued to do their original work. After a while, under Danzo's repeated instructions, Naruto left the root. After finding a place, Naruto opened the scroll after making sure that there was no one around. The scroll was not big, only 18 centimeters wide, and there were many things densely recorded on it, basically what Danzo had done recently, and the conversation records with the third generation. Naruto directly skipped these meaningless contents, scrolled to the bottom of the scroll, and found the information he needed. There is a name recorded on it, Mizuki. So he hasn't been abandoned yet. Naruto was slightly surprised to see the name above. In the original plot, this guy induced Naruto, who failed the ninja school exam, to steal the seal book 1 year later, and was then discovered by Iruka, and finally beaten into a pig head by Naruto's multiple shadow clones. The overall strength is average. In the original plot, he was cursed by Orochimaru and turned into a half-man and half-tiger shape. Even with the curse, his strength is still average. He found the information he wanted to obtain, and the scroll in his hand was covered by light waves, and finally there was nothing left. That's right, Naruto is looking for Orochimaru. In addition to Mizuki, Naruto knows that there is actually another person in Konoha who can contact Orochimaru, which is Kabuto Yakushi, but Kabuto Yakushi's multiple spy identities are too complicated, and it is easy to cause backlash. That night, Mizuki, who finished a day of teaching, dragged his tired body back home. As a man with great ambitions, he didn't like his current job. Teaching children is too boring. Due to his limited ability, Shuimu couldn't be promoted to a special jonin, and could only do this kind of low-level job. He was ambitious enough, but he didn't have the strength to match it. In other words, he couldn't see himself clearly. No wonder Orochimaru would abandon him. Who is it? When Shuimu was about to take off his clothes and take a hot bath, he found that there was a figure beside the window sill. When did you come? Shuimu looked at the figure and quietly took out the kunao. I stood here and didn't move at all. You are too unvigilant. Shuimu, I need you to contact Orochimaru. Naruto didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The root mask on Naruto's face reflected the cold moonlight under the moonlight, which made Shuimu shiver involuntarily. I have always been very good at hiding. When was it exposed? Naruto under the mask rolled his eyes. It was exposed at the beginning. The root ninjas knew about this the day you joined Orochimaru. The root and Umbu have collected quite a lot of intelligence on the Konoha ninjas. Tell Orochimaru that this is the order of Lord Danzo. End of this chapter. Chapter 70. This is what Lord Danzo meant. What does that guy Danzo want me for at this time? After receiving the news from Mizuki, Orochimaru kept speculating on Danzo's intentions. Before, Orochimaru joined an organization, a powerful organization, whose members were all S-level rebels. Even Uchiha Itachi, who was notorious for destroying the entire clan, was one of its members. 2 years ago, Orochimaru attacked Uchiha Itachi because he had a glimpse of the power of the main Jikaya. Sharingan, but was killed in return. Not only was he completely defeated by the opponent in illusion, but he also had one arm chopped off. Losing an arm is equivalent to cutting off most of the combat power for a ninjutsu-type ninja. The grief-stricken Orochimaru had no choice but to give up his original body and use the forbidden technique of reincarnation to reincarnate into someone else. The severed hand was collected by Orochimaru as a warning, and at the same time, he was more eager to obtain the power of the Sharingan. Don't think that Orochimaru is bad at illusion just because he was completely defeated by Itachi. In fact, Orochimaru's illusion is not only not bad, but on the contrary, illusion is one of his most proud abilities. Orochimaru can make people fall into illusions with just momentum and murderous intent. Sasuke during the Chunin exam and Jin'yomaru after the Chunin exam were both trapped in this illusion. In the official book of the Book of the Slayer, Orochimaru's values are Ninja, 10, Tai, 7, Illusion, 10, Wisdom, 10, Strength, 7, Speed, 9, Precision, 7, Seal, 10, Total, 70. Strength and Tai mean that Orochimaru is not good at taijutsu. For this reason, he specially developed a software transformation technique to target taijutsu damage. The value of 7 means that even the lowest value is far beyond that of ordinary people. Illusion 10 means that Orochimaru's illusion ability is the best in the ninja world, and 10 is the highest value. When a certain ability has reached the peak and you are standing at the top of the world, you are defeated by someone in the most ordinary way. Who cannot peak at this power? Who cannot be moved? Although Itachi's brain circuit is different from that of ordinary people, his illusion is really strong. Others have illusion 10 because the illusion has reached 10, Itachi has illusion 10 because the illusion is only 10. Sharingan, why didn't you discover this power earlier? During several ninja wars, Orochimaru had the Uchiha clan under his command more than once. At that time, he was very conceited and felt that the Sharingan and the Byakugan were nothing special. Until he was defeated by Itachi, he took this power seriously. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Not long ago, Orochimaru left the organization. According to Orochimaru, it was because of different ideas. Now the organization is searching for him all over the world. It just happened to be at this time. Although Danzo and Orochimaru kept in touch after his defection, they were not frequent. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes were spinning, constantly speculating and thinking about Danzo's intentions. It seems that Danzo knows something. Want to ask me for information about Akatsuki? Or warn me not to make any small moves? Akatsuki Organization, the name of the organization that Orochimaru joined. Pain, Nagato, who Naruto had previously talked to under the code name Uzumaki, is the leader of the organization. Whatever the purpose is, we'll know it once we meet him. Naruto soon received a reply from Mizuki. 3 days later, at night, at the edge of Konoha. Night, the round moon hangs on the branches, and the soft moonlight fills the earth. Under the moon, Naruto, wearing the root costume, arrives as scheduled with 2 root members. I really don't know if it's a coincidence or something, every time they act at night, it's a full moon night. The moonlight is so beautiful, it would be nice if I could enjoy the moon with Hinata. The Hyuga clan has strict family education, and they are not allowed to go out at will in the middle of the night, even if Hinata has been deprived of the position of heir to the clan leader. In an open space on the border of Konoha village, Orochimaru and his men arrived early, and Naruto recognized him at a glance. Orochimaru in a white kimono was extremely eye-catching in the dark. As an S-level rebel ninja, Lord Orochimaru came to Konoha without disguising himself. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the 3rd generation? For Orochimaru, who has lived in Konoha since he was a child, the barrier of Konoha is no different from a sieve in front of Orochimaru. As long as he wants, he can come and go freely in the entire Konoha village. Not to mention the border of Konoha, even running to the Hokage Rock is not a problem. Whether they can return intact afterwards is another matter. You are late. Facing Naruto's provocative remarks, Orochimaru just waved his hand to appease his subordinates, and then said in his unique and magnetic hoarse voice. "Where is Danzo? Let him come to see me." Do the root ninjas usually talk so much? Danzo has more important things to deal with. From now on, I will be responsible for contacting you. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Who is he? One of the legendary 3 ninjas, Konoha's S-level rebel ninja, the leader of the Sound Village, the cold gentleman Orochimaru. Even though he had worked in the root for a period of time, he always directly contacted Danzo. When will it be the turn of others? Just you. Orochimaru's voice suddenly became cold, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. The terrifying murderous aura instantly filled the entire forest. Orochimaru's strength is not comparable to that of a third-rate character in the Kusagakur village. Even Wuvai, the strongest man in the land of grass, is far behind Orochimaru. His aura is greater than that of a village. What does that guy Danzo mean? If you disrespect Lord Danzo, I can't just sit back and watch, even you are no exception. Even Orochimaru's men trembled under his murderous aura that was not directed at them, but Naruto, who faced the murderous aura, seemed to feel nothing. Instead, he warned. I hope there won't be a next time. Another suggestion for Lord Orochimaru is that this is Konoha, so it's better to restrain yourself. If you release murderous auras so recklessly, it will be very bad if you attract the Umbu. After all, the Umbu is directly under the 3rd generation, and it is still difficult to deal with. Interesting. Seeing that Naruto was not affected by his murderous aura at all, Orochimaru put away his murderous aura and looked at Naruto with interest. I don't know where this guy Danzo came from, it seems that he is the focus of the root. Just like the former Aberame Ryoma. I really envy Konoha, there are so many outstanding talents. I have searched all 5 major countries and only collected a few good seedlings. You barely passed the test. The murderous aura just now was just a test by Orochimaru, the purpose was to test Naruto's strength, and by the way, see if there were any clues to judge Danzo's intentions. If Naruto showed his weakness, even the root Orochimaru would kill him in one breath, and in the future, when facing Danzo's questioning, he would just say that they were rude to him. Not everyone is qualified to talk to him, Orochimaru. Tell me, what do you want to do? The atmosphere eased a little, and a pair of golden snake eyes stared at Naruto. What I'm going to say next is what Danzo-sama meant. End of this chapter. Chapter 71. As expected of Danzo-sama. Danzo wants my research results. Hearing Naruto's request, Orochimaru's face was normal, but it became much gloomier. How did Danzo know that I have made new breakthroughs in the research of impure world reincarnation? That's right, Naruto said to Orochimaru, Danzo-sama knows that you have made some breakthroughs in impure world reincarnation, and he needs the latest research data. So he is interested in my research results. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and said firmly. But this is impossible. What a joke, this is impure world reincarnation, one of Orochimaru's trump cards. Danzo wants it if he wants it. Why? Really? Naruto didn't care about Orochimaru's refusal. He knew that Orochimaru didn't really refuse, but just didn't have enough chips. So he took out a glass bottle from his arms and waved it in front of Orochimaru. Even if we use this thing as an exchange, can't we? She said to Orochimaru with great temptation, Danzo-sama has specifically told you that you are very eager to get this thing. When Orochimaru saw the contents of the bottle clearly, his breathing became heavier and his pupils shrank sharply. Even with his restraint, Orochimaru almost couldn't help but grab it. The murderous intent emanating from Orochimaru made the 2 people from the root beside Naruto step forward slightly and stand between Naruto and Orochimaru, with an expression ready to attack. In the bottle in Naruto's hand, a single Megatama Sharingan lay quietly. That was what Orochimaru wanted most at this moment. Naruto asked Yamanaka-fu to take it from Danzo's collection. The root had no secrets from Naruto, and Danzo's collection was equivalent to Naruto's collection. Naruto didn't care about the Sharingan, which was highly sought after by outsiders. Although according to normal logic, Naruto could evolve the Sharingan into the Samsara Eye if he pressed it. But now, as long as Naruto wants, he can shoot lasers from his eyes at any time, which are powerful and fast. So the meaning of Sharingan to Naruto is that it is okay to have it, but it is not necessary. Be patient, Lord Orochimaru, the thing will be yours sooner or later. As Naruto said this, he put away the bottle containing the Sharingan. It was not until the Sharingan disappeared from his sight that Orochimaru calmed down and recognized the identities of the two roots. Yamano Kaze, a Baramaitagen. Danzo even arranged his left and right hands for them. Sure enough, they are not ordinary roots. Seeing these two people, Orochimaru was more convinced that Naruto was a subordinate carefully cultivated by Danzo, and his dissatisfaction with Danzo also dissipated a little. Although Orochimaru was not wrong, Naruto was indeed carefully cultivated by Danzo, but the details of the side branch were a little distorted. Naruto's next words made Orochimaru's heart jump. Danzo is deeply sorry about your arm. Orochimaru? How could Danzo know? Could it be that there are also roots in that organization? Or Itachi? At this moment, dozens of thoughts flashed through Orochimaru's mind. He kept thinking, trying to restore the truth. It's just that the information is completely different, and there is too little information available. Even if Orochimaru breaks his head, he can't restore the truth. Naruto under the mask narrowed his eyes and smiled like a fox again, as if he could see through Orochimaru's mind, and said affirmatively, "Yes, Orochimaru. It's what you think." Orochimaru? What did I think of? Itachi? Then, without waiting for Orochimaru to ask, Naruto opened his arms, made a very exaggerated gesture, and said in an extremely respectful tone, "There are few things in this world that can be hidden from the omniscient and almighty Danzo." The tone and action are completely like the image of a religious leader. Danzo's fanatic. Orochimaru put this label on Naruto. It is not surprising that powerful ninjas often have a group of followers. Orochimaru also has many fanatics belonging to him. It's just that Danzo's fanatics are still at the root. It's quite rare. The omniscient and almighty Danzo? Hey! Naruto's next sentence almost broke Orochimaru's defense. The arm you gave to Danzo-sama, he likes it very much. My lord asked me to ask you, is that boy okay? Danzo's right hand was given to him by Orochimaru. Danzo implanted the first-generation cells for strength, but he didn't expect that the first-generation cells were too overbearing, so Danzo used an arm full of Sharingan to suppress the first-generation cells. The owner of this arm is a test subject named Shin under Orochimaru. This boy has an extremely special physique and will not have any rejection reaction when any tissue is transplanted into his body. This is one of Orochimaru's biggest secrets. Even Kabuto Yakushi, who is his right-hand man, doesn't know it. Only he and Shin know it. Orochimaru's pupils shrank sharply, and only a black vertical bar remained in his golden pupils. Even Shin. Once is a coincidence, then twice is not a coincidence. Multiple secrets were exposed in succession, and Naruto's words contained a huge amount of information. Even Orochimaru, who had a strong psychological quality, was a little confused. His brain was working at a fast speed, thinking, analyzing, calculating, and constantly recalling some details from the past. Until a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he recalled a trivial detail when Danzo met him. So that's it. Orochimaru seemed to have figured it all out. At this moment, Danzo's image in Orochimaru's heart was instantly much more unfathomable. As expected of a ninja, I really underestimated Danzo before, and he hid so deeply. In fact, Danzo doesn't mind your little tricks behind your back. If it weren't for this arm, I'm afraid the next thing would be much more difficult. Then, as if whispering to himself or to Orochimaru, the time is almost ripe. Time? What time? Becoming a Hokage? As a long-term partner, how could Orochimaru not know what Danzo wanted? Becoming a Hokage was something he dreamed of achieving. But hiding so deeply just for a position of Hokage? It is somewhat unreasonable. Unfortunately, Naruto did not continue here. There are too many mistakes in saying too much. It is best to stop here. No explanation, just let Orochimaru guess. I believe that with his ability of Sien Ten, he will definitely guess a satisfactory answer. Right, Orochimaru? 1 hour later. Naruto flicked the scroll in his hand, and left with the two major faces of the root and the wind, contentedly. Leaving Orochimaru standing there alone in contemplation. As for why it was one person, it was because the subordinates who came with Orochimaru did not live to see the sun the next day. They knew too many secrets and were killed by Orochimaru. Two thick pythons swallowed them into their stomachs bit by bit, and disappeared without a trace with the dissipation of the summoning smoke. What conclusion can Orochimaru draw? To be honest, Naruto was also very curious. The incarnation of the nine-tailed demon fox, it's reasonable to lie to people, right? I was always guessing that Kakarot would appear, so I secretly changed the script. Now you shouldn't be able to guess it. End of this chapter. Chapter 72. I accept your wishes, vote request. In the following days, Naruto used his identity as a key training target of Danzo to get a lot of things from Orochimaru. He is worthy of being a master of forbidden techniques, standing at the top of ninjutsu. Even if others can learn some superficial knowledge from Orochimaru, it will be useful for a lifetime. As long as they don't encounter wall hanging and fighting ordinary ninjas, there will be no problem. Of course, some insignificant things were paid, anyway, it's not a pity to sell Grandpa's land. The root has a lot of things collected, and Hashirama's cells are so big. As the days passed, Naruto's training team changed from just himself at the beginning to Naruto, Neji, Lee, and Sasuke. With Lee and Neji's graduation, it became Naruto and Sasuke again, and now it is Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. In another week, the few people will face the graduation exam of the ninja school. That is also when the dream is about to begin. It is worth mentioning that 3 months ago, there was finally an Uchiha who could withstand the attack of the first level of enlightenment. Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Inahime, Uchiha Taihuo, Uchiha Yashiro, and Uchiha Fugaku. Yashiro was sent to the Ghost Lantern City by Naruto. Izumi and Taihuo were sent to the Snow Country, a poor country in the far north. Tahuo and the fourth went to the Demon Country, and as for Fugaku, Naruto had other arrangements, and more Uchiha would pass the test as time goes by. Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen today. Naruto suggested on the way home. I haven't been there for a long time, and I miss the taste of Ichiraku Ramen. If you ask what food Naruto likes most in Konoha, it must be Ichiraku Ramen. On the one hand, Ichiraku Ramen is really delicious, on the other hand. Tisk, you said you haven't been there for a long time, but it's only been a week. Sasuke pouted and complained, saying dissatisfaction but not refutation. Although Ichiraku Ramen is not so suitable for Sasuke's taste, Naruto likes it. If you don't eat Ichiraku Ramen, then I'll have to do it myself. Except for Ichiraku Ramen, no other store will do Naruto's business. After Naruto finished speaking, the three of them fell silent. It's not that Naruto's cooking is not delicious. On the contrary, Naruto, who has lived alone since childhood, cooks very delicious food. They were silent because no other store would serve Naruto except Ichiraku Ramen. In fact, Sasuke's treatment is not much better than Naruto's. The reputation of Uchiha before was not good, and he didn't offend too many people. It's just that Sasuke has the aura of exterminating the clan and he is very handsome, which attracts a lot of sympathy. Most people won't make things difficult for him. Naruto is different. Naruto is exactly the same as the fourth generation when he was young. Whenever you see Naruto, you will think of the fourth generation, and when you think of the fourth generation, you will think of the nine-tailed fox, and then Naruto. Ranjun. Hinata looked at Naruto with a distressed face, trying to comfort him, but after a few words, she heard a huge roar from her stomach. Gurgle instantly, her face turned red with shame. Ha ha ha, let's go, let's go eat Ichiraku ramen. Naruto laughed and changed the subject, and then added as if he thought of something, Sasuke will treat us. Why me again? You are a money ability user. Since the night of the extermination of the clan, a small part of the Uchiha clan's property has been put into Sasuke's pocket. Even if it is only a small part, the number is extremely large. It is true that he is the money ability user among the three. Uncle Ichiraku, pork bone ramen, miso ramen, and tomato ramen. As soon as he entered the door, Naruto couldn't wait to order. The pork bone ramen was for Naruto himself, the miso ramen was for Hinata, and the tomato ramen was for Sasuke. Okay. Soon, the steaming hot Ichiraku ramen was served, and the three of them were not polite and started to eat it in big mouthfuls. Soon, a mountain of empty bowls piled up in front of the three of them. The three of them ate a total of 80 bowls of Ichiraku ramen, of which 22 bowls were eaten by Naruto, 8 bowls were eaten by Sasuke, and the rest were eaten by Hinata. Since practicing Kame-sen's fluid technique, Naruto and Sasuke's appetite has gradually increased. In the Dragon Ball world, other people who practice Kame-sen Ryu, such as Krillin and Yamcha, don't seem to have a setting of increased appetite, but in the ninja world, regardless of whether they can use chi or not, all those who practice Kame-sen Ryu have increased appetite. In the end, Naruto attributed it to the fact that people in the ninja world have more cells and fast metabolism, so they eat more. But even if their appetite increases, the two of them combined don't eat as much as Hinata alone. Compared to Naruto, Hinata's appetite is more like that of a Saiyan. Hinata, Sasuke, what is your dream? The three of them walked side by side on the streets of Konoha, and Naruto suddenly asked. Sasuke said without thinking, kill that man and revive the Uchiha clan. Sasuke now only wants revenge. Then Naruto turned his head and looked at Hinata. What about Hinata? Hinata kept playing with her fingers, hesitating for a long time and couldn't say a complete sentence. Okay, I know. Naruto nodded seriously at Hinata. Sasuke? What did she say? Sasuke looked at Naruto and then at Hinata, confused. The two seemed to be communicating in some way that he didn't know. Then Naruto gently held Hinata's hand. Holding hands again. Hinata's face flushed instantly, and white smoke began to float from her head. And Naruto's next words made her forget her shyness. If I leave Konoha one day, will you go with me? Huh? Sasuke frowned and looked at Naruto in confusion, thinking he was joking. But Naruto's expression was not fake. Without thinking, he said, I'll go wherever you want to go. Sasuke didn't care where he went, as long as he could become stronger and take revenge. Konoha's position in Sasuke's heart was not as high as Naruto's. Seeing Sasuke's statement, Hinata was also anxious, but she was too nervous to speak. Me too. I want to follow Naruto-kun. Hinata shouted loudly in her heart. It's true that Hinata has parents and a family, but the Hyuga clan's ties to relatives are not deep. After all, there is a hierarchy of the main family and the branch family, so it can't be deep at all. In addition, Hinata's dislike of fighting makes her presence even less than that of Hanabi, who is 5 years younger than her. Especially after being deprived of the qualification of family heir a few years ago, she has become more like a small transparent person in the Hyuga family. In fact, Hinata doesn't like such a family, especially she has seen brother Neji being punished by the main family with the forbidden technique of caged bird more than once. She doesn't like such a family. Besides, if she gets married in the future, she will have the surname Uzumaki. Isn't it right for Uzumaki Hinata to follow her husband and leave? Oh, what am I thinking? Hinata's delicate little face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the white smoke on her head also rose rapidly, and then there was a puff. Before Hinata fainted, Naruto picked her up. Then Hinata fainted in Naruto's arms with a happy face. I accept your wish. Hinata heard Naruto say before she fainted. Please give me some votes during the new book period. End of this chapter. Chapter 73. See you again, big brother from the Umbu. The next day, at ninja school. Today's graduation exam is about the clone technique. Students whose names are read, please come to the stage to take the test. The ninja school teaches 3 ninjutsu in total: transformation technique, substitute technique, and clone technique. The graduation exam must also be one of these 3 ninjutsu. Harano Sakura. As the person with the best theoretical exam results, it is unquestionable that she will be the first to go on stage. Clone technique accompanied by the release of Sakura's chakra, an identical Sakura appeared in front of everyone. Unlike the shadow clone's physical clone, the clone technique only creates an illusion. It only serves as a sleight of hand in the battle. Perfect. Irika gave a very high evaluation. Next is Uchiha Sasuke. Perfect. Soon it was Naruto's turn. Shadow clone technique. Bang. A clone that looks exactly like Naruto appears. Looking at the 2 identical Narutos in front of him, Irika's expression is a bit complicated. Naruto has basically not had any contact with Irika in the past few years in the ninja school, and the words they have said can be counted on one hand. Out of the professional ethics of a ninja teacher, Irika still said, "Excellent, next." Irika has not yet untied his knot. Just like Naruto thought when he first entered the ninja school, whether this knot is untied or not has nothing to do with him. If he is willing to treat me well, he will treat me well, and if he is not willing, it doesn't matter. Thank you, teacher. Naruto said respectfully, and then sat in his seat. Minutes and seconds passed, and soon Irika announced the list of those who passed the exam and distributed the ninja forehead protectors. Half of the students did not pass the graduation exam. Even if the ninja school teaches a total of 3 ninjutsu, there are still a lot of people who fail. Not everyone has the talent of a ninja. Even if it was Naruto in the original work, he would not have passed the test if he had not stolen the Book of Seals and learned the shadow clone technique. Although this was caused by the interference of the Ninetales chakra. After passing the graduation exam, the next step is to divide into classes. Classes are divided into teams of 3 people, usually led by a senior ninja. It has been passed down since the Ninja World War and is considered an old tradition of Konoha. First team. It would be great if I could be in the same class with Naruto-kun. Hinata listened to the information about the class division uneasily, hoping in her heart and praying quietly. Unfortunately, her hope is likely to be dashed. Do you think the class division is determined by grades? Just like Hinata's class is composed of Shino Aberame and Kiba Inyazuka, the members are assigned to the reconnaissance class. Another meaningful group is the Inoshikajo trio of the 10th team. As for the class Naruto is in, Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Harano Sakura. A group of Uchiha are very stupid and uncontrollable. What if it is just one Uchiha? The Sharingan has a natural suppression on the tailed beasts, which has the same effect as the Uzumaki clan's diamond seal. It is not without this idea to arrange Sasuke and Naruto together. As expected, Naruto glanced expressionlessly at Harano Sakura, who was ecstatic because she was assigned to the same group with Sasuke. There is a saying that Harano Sakura's family is not simple. This saying is that since the death of the second-generation Hokage, the Senjo chose to enter the world, changed his appearance and integrated into the villagers of Konoha, and the Senjo clan disappeared. Sakura has the blood of the Senjo clan in her body, so Tsunade is willing to accept her as her apprentice. According to this statement, the composition of Team 7 is Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju. As for how true this statement is, Naruto doesn't know. Anyway, Senju is really gone. What a pity. Sasuke looked at Hinata with a little regret. If possible, Sasuke also hopes that Hinata can be assigned to the same group with them. As a member of Naruto's training team, Sasuke recognizes Hinata's strength, and the Byakugan is really advantageous in reconnaissance. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned. Naruto is in the same group with him, but there is one more. Suzuki looked at the pink-haired figure and fell into deep thought. Harano Sakura? Who? From our class? At the same time, after hearing the composition of Team 7, Hinata paused in her heart and couldn't help but slap the table. Pa! Under the shocked gazes of others, with Hinata's palm as the origin, the table cracked from all directions and finally turned into a pile of debris. Hinata won't become the violent Hinata of the limited Tsukuyomi world. But that kind of Hinata seems to be quite exciting. At the same time, the boys thought in their hearts, it's over, the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan was infected by that. One after another, the Jonin began to leave with their team members. Members of the 8th team, follow me. The one who said this was a red-eyed beauty about 25 or 26 years old. This was the leader of Hinata's team, Kurane Yui, who had just been promoted to Jonin. This was the last test after the class division. The test was conducted by the leader Jonin, with an elimination rate of up to 66%. A real genin test. Hinata reluctantly said goodbye to Naruto and left the classroom with her two teammates. In fact, it was a good choice for Hinata to be assigned to Naruto's 7th group. The combination of Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga is not bad. Obviously, the combination of 2 melee fighters and 1 scout is better than the whole scout team in terms of allocation. The team leaders arrived one after another, and soon there were only members of Team 7 in the whole classroom. Suzuki and Naruto were staring at each other, and the whole classroom was quiet. Harano Sakura felt that she needed to ease the atmosphere. Why hasn't our Jonin teacher come yet? Did he have an accident on the way? Suzuki. Naruto. The classroom continued to be quiet. Ha ha ha! Sakura saw that no one paid attention to her, so she forced a smile and laughed, and kept roaring in her heart. Sakura, ah! Suzuki ignored me, it's so embarrassing. It's such a good opportunity. Naruto gave Suzuki a look, you take her later. Suzuki rolled his eyes, no way. She's so annoying. You take her. Naruto continued to signal Suzuki with his eyes, what if she is your future wife? Suzuki glanced at Sakura without leaving a trace. No, she is too weak and not pretty. Suzuki refused 3 times without thinking. If Sakura knew, she would be so sad. It was so interesting. Just when the two were having fun with their eyes, there was a creak and the door of the classroom was pushed open. A decadent white-haired man with a mask and dead fish eyes came in. After looking up and down at the 3 people, he said, "How should I put it? My first impression of you." Before he finished speaking, Naruto's voice rang out. "See you again, big brother of the Umbu." Yo! Kakashi raised his hand towards Naruto as a response. Looking at the familiar face and smile, a rare smile appeared in his dead fish-like eyes. Not bad. End of this chapter. Chapter 74. Worthy of being the teacher's wife's child. The 4 of them came to the rooftop of the ninja school. Kakashi looked at the 3 of them and said, "Then let's introduce ourselves first. What do you like, what do you hate, what do you dream about, what do you like, you can say it." Seeing that no one answered, Harano Sakura took the lead and said, "Teacher, let's be an example first." "Me? My name is Hatake Kakashi. I keep my likes and dislikes secret. I don't have any dreams. As for my interests, I have quite a lot. You don't know anything except my name?" Sakura complained crazily in her heart. Suzuki said it didn't matter, and Naruto spoke up. Konoha's Jonin Hatake Kakashi graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, and was promoted to Jonin at the age of 12. He is known as Konoha's #1 technician copy ninja Kakashi. Both his strength and mission completion rate are among the top few among Konoha's ninjas. "Big brother from the Umbu, I've seen your information from old man Danzo." Danzo. Kakashi caught a key word. What's going on? Why is the teacher's child with Danzo? Teacher Kakashi is so powerful. Sakura was surprised. At first, she thought this dead-eyed teacher was unreliable. After listening to Naruto's introduction, her eyes lit up instantly, and he even directly added the word teacher to the title. I can be assigned to this group with Suzuki. Such a great teacher, it's really great. Suzuki was also shocked. He was shocked by Kakashi's promotion speed. Graduated at the age of 5, Chunin at the age of 6, Jonin at the age of 12. This speed is faster than Itachi. But why does it feel that he is weaker than Itachi? Even if Suzuki can't practice chi, he has practiced Kame-sen's fluid technique and can more or less judge the strength of his opponent. It's not a wise choice to reveal the information of ninjas casually. Kakashi said in a low voice, looking at Naruto, as if he would be angry in the next second. Naruto still smiled and responded, "We are a group now, I am just sharing information." Share information? You must have discovered something, you are worthy of being the teacher's child. You will be the next one to introduce yourself. Kakashi pointed at Naruto. Me? Naruto blinked and said, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like to practice. I don't hate anything. If I hate someone, I will beat him up myself. My dream is to become a great man like the fourth Hokage." He showed his signature bad smile, twisted his wrist, and made a sound like frying beans. "What's my hobby? Beating sand coins. To become a great man like the fourth Hokage? But this rough personality and this smile are just like the master's wife. Well, he is worthy of being the master's wife's child." Kakashi thought of his master's wife's hot temper and suddenly felt a headache. I hope Naruto didn't completely inherit the master's wife's temper. Otherwise, there will be something to suffer in the future. It's hard to say whether Naruto has inherited Kushina's hot temper. After all, the previous Naruto was a bully who would tear off other people's roofs if he was provoked, and he had a strong desire for revenge. So barbaric, worthy of being a bully. Rika thought so and gave Naruto a thumbs up. "It's my turn. Uchiha Suzuki, I like to practice and become stronger, I hate troublesome women. I don't have any dreams, that kind of thing is just talk, I'm not interested." Suzuki said, crossing his hands in front of his lips, his eyes gradually cold. "I have an ambition, I want to revive the Uchiha clan, and then kill that man." Kakashi showed an expression of as expected when he heard it, and as for Harano Sakura, only the word cool remained in her mind. Naruto glanced at Suzuki without leaving a trace. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan was not really exterminated, otherwise if Suzuki wanted to revive the Uchiha clan alone, he would have to dye his hair yellow first and give birth to dozens of little Suzukis to become the #1 stud in the ninja world. Finally, it's the girl's turn. Kakashi turned his eyes to Harano Sakura. "My name is Harano Sakura, I like, should I say, the dream of the person I like is, should I say it?" Harano Sakura said shyly and glanced at Suzuki next to her, and then found that Suzuki was also looking at her. Then, "Ah!" Suzuki looked confused, "What's wrong?" Kakashi, Girls at this age, love is indeed more important than ninjutsu. Naruto continued to communicate with his eyes, "Look, I'll tell you, you take care of her in the future." Suzuki rolled his eyes again, "No, I hate to trouble weak women. And the forehead is too wide." "Okay, that's all for the self-introduction." Kakashi clapped his hands and got straight to the point. "The mission will officially begin tomorrow. The first mission, survival drill." Suzuki nodded, then looked at Naruto. Naruto understood, he asked, "Where?" "Konoha number 44 training ground. Gather at 5 o'clock and don't be late." Suzuki nodded, then looked at Naruto again. "Naruto," he said, "Okay." Kakashi. And then, there was nothing else. "Don't you have anything else to ask?" Kakashi looked like you're asking me something, but Harano Sakura was obsessed with Suzuki's beauty, while Suzuki and Naruto continued to communicate with their eyes, and no one paid any attention to him. Seeing Kakashi standing there for a long time, Naruto said, "Big brother from the Umbu, is there anything else? Kakashi was silent for a while. Remember to bring ninja tools and don't eat breakfast. Otherwise, you will vomit. Kakashi tried to look serious, but it didn't work. End. Kakashi sighed helplessly in his heart and turned his head to Naruto. Call me Kakashi teacher from now on. Naruto nodded seriously. Okay, big brother from the Umbu. Standing on the roof and looking at the three people below, Kakashi rubbed his temples. My group of students looks like a headache, and I'll be busy in the future. After the brief exchange just now, he also had a general understanding of the personalities of the three. It seems that there are 3 people in a group, but in fact, Team 7 is divided into 2 groups. Sasuke and Naruto are in one group, and Sakura is independent of the 2. To be more precise, she is excluded by the 2. Kakashi is not blind. Naruto and Sasuke are flirting there without concealing their love. Only Haruno Sakura, who is in a state of infatuation, does not know it. Kakashi thought of his former teammates. Every time he and Obito had a conflict, it was Rin who acted as a buffer, and with the mediation of Minato teacher, they could always live in peace. The current situation of Team 7 is much worse than that of the Minato team at the beginning. It's really a headache. The genin teams are all assigned by the 3rd generation himself. Maybe there is some deep meaning behind the arrangement of the Hokage. Sasuke. Soon after the opening of the ninja school, Naruto called Sasuke, I'll go to your house tonight. Sasuke? Looking at Sasuke's puzzled eyes, Naruto continued leisurely. You should know some things. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 Indra, I'm your brother Ashura. Nanhi Shrine. This is where our Uchiha clan worships. Because no one has taken care of it for many years, the inside and outside of the shrine have long been overgrown with weeds and unknown plants. Pulling off the creeper on the gate, Sasuke gently pushed open the door of the shrine, and dust fell like a rainstorm. What are we doing here? The shrine is a place to worship gods. It is also considered to be the place where gods live, and can also be used to worship ancestors. Nanhi Shrine is the place where the Uchiha clan worships their ancestors. It has a very long history and can be traced back to the origin of the Uchiha clan. Every New Year and festival, the Uchiha clan will come here to worship under the leadership of the clan leader. The area of the shrine is not large, and you can see the end at a glance. After looking around, Sasuke said, there is nothing here. Having grown up with Uchiha, Sasuke is no stranger to Nanga Shrine. When he was a child, he accidentally knocked over the ancestral tablet of his ancestors, and was caught and beaten by Fugaku. There is a secret room here. Naruto said slowly. Sasuke looked like you are kidding me. This is my home, where I have played since I was a child. I don't know if there is a secret room. Then Naruto opened the secret room hidden in the shrine in Sasuke's unbelieving eyes. Sasuke? How come I don't know? Sasuke knew that there was such a gathering place in the clan, but he had never been there. He didn't expect it to be in this Nanga shrine. After all, only Uchiha with open eyes are qualified to participate in the clan meeting. Although Sasuke is the son of the clan leader, he is not qualified without opening his eyes. The area of the secret room is not large, similar to the shrine above. The interior decoration is also very simple, and can even be described as plain. There are many scrolls scattered on the ground, mostly Uchiha's fire escape secrets and Uchiha's internal documents. The Uchiha clan emblem is engraved on the left and right sides, and a stone tablet stands in the center. Open the Sharingan. Naruto pointed at the ancient-looking stone tablet. Look at the content on it. Sasuke now has almost unconditional trust in Naruto, and immediately opened the 3 Megatama to look at the stone tablet. What is this? Under the 3 Megatama Sharingan, the densely packed ghostly talismans gradually turned into words that Sasuke could understand. Naruto asked, can you understand it? Sasuke saw that Naruto didn't seem to understand, so he slowly read out loud. A god divided yin and yang into 2 poles, and in order to seek stability, when the two poles return to one, you can get all things in the universe. Okay, the content above is wrong. Sasuke, who was looking at the content of the stone tablet intently, was stunned and cast a questioning look at Naruto. Naruto patted the stone tablet and continued, "The content has been tampered with." Sasuke had countless questions in his mind. Why did Naruto know the secret room of Uchiha? Why did Naruto know that the content on the stone tablet was wrong long ago? Why? But Naruto didn't say it, so Sasuke didn't ask. Uchiha is the descendant of the Six-Path Sage. The opening was like a thunderbolt, and Naruto's first sentence made Uchiha Sasuke stunned. This stone tablet was actually left to Uchiha by the Six-Path Sage. To be precise, it was left to his son. Six-Path Sage? What's wrong? Did you get into myths? The Six-Path Sage, which dates back more than 1,000 years, is indeed a myth to normal people. Let me tell you a story. More than 1,000 years ago, the Six-Path Sage ended the war and founded the ninja clan. He had 2 children in his life, the eldest son Ashura, who inherited the body of the sage, and the second son Indra, who inherited the eyes of the sage. Naruto narrated the story of the Six-Path Sage in a very concise language, but slightly modified some details, such as the eldest son was actually Indra, and the second son was Ashura. Because of different ideologies and the instigation of a villain, Indra and Ashura stood on opposite sides. The struggle between the two has continued to their descendants. The Senju is the descendant of Ashura, and the Uchiha clan is the descendant of Indra. The descendants of the two have always been enemies. Until the first generation of Hokage came out of nowhere, ending the war again and eliminating the war between clans. He established the ninja village, and the Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga and other families joined one after another, and then we have the current Konoha. After Naruto finished speaking, he quietly waited for Sasuke to digest this information. Sasuke closed his eyes for a long time before slowly opening them, looking at Naruto with a burning gaze and said, "Whether it is the Six-Path Sage, Indra, or Ashura, it doesn't matter what happened 1,000 years ago. Why do you know so much?" "Yes, he is right." "Brat, why do you know so much?" The Ninetales in the sealed space also asked at the same time. He knows the Six-Path Sage, Indra, and Ashura. Apart from the order of seniority, Kyuubi can be sure that Naruto is not lying. In Kyuubi's cognition, Indra is the elder brother, and Ashura is the younger brother. So Naruto is the younger brother. The question is, how does Naruto know these things? It happened more than 1,000 years ago, and what he said sounded like the truth. Kyuubi was lying on the soft cushion in the sealed space, staring at Naruto's spirit body rolling on him with curiosity. Ever since Naruto was able to change the internal scene of the sealed space, this guy Kyuubi has been asking Naruto to change it. Whenever he sees something new in the outside world, he will ask Naruto to give him one. For example, now he has his eyes on a plush cushion, and he insisted that Naruto get him a super large one. Now he likes to roll on this plush cushion the most. Naruto, who was lying on Kyuubi's belly, looked up at Kyuubi and said in an extremely serious tone, "Kyuubi, do you know that you talk in your sleep?" Kyuubi widened his eyes and shook his head wildly. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could I do such a tasteless thing?" Naruto said seriously, "But you told me all these, after you fell asleep." "Kyuubi? You also told me that you often trouble Shikaka because you were in the desert once." "Okay, stop talking." The Ninetales covered his face with one claw and tried to cover Naruto's mouth with the other claw. "Don't tell other tailed beasts about my sleep talking." "Okay. Wait." The Ninetales reacted after a while and pointed at Naruto and shouted, "Stinky brat, I almost got fooled by you again. Some of them are secrets that even I don't know. How did you know them?" "Hee." Naruto smiled foolishly and tried to get away with it. The Ninetales didn't buy his trick. "Hee, what a joke, laugh at me. Of course I know so much because..." Naruto paused here, dragged the tail sound for a long time, whetting the appetite of Suzuki and the nine tails, and then slowly opened his mouth to continue. Indra, I am your brother Ashura. End of this chapter. Chapter 76. What is for, Unai-chan? Because I am your brother, Indra. Because I am your brother, Indra. Suzuki was full of ugliness, and this sentence echoed in his mind. Are you Ashura, the eldest son of the six-path sage? Suzuki pointed at Naruto blankly, and when he saw Naruto nod, he pointed at himself again. I am the second son Indra. Seeing Naruto nod again, Suzuki was silent. Reincarnated brother, it's so sudden, I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. Suzuki looked at Naruto in confusion, and tentatively called out, brother. Oh, dear. Suzuki woke up instantly, his face as black as a coal ball. According to Naruto, because the Uzumaki clan is also the offspring of Ashura, Ashura reincarnated into him, and awakened part of the memory of the previous life, and found his chakra. Then he found his younger brother, the reincarnation of Indra, Uchiha Suzuki. So that time in the hospital, he said that he was his brother. Therefore, Naruto's physical skills are so strong because he inherited the body of a sage. Not only Suzuki thinks so, the nine tails sealed in Naruto's body also thinks so. No wonder I feel that your chakra smells a bit familiar. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed the smell of Ashura's chakra. It is reasonable, well-founded, and convincing. It looks like shit. It's true that Uzumaki Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra in the original work, but I am not. Now where Ashura's chakra is, Naruto doesn't know, anyway, it's not in his body, who knows where it has been reincarnated. The Ninetales thinks it looks like it, purely because he was fooled by Naruto. The preconceived notion makes the Ninetales feel as if it is the case. In fact, the reason why Naruto is so strong is because he practiced Kame-sensei's fluid technique and cultivated his chi. So brother Suzuki was stuck halfway through shouting, and he couldn't say it anyway. There was an inexplicable emotion in his heart that was very repulsive to calling Naruto brother. Although she didn't hate Naruto, she was very reluctant to call him brother. Could it be that, as Naruto said, she was the reincarnation of her younger brother Indra? Suzuki showed a rare trace of guilt on his face. The first thing he did after awakening his past life memory was to come to him, but he didn't even want to call him brother. It was really bad. If you find it difficult to open your mouth, just call me Naruto. Naruto was very generous and patted Suzuki's shoulder with an expression that said I understand, I know, I understand. Looking at Naruto like this, Suzuki felt even more guilty and secretly vowed to be nicer to Naruto in the future. And Naruto was so happy that he almost fainted. The last thing I want to say is that the villain who provoked the relationship between the two of us. No matter how happy he was in his heart, Naruto's face was very serious, according to my investigation over the years. I found that the guy is still alive. Suzuki was shocked when he heard this. If what Naruto said was true, wouldn't that mean that this guy lived for hundreds of years? What the hell is this? Although he hid it very well, there are still some clues left. There are traces of his secret intervention in the 3 ninja wars before and after. Ninja World War. This term is too far away for Suzuki. Let alone the Ninja World War, he has not even experienced a few regular battles. I suspect that the death of the first and second generations is related to him. The first generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju and Madara in the Valley of the End, he died not long after the war. With Senju Hashirama's vitality, he would die in his prime, which is simply unbelievable. The death of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama was even more inexplicable. He possessed a highly maneuverable space-time ninjutsu such as the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, but he died together with the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn of the Kumo Ninja Village during the separation process. The little strength shown by Golden Horn and Silver Horn in the later period could not make them die together with the second Hokage. Maybe it was because of the Six Paths Noble Phantasm? Regardless of whether it was Heiju's fault or not, let's put a label on it first. Establish a powerful enemy for Sasuke. After hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke's expression darkened. Then do you know his purpose? The enemy is very strong, but you are very weak. Sasuke seemed to have returned to that night of genocide. The feeling of being helpless in front of that person was really terrible. I don't know, there is too little known information. Naruto shook his head. What is certain is that this guy must be secretly planning some shocking conspiracy. Sasuke then asked, what should I do? You just need to practice hard and become stronger with peace of mind. Teach the rest to my brother. Naruto's chest thumped as he spared no effort to take advantage of Sasuke. Sasuke. I just need to practice with peace of mind. Is it because I'm too weak? Indra, you haven't awakened your previous memories yet, but you will become very powerful when you awaken. Naruto comforted. If Sasuke really awakens the memory of Indra, the first thing he will do is to kill Naruto with a knife. I told you not to use mind reading on me. I really don't know how to do that. Liar. The meeting between Zhou Ming and Zhou Ming lasted until the early morning. Since it was too late, Naruto stayed at Sasuke's house, since his house had more houses anyway. Sasuke, who was lying on the bed, glanced at the room where Naruto was. The family finally has some popularity. Thinking this, Sasuke got into bed, looked at the ceiling above his head, and fell into deep thought. Brother? The next day, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Haruno Sakura stood alone in the 44th training ground. A cold wind blew by, making her tremble all over. Li Ying was furious. Where are the people? Where are the people? Where the hell did they all die? It was not until 9 o'clock that Sasuke and Naruto arrived. Sorry Sakura. Naruto said to Haruno Sakura with a smirk, just now we too lost our way on the road of life. You won't mind, right? It's okay. Haruno Sakura tried her best to act like a lady in front of Sasuke. I've just arrived. Sakura kept roaring in her heart. Is this the reason why you let an invincible young girl stand in this damn place so early in the morning? Gas. Die. Old. Mother. Got it. Shivering and cold, when will Sakura stand up? Where is Kakashi-sensei? Haruno Sakura felt that her anger could no longer be suppressed, so she tried to change the topic to distract her. The world is so wonderful, but I am so irritable. This is not good, not good. Well, isn't this coming? Naruto pursed his lips in the direction outside the training ground. That white-haired man who arrived belatedly was someone else if he wasn't Kakashi. Hey, good morning. Kakashi raised his right hand and greeted the three of them. I just lost my way on the road of life. Nonsense. Haruno Sakura could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, and without caring about maintaining the image of a lady, she pointed at Kakashi and shouted loudly, even the excuses are exactly the same. And they said you were not colluding. Sasuke picked his ears and said, this woman is so noisy, it's really annoying. Why is this chapter under review? End of this chapter. Chapter 77 Wind Escape Typhoon Breakthrough. Exactly the same. Upon hearing this, Kakashi glanced back and forth at the three of them, and finally landed on Naruto. Big brother of Umbu, you are the notoriously late king of Konoha. Kakashi sighed when he heard this. The thing I was most worried about happened. Knowing that Kakashi was late was nothing, the problem was that Naruto didn't tell Sakura. Regarding the issue of Danzo, Kakashi went to see the third generation yesterday. The third generation told him that Naruto had been taught by Danzo for a period of time. Taught by Danzo? If that's the case, it makes sense. Kakashi once stayed at the root for a period of time. It was an unbearable past and he almost fell into darkness. For Danzo and the roots, no one has more say than Kakashi. It's over. My image is over. Haruno Sakura was immersed in the annoyance of her own image being shattered. What she didn't know was that Sasuke didn't care at all. I have 2 bells here. It is your task to snatch them away before 12 noon. Kakashi said as he took out an alarm clock from his pocket. Those who cannot grab the bell within the stipulated time are not eligible for lunch and will be tied to this wooden stake. There are only 2 bells, so someone is destined to be tied up. In other words, one of the 3 of you is destined to be eliminated. Kakashi tried his best to create a perfect atmosphere, but except for Haruno Sakura, who was frightened by him, Naruto and Sasuke were not affected at all. Euros, grab the bell, I miss it very much. 4 generations of trouble, he had to say something. He went out to do something some time ago and has not returned yet. But he can't stay for long and will leave again soon. After all, the 4th Hokage is one of the few people Naruto can trust. It was Obito who was tied to the stake, as if it happened yesterday. The 4th Hokage said with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Then Kakashi continued, it doesn't matter if you use shuriken, you can't get the bell without the determination to kill me. After hearing this, Naruto glanced at him. Are you serious? If you can take my serious punch and not die, I will lose. Unfortunately, Kakashi can't read minds, and doesn't know what Naruto is thinking. Are you ready? If you are ready, practice. He pressed the switch of the alarm clock. Start. As Kakashi's voice fell, Haruno Sakura took the lead and went into the woods to hide. Naruto and Sasuke stood in place. Are you so confident in your own strength? Kakashi glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, who were still standing there, and took out a book with the words 18R printed on it from the pouch on his waist, and the name was Little Lube in the Paradise of Intimacy, and began to read it lazily. After all, I am a jonin. I'll play with you. Although he seemed careless on the surface, in fact, his attention was all on Naruto. If you are careless, you will really lose your life. Kakashi still remembered what the 3rd generation told him before leaving. The 3rd generation's Umbu was like a sieve in front of Danzo, and Danzo's roots were also like this in front of the 3rd generation. Danzo thought that Naruto's mastery of the power of the 9 tails could be hidden from the 3rd generation. Little did he know that everything was in the hands of the 3rd generation. What kind of surprise can the teacher's child bring me? Teacher Kakashi, be careful. Naruto kindly reminded him, and rarely called him the big brother of the Umbu. In the corner of Kakashi's eyes, Naruto actually began to make hand seals. As Konoha's top technician, Kakashi can make 4 hand seals per second, which is the fastest speed in the ninja world. Itachi's hand seal speed is even more exaggerated, reaching 6 per second, and almost any ninjutsu can be cast instantly. Now Naruto is even more powerful, his hand seal speed. 1 seal in 2 seconds. At least it is better than the original 8 seconds per seal. What are these seals? Hey, take Kakashi, who has copied thousands of ninjutsu, recognized the ninjutsu that Naruto was about to release at a glance. Wind style, great breakthrough. Sea-level ninjutsu, which can spit out wind from the mouth, can blow away the enemy and achieve the effect of containment. The ninjutsu itself does not have much lethality and is the most basic ninjutsu among wind-style ninjutsu. It was one of the few ninjutsu that Naruto could perform after training with Danzo for so long. Naruto just learned slowly and had no talent. In addition, he didn't like the troublesome things like making hand seals, so he was not the kind of ninjutsu that could not perform any good moves. The power of the Great Breakthrough ranked last among the many ninjutsu of wind style, but it had a wider range. It was not a big problem if you paid a little attention. It should be to use wind style Great Breakthrough to create interference and then attack. Just pay attention to Naruto's subsequent movements. I heard that he is very good at physical skills. Kakashi thought so, and he regretted it the next moment. Wind style Great Breakthrough has a characteristic that the size of the wind is linked to the chakra of the caster. And Naruto is now at the chakra level. A fierce hurricane blew out of Naruto's mouth. In an instant, sand and stones flew, and leaves were blown by the wind. Then the wind became stronger and stronger, and from time to time there was the sound of crackling when branches broke. Then the stone pillar as high as a person began to move slowly under this strong wind, and finally floated out. Kakashi's eyes widened, and the next moment he exerted force on his feet. Chakra burst out in an instant under his feet, and he used all his strength to use the instant body technique, trying to escape from Naruto's ninjutsu range. However, the range of Naruto's ninjutsu was too large, and he couldn't avoid it at all. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi made a seal at a very fast speed, and it was completed almost instantly. He slapped his hands on the ground, and a stone wall rose up, blocking Kakashi. The bare stone wall didn't even have the iconic dog head, so you can imagine how urgent the situation was. Unfortunately, even the earth flow wall couldn't stop Naruto's breakthrough. It only lasted less than 10 seconds before it fell apart. Earth Style, Earthquake Core. Kakashi reacted quickly and made a seal again, but this time he didn't use the earth flow wall to make a stone wall, but chose the earthquake core that could change the terrain. The ground under Kakashi's feet dropped rapidly, forming a pit, and Kakashi hid in this pit. 1 minute, a full minute passed before Naruto's ninjutsu was barely over. When Kakashi climbed out of the pit, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The tree that one person could hug was uprooted, huge rocks flew everywhere, and the entire ground of the number 44 training ground was overturned. You told me this was a wind escapee big breakthrough? This is clearly a wind escapee typhoon breakthrough. The sea-level ninjutsu reached the destructive power above the A-level. Kakashi really didn't know what expression to use. If you are careless, you will really lose your life. The instructions of the third generation before leaving appeared in his mind again. You are worthy of being the third generation. Not to mention Kakashi, Sakura hiding in the dark is completely messed up. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Is this my teammate? Naruto, you said I should go first. Sasuke. On the side had already looked like he was used to it, and even a little dissatisfied. What should I do if you kill him? Last night, the two agreed to use Kakashi to test Sasuke's growth during this period. Sorry, Sasuke. I just want to do it. Naruto patted his head and said apologetically. I'll try the ninjutsu. After all, I mastered it with great difficulty. Anyway, Teacher Kakashi wasn't injured. The rest of the time is up to you, assistant. Don't call me with such a strange name. End of this chapter. Chapter 78 4.15 to 4.22 Reward Thanks List. It is expected to be launched on May 1st, which means it will be officially launched on Sunday next week. After confirming this news, I will make a separate statement on the launch. I just finished typing and sorted out the recent reward list. Due to the problem of background data display, some handsome guys and pretty girls may not be on the list. The actual number of people must be more. I apologize here. But your support is the biggest motivation for the author to update. Once again, I wish all the handsome and beautiful people to earn more W this year and find the one they like. Thanks to Attack on Demiao-sama for 1,500 starting coins. Thanks to Mass Production and Cutting Gundam for 500 starting coins. Thanks to a slightly knowledgeable anime lover for 500 starting coins. Thanks to Grand Blue for 500 starting coins. Thanks to Lingfeng Yushu for 500 starting coins. Thanks to Light and Shadow Arc for 500 starting coins. Thanks to Zizio Hao for 100 starting coins. Thanks to Wyack for 100 starting coins. Thanks to Book Friends 201905222320338991 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Yo 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 This Is Not Yao Biang 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Glorious Zhao 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Generally Boring Existence 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Trapped Into a Fool 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Don't Like to Eat Coriander 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Whispering Wee Meow 100 starting coins reward. Thanks to Huang Rong Rong 100 starting coins reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 79 What is the speed of the paw? Change people. Naruto and Sasuke hit each other with one palm, Naruto stood silently at the back, and Sasuke walked forward. After experiencing Naruto's typhoon breakthrough, Kakashi put away his contempt, put away the intimate paradise that was blown to the cover with a distressed look, and looked at Sasuke seriously. Sasuke can't be as strong as Naruto. Don't worry, Kakashi teacher. Sasuke is not as strong as me, and he doesn't know the ninjutsu I just used. Sasuke's chakra attributes are thunder and fire, and he naturally knows almost nothing about wind escape ninjutsu. Naruto continued, the ninjutsu just now really consumed a lot of chakra, and it actually consumed 1% of my chakra. Fortunately, it will recover now. Kakashi, I was offended. Humph, I'm indeed not as strong as Naruto, and I don't know wind escape ninjutsu. Sasuke admitted very generously. After training together for so long, Sasuke admired Naruto the most in the whole village. Has anyone seen Konoha village at 3 or 4 in the morning? Naruto sees it almost every day. That almost crazy training method made Sasuke admire it very much. Looking at Kakashi, Sasuke slowly opened a scroll in the ninja bag, but Kakashi teacher, if you want to underestimate me because of this. Kakashi, when did I underestimate you? Accompanied by a burst of white smoke, a short sword appeared in Sasuke's hand. Naruto basically gave Sasuke a copy of the swordsmanship and physical skills he learned from Danzo, plus some secret skills he got from Kizuna Castle and other places. Sasuke is now quite strong. Be careful or you will suffer a big loss. The next moment Sasuke disappeared from the spot, and he approached Kakashi at a super fast speed. Hey, why don't you listen to others? Kakashi took out a kunai from the ninja bag on his waist, and disappeared from the spot the next second. Ding, ding, clang. The air was filled with dense ding-dang sounds, which were the sounds produced by the intersection of ninja swords and kunai. Sasuke and Kakashi were competing in physical skills or swordsmanship at super high speed at the same time. Kakashi has been learning family swordsmanship since he was a child, and he was promoted to a jonin at the age of 12. He also appeared as a physical ninja at the beginning. Unfortunately, he lost one eye due to Kunnajo Panroku, and replaced it with his friend's Sharingan. He gave up the swordsmanship he was proud of and turned to ninjutsu. Kakashi is not a member of the Uchiha clan, so this Sharingan cannot be closed, and it consumes the chakra in his body all the time, causing Kakashi to often lack blue in battle. Because of the mist ninja incident, he killed his teammate Nohara Rin with his own hands and fell into confusion and darkness. He fell into endless self-blame and couldn't get out of it, and began to half-abandon himself. The former genius has become a decadent salted fish who only knows how to read R18 novels. Even so, Kakashi's physical skills are quite powerful at this time, and the three values are, Physical 8, Strength 7, Speed 8. Such values can also be mixed in the upper reaches of Konoha. It's just a little weak. After the short sword and kunai collided again, Sasuke and Kakashi retreated to the side in tacit understanding. Looking at Kakashi, Sasuke said, "You are strong. You are strong. It's a very perfect Konoha-style swordsmanship. If it weren't for the lack of some experience, I'm afraid I can't deal with it." Looking at Sasuke holding the short sword now, Kakashi seemed to see his former self. The same skill in swordsmanship, the same far superior to his peers, the same handsomeness. What happened just now? Haruno Sakura looked confused. With her dynamic vision, she couldn't see the fight between the two. But she was not stupid, and she reacted now. Sasuke is worthy of it. He can evenly fight with Kakashi teacher. Naruto saw the whole battle process clearly, and he frowned slightly. Sasuke was slightly at a disadvantage in the battle just now. However, this was just a tentative attack, and neither of them had really put in any effort. Come again. Sasuke's cool and handsome face showed a rare excitement. He could fight with a senior ninja without losing. Am I so strong now? Itake. You're next. At this moment, Sasuke was full of confidence, as if he had turned into a speedster. The actual situation was that Kakashi let him go. He was no longer a pure physical ninja. Ninjutsu, physical skills, and illusion were all areas he was good at. He also knew a little about summoning, barrier, sealing, and even the 8 gates. In addition, he had copied thousands of ninjutsu. No matter what type of ninja he met, no matter what special abilities he had, he could deal with them. This was also the origin of his title of Hey Take 50-50. He could beat anyone he met. Now he was a standard hexagonal warrior. The only shortcoming was that his chakra was too little. Just a little bit, and it's gone once it's released. In the battle with Sasuke, Kakashi only used pure physical skills. A series of dense sound of gongs and drums, in just a few breaths, Sasuke and Kakashi fought several times. The simple attack and defense battle was almost evenly matched. Sasuke won because of his swift attack, one wave after another like a tide. Kakashi's advantage was that his speed was always faster than Sasuke, so that every attack of Sasuke could be blocked by Kakashi. 3-day moon dance. After a long time of attack, Sasuke also started to get serious. His figure was seen to be divided into 3, and the 3 Sasukes slashed at Kakashi from the left, right, and above at a very fast speed. This is. Facing the aggressive Sasuke, Kakashi showed a shocked expression again. Are all the students who graduated from ninja schools so cruel now? Kakashi was not unfamiliar with the name of the 3-moon dance. Not only was he not unfamiliar, he was even quite familiar with it. One of his teammates in the Umbu knew this move. This was the pinnacle of Konoha-style swordsmanship. One is divided into 3, 3 parts are combined into 1, the swordsmanship is changeable and impeccable. This is the power of the 3-moon dance. But is this a technique that a student who just graduated from the ninja school can use? Sasuke's speed was even faster than Kakashi's colleagues in the Umbu. Kakashi no longer hid his strength and directly raised the forehead guard that covered his left eye, revealing the 3 Megatama Sharingan inside. 3 black Megatama spun wildly in Kakashi's left eye. With the blessing of the Sharingan's dynamic vision, Sasuke's movements slowly slowed down in Kakashi's eyes. See clearly. At the same time, when Sasuke saw Kakashi's Sharingan, he was in a trance for a moment and his movements slowed down. Sharingan? Why does Kakashi have the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Questions swirled in Sasuke's mind one after another. It was this trance that allowed Kakashi to easily dodge the attack of the Crescent Moon Dance. Naruto, who was standing by, frowned. Yes, Naruto did not tell Sasuke any information about Kakashi. Only when both sides have equal information can they better compare their strengths. There is a huge difference between being prepared and not being prepared. If it was on the battlefield, Sasuke's distracted behavior would have been fatal. Naruto could no longer bear it and shouted loudly, "Sasuke, what are you doing?" End of this chapter. Chapter 80. Sasuke took out the big stick. A ninja is to remain calm at any time and in any situation. Sasuke, you are totally unqualified for this. I am really disappointed. As Naruto's voice sounded, Sasuke also woke up. Kakashi didn't even use illusions. He distracted you like this with just a Sharingan. If he used illusions, wouldn't you just kneel down? You've been training for so long, and you've trained yourself to death? If you lose, Naruto said, with a hint of coldness in his voice, train super double when you go back. Sasuke shuddered unconsciously when he heard the words super double. The last time he heard this super double was last time. That was an experience that Sasuke absolutely didn't want to recall. What's so great about Sharingan? I have it too. A hint of red appeared in Sasuke's eyes, and then the same black Megatama as Kakashi appeared. Sharingan * open. First, he didn't want to disappoint Naruto, and second, he definitely didn't want to experience it again. The feeling of super training doubled. That would be really deadly. This time it was Kakashi's turn to be shocked. Looking at Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi's eyes widened, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. What appeared in Suzuki's eyes was not 1 megatama, nor 2 megatama, but the 3 megatama Sharinon like Kakashi. This 3 megatama Sharinon was opened when Suzuki experienced Super Double last time. At the age of 12, the 3 megatama Sharinon opened, and the physical skills before opening the eyes were not inferior to his own. This can no longer be described as a genius. Kakashi didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings at this moment. First Naruto, then Suzuki, how come his disciples are so strong one by one? However, his shock was not over yet. Because Suzuki began to take off his clothes. Ahem, it's not a seduction technique. That thing is probably only useful for Sakura. I 1/2. Suzuki threw his clothes back and dropped them heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Sharp-eyed Kakashi immediately recognized that this was the same training method as Kai. Weight-bearing training. Just looking at the small pit on the ground, you can tell that the weight must be heavy. By the way, the weight-bearing suit that Suzuki wore was also left over by Naruto. How to say it, Suzuki's development is not slow, but it is indeed a little bit behind Naruto. So far, Suzuki has been picking up Naruto's leftovers. Then Suzuki began to take off his pants. Ahem, it's really not a seduction technique. There are also weights inside the pants. Next are socks, wrist guards, and even the Konoha forehead guard tied on the top of the head. How much weight does this guy carry? Kakashi's head unconsciously hung a big drop of sweat. Today's students are really not cute at all. What should I do? The pressure is so great. Will it be embarrassing if I can't beat him later? If there wasn't a covetous Naruto standing next to him, Kakashi would have wanted to sneak attack Suzuki. Let you see what the complicated adult world is like. As for Sakura, when she saw Suzuki taking off his clothes, she ran out from her hiding place, and when she saw Suzuki taking off his pants, she had already fallen down with a nosebleed and a satisfied look on her face. She didn't see in the end that Suzuki actually wore a second pair of boxer briefs. The people of Team 7 seemed to have forgotten their original intentions, just like Team Guy. Bell? What bell? What bell are you fighting for? I don't know what you are talking about. Oh, maybe one person still remembers. Naruto saw a string of silver-white round balls on his right hand behind his back, shining in the sunlight. Kakashi hadn't noticed that the bell on his waist had disappeared. Hi, my body feels much lighter. Suzuki, who had taken off all the weights, moved his body a few times, making a string of fried beans, and said a few words with emotion. Are you ready? Although it was a question, it didn't mean to ask at all. He continued to talk to himself and took out another scroll from the ninja tool bag. A new weapon. Teacher Kakashi. With the white smoke from the opening of the scroll and the word teacher, Suzuki shot out like a sharp arrow. So fast. The 3 megatama in Kakashi's left eye spun wildly, and he raised the kunai. Both sides showed all their cards and were going to fight with real swords and guns. Suzuki's speed at this moment was more than doubled compared to before. Kakashi, who had been suppressing Suzuki's speed, could not keep up. In just a moment, he came in front of Kakashi. Fortunately, he had the 3 megatama Sharinon, otherwise Kakashi's dynamic vision could not catch Suzuki's movements. He swung it towards Kakashi in the way of splitting Hwashin. The attack method is still too straightforward. Kakashi attacked with kunai without thinking. As Kakashi is called the eternal opponent by Kai, he is naturally very clear about the effect of weight training. Unloading the weight will greatly improve your speed, but your strength will not increase significantly. Kakashi, who has the Sharinon and has improved his dynamic vision to the extreme, is most vulnerable to speed-type opponents. Fortunately, Kakashi's opponent is not Naruto, otherwise Naruto will definitely tell you what acceleration attack means. The advantage is now. I 1/2. The moment he took Suzuki's attack head-on, Kakashi regretted it. Not only was his entire right arm holding the kunai numb, but there was also a piercing pain in his wrist. How can the strength be improved so much? What on earth is it that has so many thorns? Kakashi didn't have time to think about it, because Sasuke's second attack came. The sound of breaking wind whistled past, and Kakashi dodged sideways without thinking. After suffering a big loss, he never dared to take it head-on again. How could Sasuke miss such a good opportunity to attack? Kakashi dodged and he immediately followed. With his faster speed than Kakashi, he quickly caught up with Kakashi. Then their eyes met. Genjutsu * Sharingan. The three Megatama in Kakashi's left eye spun wildly. Sasuke paused slightly and was stunned for a moment. In just a few tenths of a second, Kakashi instantly escaped from Sasuke's attack range. Naruto frowned again when he saw this. A pair of three Megatama were hit by the illusion of a three Megatama on the opposite side? Just even though Kakashi's thing can open the Mangekyo, Sasuke is too embarrassed. It's a pity that he doesn't know illusion, otherwise he would definitely give Sasuke an illusion counter package. Sasuke also discovered this fact and immediately chased after him. His little face flushed red, and he didn't know whether he was angry or ashamed. Earth Escape Technique, Earth Flow River. Kakashi endured the pain in his right hand and quickly made a seal. The ground under Sasuke's feet turned into a pool of mud, forcibly restricting Sasuke's movements. Kakashi had time to see Sasuke's weapon clearly. I saw that Sasuke was holding a huge mace in his hand. Kakashi? I was hit by this thing just now? Where is the sword technique you agreed on? Where is your crescent moon dance? How to use this thing? Naruto asked Sasuke to use the mace. When Naruto asked Sasuke to use the mace, he refused. I can't use it just because you asked me to. Besides, this weapon is really ugly. But after using it once, Sasuke found that this thing is really useful. End of this chapter. Chapter 81. Do you know how hard he worked? The battle between Sasuke and Kakashi lasted from morning to afternoon, and finally Kakashi defeated Sasuke with his rich combat experience. However, after the battle, Kakashi looked exhausted from overindulgence. This guy has too little mana, or the burden of Sharingan is too heavy for him. As long as he pushes away Sharingan, no matter how strong or weak the opponent is, he will end up like this. On the contrary, Sasuke, who lost the battle, didn't care about anything. He just stood aside with his pockets in his hands, looking unhappy. Sasuke's speed and strength are both higher than Kakashi, but his combat experience is too different from Kakashi. In addition, Kakashi is an all-around ninja, so it's normal that he can't beat him. A vegetable is a vegetable. Teacher Kakashi, have we passed? If not, we can continue tomorrow. Kakashi, who was only half dead, just wanted to have a good rest. He waved at Naruto and gave him a thumbs up. Tomorrow? Take a day off tomorrow. Teacher Kakashi said we passed. But Teacher Kakashi, as your student, I have to remind you here. Read less pornographic books. You look weak now. Naruto said with a smile, then turned his eyes to Sasuke, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Sasuke. Naruto raised his voice. Sasuke stood in front of Naruto obediently, lowered his head and didn't speak, his eyes always lingering on his toes, as if a student who had done something wrong was waiting for the teacher's judgment. I won't say much about taijutsu here. I believe you have already summed up your experience. Ninjutsu. Well, you are useless in ninjutsu. Naruto taught Sasuke all the ninjutsu he learned in the Root and the Ghost Light Castle. Even if he doesn't know as many ninjutsu as Kakashi, Kakashi may not be better than Sasuke in terms of disgusting people. Do you think you are so awesome? So arrogant? Do you want to defeat the Jonin with pure taijutsu? Can you beat him? You can't. Sasuke is already very strong to be able to fight Kakashi to this extent. Kakashi was not at this level when he was 12 years old. But Kakashi really let him go. Several big moves were useless. If it was a death fight, Sasuke would be killed in the first few minutes with the 3 Megatama Sharingan and Reikari. The gap between the two in combat experience is not ordinary. Fortunately, Kakashi wanted to see Sasuke's strength, but ended up in a tug-of-war of physical exhaustion. Using physical skills to consume Sasuke. This is looking down on Kame Senryu, he deserves to look like a kidney deficiency. After all, Kakashi, who has been decadent for many years, is no longer the brilliant swordsmanship genius he used to be. Naruto continued. This is a criticism by name. When your physical skills are restricted, what should you do? Use ninjutsu. Do you need me to teach you? You really look down on Kakashi by only using physical skills. Don't look at Kakashi's kidney deficiency now. If you really push him, he can really deal with you for a few more hours. After all, this guy is a man who talks about his lack of chakra while holding Reikari. And Kakashi also knows the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, although he can only open 1 or 2 gates. And there are illusions. You have the Sharingan, but your illusion resistance is too poor. In addition, although he obviously has the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he can only use the 2 abilities of dynamic vision and copying, and he doesn't know illusions at all. The main reason is that Naruto doesn't know illusions, which can't be taught. Finally, tell me how many times you were distracted in this battle. Naruto didn't know what to say about his distraction during the fight with Kakashi, he could only say Kakashi was letting him go. In summary, Sasuke already has the strength of a Jonin, but not the capacity of a Jonin. Naruto was scolding him vigorously, and someone couldn't stand it anymore. Naruto, why are you so mean to Sasuke? Haruno Sakura stepped forward with her hands on her hips, pointed her right index finger at Naruto, and shouted like a machine gun, Kakashi teacher is a Jonin, isn't it normal that Sasuke can't beat him? Sasuke has obviously tried his best. Do you know how hard Sasuke works? Sasuke practices in front of me every day, I don't know how hard he works, do you know? A little rascal like you who lacks family discipline will not understand. Shut up! Stupid woman! Haruno Sakura was interrupted rudely before she finished her words. It was not someone else who interrupted him, it was the Sasuke she was protecting. Sasuke had a stern face and stared at Haruno Sakura with cold eyes. The strange and murderous eyes scared Haruno Sakura. Congratulations to Haruno Sakura for successfully poking Sasuke's pain. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask about our affairs? Although Sasuke didn't say it, he actually respected Naruto very much in his heart. Not to mention that Naruto scolded Sasuke so fiercely, even if he was twice as fierce, Sasuke would stand there and listen obediently. Sasuke can have the strength comparable to Kakashi now, but it was Naruto who taught him. It's not too much to call Naruto a master. Don't forget that it was Naruto who was with Sasuke during the time when he was most helpless and confused. If it was a script, a man and a woman could get married on the spot. The relationship between the two naturally needs no explanation. In addition, Naruto's words last night, Indra, I am your brother Ashura, made Sasuke break his defense. How much does Sasuke, who thinks he has lost his parents and tribe, want family affection? The colder he is, the more he wants it. You come here to scold Naruto at this time, isn't that just asking for trouble? You are annoying. Idiot! Naruto shook his head. You didn't do anything the whole time, wouldn't it be better if you just stood aside and shouted 666? Who is this arrogant attitude for? Do you really think what is good for you when there is nothing wrong, why drag it out when there is something wrong? The original Naruto likes you, not me. What do you think you are? But aren't we teammates? If it was anyone else, Haruno Sakura would definitely fight back. However, it was Sasuke who said this, and Haruno Sakura was at a loss and her tone became stuttering. Naruto widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. When did you have the illusion that we are teammates? Put away your wrong idea. Be clear-headed, no one here regards you as a teammate. Kakashi wanted to stand up, but he had no strength at this time. This is the most worrying part. Kakashi thought so. Just as Naruto said. The two of them didn't consider Sakura as a teammate at all. Do you think a lion will be friends with a rabbit? In the following days, Kakashi took the three of them to do several D-level tasks to practice, and the relationship between the three of them was still not salty or bland. Haruno Sakura was always excluded by the two. Kakashi didn't know how to persuade Naruto and Sasuke. He was not good at this, otherwise he wouldn't have shut himself up. If he was strong, he could force it to change. The problem is that he can only barely fight Sasuke 50-50, as for Naruto. I heard from the third generation that Naruto has mastered the power of the Nine Tails. Kakashi automatically imagined the image of his master's wife with red hair and anger. Hit with the head. Headache, headache. Naruto. After another week, Kakashi, who felt that he couldn't go on like this, called Naruto. You can't carry out the mission if you can't form a three-person team. Teacher Kakashi. Naruto interrupted what Kakashi was about to say. The list of three-person teams is randomly assigned by the teachers of the ninja school based on the ranking of grades. Since it is randomly assigned, there will definitely be incompatible compatibility. Teacher Kakashi, you should know what it means when there are two voices in a team. Because of her ability, I don't think she is suitable to be our teammate. The difference in our abilities is too big. She can't keep up with me and Sasuke. She will only hold me and Sasuke back if she stays in Team 7. Naruto was telling the truth. The class division of Genin after graduation is not fixed for life. It will be constantly changed according to compatibility and complementary abilities, but it is not shown in the original work. Many geniuses in Konoha have changed teammates more than once. Kakashi changed several times after graduating at the age of 5, until he met Obito and Rin and settled down. But Naruto, there are only 9 Genin graduates in this year's Konoha. Unless you are willing to wait for next year's Genin graduates, you and Sasuke cannot form a Genin team. I'm waiting for you to say this. So old man Danzo arranged a new teammate for us. End of this chapter. Chapter 82 Naruto, Kurama, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Root. Kakashi was silent for a while after hearing this. On the surface, there are only 9 Genin graduates in the ninja school this year, but Danzo's root is not in this category. The composition of the root ninja is more complicated. Some are directly drawn from large families, and some are trained from childhood. Are there ninjas of the same age as Naruto and Sasuke in the root? The answer is yes. Even if there were no ninjas before, there are now. Kakashi can't say that he fully understands Danzo, but he is very familiar with him. This guy has an unimaginable obsession with power. If he can arrange for a root ninja to join Naruto's team, I believe he will be very happy. Kakashi thought of his former teammate in the root, Chie, or Tenzo. He was a very good ninja, and now he has abandoned the dark and joined the light and is directly under the umbu of the third generation. With me watching here, there should be no problem. Team Zhang looked at the news conveyed by Naruto, and smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, and the wrinkles on his face were relaxed. Ever since Naruto graduated from the ninja school and was divided into classes, he was very worried that Naruto would be taken back by the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen again. This old man had a history of turning the genius ninja of the root and running to the umbu. He used words like yearning for light and living in the sun to induce this genius of the root and forcibly dug him out of the root. The genius ninja was originally a subordinate that Danzo was very optimistic about and was ready to entrust him with important tasks after he grew up. As a result, he ran away after performing several missions with Kakashi. Yes, this genius ninja is the one Kakashi just thought of, the former root ninja, Chie, the current umbu captain, Tenzo. Fortunately, he didn't really give up his power, otherwise it would be a big loss. What is the essential difference between joining the umbu and joining the root? Except for the different leaders, everything else is exactly the same. Since Jia jumped ship, Danzo has been highly alert to the third Hokage until now, fearing that he would go to the route to poach people again. It's worth the time I spent training him. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is indeed on my side. It just so happens that I have a suitable root ninja who can join Team 7 where Naruto is. Danzo waved his hand, and a root appeared in front of him. Danzo-sama. This root is codenamed Ding, who is the strongest root ninja after Yamanaka Fu and Aberame Tori. He has a very high attainment in fire escape ninjutsu, and even the resurrected Uchiha clan may not be stronger than him. Ding takes Shin to the Ninetales Jinchuriki's class tomorrow. Their team leader is Kakashi, you know it, right? Shin is a rising star in the route in recent years, with excellent perception and good strength. Very suitable for placement in Team 7. Ding said respectfully, yes, Master Danzo. Danzo paused after speaking, as if thinking about something. While stroking the cane in his hand, he unconsciously rubbed his pineapple cap, and then continued, call Tijin. Let him accompany me to the Hokage's office. I will talk to Hiruzen in person. Yes, Master Danzo. Ding said respectfully, and a flash of scarlet flashed across his eyes behind the mask. Looking at Ding's departing back, Danzo, trembling with every step on his cane, slowly walked to the top of the root base. That was the closest place to the ground. The sunlight shone through the cracks in the ground on the left half of Danzo's face, and the other half of his face was still hidden in the shadow of the ground. Danzo seemed to be at the junction of light and darkness. It's almost time, the day when I become Hokage is coming. Danzo closed his eyes and seemed to enjoy the feeling of half of his face bathed in the sun. It won't be long before I, Danzo, can stand in the sun. Everything is under my control. I don't know how long Danzo talked with the third generation. The final result is that the third generation agreed with Danzo's suggestion, but not completely. Danzo can arrange for the root members to join Team 7, but he won't let Harino Sakura leave Team 7. The reason given by the third generation is that there are a total of 9 students promoted to genin in the ninja school, and one person alone cannot form a class. The third generation has his reasons for protecting Harino Sakura. Harino Sakura herself has no problem. She is the daughter of an ordinary chinin in Konoha. The key is her family background. Although the strength of the starfish head is not very good, it is indeed a member of the third generation faction with a good foundation. At the same time, their family has a certain relationship with the Senju. This year, the division of Konoha Genin is different from the past. Asuma's subordinates, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Koji. The 3 are all children of the clan leaders. If nothing unexpected happens, all 3 will become clan leaders. They are the new Ino Shikacho. And their leader, Asuma Sarutobi. The second son of Sarutobi Sandai. He is paving the way for his own children. Look at the team led by Asuma's girlfriend, Kurane Yui, who is also the eldest son, daughter, of the 3 major families. Kurane Yui is a newly promoted jonin. Logically, she should not be assigned to such a combination. But she still became the teacher of the children of the 3 clan leaders. In addition, Team 7, the orphans of Uchiha, the orphans of Uzumaki and the only daughter of the die-hard supporters of the Sandai faction. Why is it Harino Sakura? Need I say more? Whether Konoha is strong under the leadership of the Sandai is debatable, but the Sarutobi clan is indeed extremely strong under the leadership of the Sandai. On the surface, the Hyuga clan is the first rich family in Konoha, but in fact, the Sarutobi clan is the real first rich family in Konoha. The third generation still has some means, at least much better than Danzo who can only plot behind the scenes. It seems to be just a small class division, but it is actually a game. On the surface, Danzo wants to intervene in the class division, but in fact, Naruto uses Danzo to test the third generation and test the bottom line of the third generation. As for the result, it is neither good nor bad. If it were in the past, the third generation who was hailed as the strongest Hokage would definitely not agree. A 4-man team is simply ridiculous. But now this ninja hero actually chose to avoid Not refusing is avoiding in Naruto's view. The third generation is old. Naruto patted his belly and said to the nine-tailed fox in the sealed space, Kuroma, do you want to go out? Go out. The nine-tailed fox was stunned by the question and looked at Naruto in confusion. What do you want to do again? The nine-tailed fox looked at Naruto with a suspicious look, determine whether Naruto is going to deliberately unseal him and let him out, and then take the opportunity to beat him up. This guy is full of bad intentions. I mean to use the shadow clone to get out. Go find other tailed beasts. Come to Konoha and make a scene. Okay, okay. Ninetail's eyes were full of excitement. He likes to beat up Konoha the most. Then you. Ninetails, no. Want to trick me out? No way. End of this chapter. Chapter 83. It's raining and the sky is clear. The second pillar feels that he is good again. Number 44. Training ground. Sasuke, do you have any requirements for your new teammates? Naruto poked Sasuke with his elbow. Sasuke was very calm and said in the simplest language, just don't hold us back. Kakashi leaned lazily against the tree trunk, boredly flipping through Intimate Paradise, his eyes occasionally glancing out of the field. I don't know what kind of people the root will arrange to come. Soon, Ding brought a ninja wearing a root mask to the outside of the number 44 training ground. Ding nodded to Kakashi, and after getting Kakashi's response, he used the instant body technique to leave. There was no nonsense during the whole process, but when he glanced at Naruto, he paused slightly, and his eyes stayed on Sasuke for half a second. After confirming that Ding had left, Kakashi was relieved. Because of Jia, he and Danzo had a bad relationship. Introduce yourself. The root ninja slowly took off the mask on his face. At the moment he saw the face of the person coming, even Sasuke was attracted by him. What beautiful eyes! Shoulder-length black short hair and delicate facial features. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of bright red eyes like flames. Root Ninja, codename Shin. You can also call me Kaori. It's our first meeting, please give me your guidance. Unlike the lifeless other ninjas of the root, Kaori was very energetic. She bowed to the four people with full energy and showed a sunny smile. With her ruby-like eyes, to be honest, she was very friendly. The most important thing was that her smile was somewhat similar to the fourth generation. Even Kakashi was stunned for a moment. But in the blind spot of the vision that the others could not see, Kaori stuck out her tongue at Naruto. The root ninja who joined Team 7 was Kaori, or Uzumaki Kaori. The hair was dyed black with a special dye. Unless a special reagent is used, it cannot be removed by general methods. Red hair is the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. It is not good to be discovered without disguise. The root is no longer the original root. The former root Danzo was all-powerful and had the final say. At present, Danzo is the only one in the root, and the others are the same as Naruto. Well, as long as Naruto nods, Danzo still has the final say. Not only Kaori has infiltrated the root, but there are also others, such as the Ding, who is someone Danzo would never expect. The organization he established was infiltrated, and Danzo, as the leader of the root, was unaware of it. It's quite miserable. It only took half a day for Kaori to integrate into Team 7 with her superb acting skills and outstanding affinity. Even Sasuke, the most difficult to get along with, and Sakura Haruno, a marginal person, tacitly accepted her existence. Under her coordination, the relationship between Team 7, which was originally on the verge of disintegration, eased, changing the previous tense atmosphere. She is surprisingly easy to get along with. Kakashi, who was resting on a tree fork, looked at Kaori and thought to himself. I thought that the addition of the root ninja would make the relationship between Team 7 worse. He had already made the worst plan, but the result was just the opposite. It seemed to be going quite smoothly. Kakashi has the most say on what kind of character the root ninja is. Such a character is simply an outlier in the root. Kakashi commented on Kakashi, of course, it is not ruled out that it is acting. After all, there is no simple root ninja. Kakashi, let's go. Sasuke walked in front of Kakashi, who was chatting and laughing with Haruno Sakura, put his hands in his pockets, and said coolly, "Fight, see your strength, if you are weak, get out." This guy's old problem has come back again. Naruto shook his head secretly. What Sasuke wanted to say was, "Kakashi, let's go. Let's fight and see if you are qualified to stand with us." This "we" definitely does not include Haruno Sakura. After fighting Kakashi 50-50, Sasuke was unprecedentedly confident. Strong. At this moment Sasuke felt that he was very strong. Even after being lectured by Naruto, he just thought that he should not be careless when facing a Jonin-level opponent. The Jonins are indeed very strong, and he is confident that he can defeat those below Jonin head-on. As for people of the same age, he feels that no one is his opponent except Naruto. Even Lee and Neji, who used to train with him, he feels that they are not his opponents. After all, they haven't fought for a long time. Sasuke is inflated. Usually in this situation, he will be obedient after being beaten a few times. For example, he tried to challenge Naruto on the day he just opened the 3 Megatama, and was beaten for 3 days and 3 nights. After realizing the absolute difference in strength, he became obedient. This time he made the wrong choice again. It is true that Sasuke was trained by Naruto, and the problem is that Kagawa was also trained by Naruto. Not only that, Kagawa usually trains with Satoru, and the Uchiha clan also trains with her. Although she does not have the Sharingan, the chakra in her body is n times that of Sasuke. Okay. Kagawa said so, with a very bright smile. Naruto mourned for Sasuke in his heart. Sasuke looked at Kagawa's smile, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. How could this woman's smile be so similar to the smile when Naruto tricked him? No matter, it must be a coincidence. Although Sasuke and Kagawa each have code names given by Naruto, the two have never met formally. Sasuke does not know Kagawa, but Kagawa knows Sasuke. Sasuke is the biological son of Fugaku and his wife. Even if Kagawa has never seen him, he has heard them mention him more or less. Fugaku told Kagawa more than once that if he saw Sasuke, he would use all his strength. To let Sasuke know what "there are always people better than you" means, it is said to be beneficial to Sasuke's future growth. Fugaku is very clear about Kagawa's strength, he is simply pitting his son. Sasuke vs Kagawa. Sasuke, who has never understood what gentlemanly manners are, rushed towards Kagawa first the moment the battle began. Sasuke, who is very proud of his own strength, did not even open his Sharingan, but only took a kunao. "Humph, are you scared, silly?" Sasuke saw Kagawa standing there motionless, thinking that he was scared silly, and he was very proud. "So I have surpassed my peers so much?" Thinking so, Sasuke glanced at Naruto unconsciously, and said in his heart. Naruto ni the last word "san" was stuck for a long time and could not be finished. "Just wait and see, I will be able to help you soon." Sasuke has come to Kagawa now, and the contempt in his eyes flashed. What root, nothing more than that. However, Naruto was thinking, why use physical skills on Kagura? Suddenly, Sasuke felt a violent blow to his abdomen, once, twice, 3 times, and the severe pain made him bend down unconsciously. A fist gradually enlarged in his field of vision. At that moment, Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Kakashi saw that Sasuke flew up. My question, I forgot to set the scheduled update. End of this chapter. Chapter 84. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the 2 pillars limped back. What kind of monsters are cultivated by the roots? Kakashi said with wide eyes, looking at Kagura, who suppressed Sasuke. At the beginning, the armor that could use the wood escape ninjutsu was enough to shock him, and now there is another genius who is no less inferior. He has personally experienced Sasuke's strength, he is very strong, and his physical skills are very solid, but the exaggerated thing is that Kagura's physical skills are more solid than Sasuke's. In terms of strength, they are even better than Sasuke. Suzuki holds a mace, and Kagami holds a sledgehammer. The weapons collide and make a continuous dun, dun, dun vibration. The battle between these two people has far exceeded the scope of genin, and the battle between jonin is no more than that. Are these really genin who just graduated from the ninja school? Kakashi kept thinking. Shouldn't genin be a rookie who only knows the 3 body techniques, can use ninja tools, and knows some physical skills? Why are they so powerful? Or am I too weak and can't keep up with the times? Suzuki, Kagami, Naruto, the genin they met recently are more exaggerated than the other. If it weren't for the real genin Sakura Harano standing by, Kakashi would have doubted his life. Little did he know that when he was promoted to Jonin at the age of 12, the Konoha ninjas of the same period as him also thought so about him. His amazing talent is simply unmatched. It's a pity that the lost decade is hard to make up. The battle between the two didn't last too long. After all, it wasn't a fight to the death. It ended quickly. Nothing special, Suzuki said with a pair of panda eyes. Suzuki lost again. Kairi was really bad taste. He hit Suzuki in the face. After a battle, Suzuki's handsome face turned into a panda. Suzuki was suppressed by Kairi throughout the battle. The degree of suppression was even more exaggerated than when he fought with Kakashi. It seemed that the opponent was trained to restrain him. Suzuki was completely stubborn. Chadara of the Uzumaki clan, and the bug ability to restore physical strength and injuries by biting himself, made Kairi have a unique talent in physical skills. Even if Suzuki practiced for a longer period of time than Kairi, he was soon caught up by Kairi. This is an innate talent that cannot be changed, just like many people in the Naruto world are ordinary people who cannot use chakra. Looking at Kagura's bamboo-like body, Suzuki couldn't understand why the opponent was so much stronger than him. In fact, Kagura's seemingly slender body was full of high-density muscles. The Uchiha clan's talent lies in eye techniques, and Indra's advantage is also in yin escape, spiritual power. Perhaps he was led astray by Naruto. Suzuki likes to compete with others in physical techniques when he has nothing to do, which is purely asking for trouble. Suzuki-kun is really strong. Kagura praised generously, and the tone and demeanor were learned from the 4th generation, even I can't stand it. Kakashi unconsciously looked at Kagura a few more times, secretly wondering if this was the teacher's illegitimate daughter. Kagura's powerful strength after being recognized by everyone, he quickly integrated into Team 7. The next day, under the leadership of Kakashi, the Genin team officially started the mission. The ninja mission levels are generally divided from top to bottom, S, A, B, C, D. Generally, the Genin team's missions are very simple, between C and D. Chunin can perform C and B level missions. Jonin is a level. As for S level, it is a special secret mission related to the transnational level, and is generally performed by Jonin. Generally, Genin is mainly D-level missions, and occasionally C-level missions. It is said to accumulate mission experience, but in fact it is just dealing with some chores. Very trivial matters such as weeding, taking care of children, and finding lost pets are all included in the ranks of D-level missions. For Team 7, general D-level small missions are really easy. Many times, Naruto only needs a multiple shadow clone technique to solve it quickly. In addition, Kaoru and Suzuki can use shadow clones, so the speed is naturally faster. In 1 week, the 3 of them completed 100 D-level tasks in just 1 week. Almost all the D-level tasks that had been accumulated for more than half a month were completed. After catching a cat named Xiaohu, they were told that there were no basic D-level tasks for the time being. The basic experience has been accumulated almost enough. Then, I will arrange a C-level task for you. The 3rd generation, holding a pipe, said leisurely, and then he took out a scroll from the drawer and put it on the table. It seems casual, but it is more like it has been prepared long ago. If something that seems to be a coincidence will happen anyway, then you need to consider that it is not a coincidence, but a deliberate arrangement. Just like the task that Team 7 is facing now. Thank you, Grandpa. Third generation. Naruto said very politely. The third generation nodded to Naruto with a loving face, and then briefly described the task requirements. Desna, the master bridge builder from Wave Country. Soon, a drunkard staggered into the sight of Team 7. This was the client of this mission. Desna, the master bridge builder from Wave Country. The content was also very simple. Just escort Desna to Wave Country safely and wait for him to finish building the bridge. It sounds easy, just takes some time. But this is a mission to leave the village. Mission to leave the village. You can ask the fourth Hokage how complicated the procedures for leaving the village are. At that time, the fourth Hokage warned Naruto that if a Jinchuriki left the village casually, he would even be treated as a traitor. And now, Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, can actually leave the village for a sea-level mission. Do you think it's funny? Not to mention Kakashi leading the team, it would be impossible even if a team of Jonin was added. The Wave Country is on the border of the Fire Country, very close to the Water Country. What would the Land of Water think if it knew that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki appeared in the Land of Waves on their border? Under normal circumstances, it would be considered a provocation. The Blood Mist policy of the Mist Village just ended not long ago. Is the third Hokage trying to test the reaction of the Mist Village? This possibility is very high. Perhaps it is not just that. A certain businessman who is trying to control the Land of Waves is very rich, but this businessman does not like to hire powerful ninjas. He is simply a fat sheep that can move. Naruto pouted at Sasuke. Sasuke, Kairi, we accept the mission. If Sasuke wants to grow, he cannot avoid fighting. The battle he will encounter next is very suitable for Sasuke now. A real battle between ninjas. This sea-level mission will be completed by our Team 7. Seeing that the opinions were unified, Kairi said so. As for Harano Sakura's opinion? No need to consider it, she just needs to follow obediently. Burp. Desna, the drunkard who was used as a pawn without knowing it, opened his drunken eyes and looked at the members of Team 7, burped unpleasantly, and took another sip from the wine bottle in his hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 85, Zabuza, the demon from Wave Country, appears. Burp. Desna burped again, perhaps because the wine made him bolder, or perhaps because he wanted to vent his depression. Looking at the members of Team 7, Desna began to speak nonsense. A bunch of little brats, can they really protect me? Especially. Consider the consequences before you speak. Before he finished speaking, he was rudely interrupted by Naruto. Under Naruto's gaze, Desna sobered up a lot. This brat's eyes are so weird. Not to mention that Desna couldn't stand it, even the Chunin teachers in the ninja school couldn't stand it. Even if you are the client, don't think about being too rude. Naruto said with narrowed eyes. Yes, yes. Desna said honestly. Well, Naruto. Don't scare our client. Kakashi walked up to Naruto and patted his shoulder, then said to the others, gather at the gate of Konoha in half an hour. Don't be late, everyone. As long as Kakashi-sensei doesn't come late, it looks like the gathering time will be moved back 2 hours. Kakashi complained in a low voice. Kakashi's frequent lateness was already a consensus among all Team 7 members. I will definitely not be late this time, I promise. Half an hour later. Team 7 members gathered at Desna's under the leadership, they headed towards the Land of Waves. Along the way, Kakashi told the members of Team 7 about some precautions for ninjas. When he said that there would be no ninjas in sea-level missions, Naruto clearly felt that Desna's heartbeat doubled. The few people walked at a fast pace, enjoying the scenery along the way while hurrying on. At noon, they had left Konoha for more than 50 miles. If it weren't for Desna, the burden, they would probably have boarded the ship to the Land of Waves. The territory of the Naruto world is actually very small. Most of the areas are uninhabited areas that are not suitable for human habitation. Only the 5 major countries and some small countries are inhabited by humans, and the overall area is actually not large. Or the planet is much smaller than the Earth, let alone the Dragon Ball world. 2 faint breaths. When the sun was about to set and approaching dusk, Naruto felt 2 more breaths nearby. It was probably below the level of Chunin. On both sides of the road ahead of the group, 2 puddles of water appeared, exuding a faint malice. The hiding method is too clumsy. Sasuke, Kakashi, and Kakashi all noticed it. It should be said that except for Harano Sakura and Desna, everyone else noticed the abnormality of the 2 puddles of water. But no one spoke, just walked by quietly. The moment the group walked by, 2 figures wearing breathing masks emerged from the puddles. Then the 2 of them attacked Kakashi, who seemed to be the strongest in the team, and tied him up with a chain with a sharp blade. The first one. The 2 figures exerted a little force, and Kakashi's blood splattered and broke into pieces. Before the 2 of them could be proud, a blue figure appeared beside them at a faster speed, and one of them kicked him down. The 2 couldn't even struggle, and they hit the tree trunks on both sides heavily, instantly losing their ability to fight. Instant kill. With the combat power of the Chunin level, Team 7 can only beat Harano Sakura. Kakashi tied the 2 up and told them their origins. The Mist Ninja Chunin is famous for fighting to the death at all costs. To be more precise, it should be the rebel ninja brothers of the Mist Ninja, Mito and Gyuto, subordinates of the demon Zabuza. However, there were no scratches on the forehead protectors of these 2 people, and they were not famous figures, so it was normal that Kakashi could not recognize them. Mr. Desna, please explain. Why did the ninjas from the Mist Ninja village come for you? Kakashi turned his eyes to Desna. Why were you targeted by the ninjas? Encountering ninjas is at least a B-level mission. Lying about the mission level is a felony in any ninja village. You should know that the enemies encountered at the B-level mission level are Chunin and below. And enemies of Zabuza's level can be classified as A-level missions. There is a difference of 2 levels between C and A, and the difficulty of the span is to jump from Genin to Jonin in 1 step. I have my own reasons. Desna began to ponder with sweat all over his forehead. The alcohol had long disappeared with the evaporation of sweat. No need to talk nonsense. Naruto interrupted Desna's next words, no matter what your reasons are, I am not interested in knowing. The mission continues. Team 7 has no habit of giving up halfway. The price? You bear it yourself. Whether the 3rd generation is interested in Cardo's property or not, Naruto is interested in it anyway, and there is also the wave country next to the whirlpool country. Teacher Kakashi. Isn't it good to have a ninja to increase practical experience? Among us, only Sasuke and Sakura have not been in actual combat. Just treat it as preparation for the upcoming Chunin exam, right, Kakashi teacher? Naruto rarely mentioned Sakura, although it was not a good thing. The information revealed also told Kakashi a piece of information. Naruto and Kakashi have already fought in the route. Kakashi is not blind. Judging from Kakashi's occasional affectionate behavior towards Naruto, the 2 should have known each other in the route. Naruto's last sentence is the key point. Genin without practical experience will suffer a great disadvantage in the Chunin exam. I don't know how many times I have accumulated practical experience when I was their age. Kakashi thought for a while and said, the mission of Team 7 continues. Yes. Kakashi pulled Sakura Harano, who was a little weak in the legs, and said with a smile. Humph. Sasuke didn't say anything, but just snorted coolly. His slightly trembling hands betrayed him. He was a little excited. The group's progress was a little faster, and they soon arrived at the port. The Land of Waves is a small island independent of the inland. If you want to reach the Land of Waves, you must cross the sea. This is why Desna must build a bridge. The lifeline of the entire country is firmly controlled by Cardo. To be honest, Naruto didn't quite understand. Instead of stopping Desna from building the bridge, it would be better to wait until the bridge was built before destroying it, which would be more of a blow to morale. At least if it was him, he would definitely do that. No boatman dared to take them when they heard they were going to Wave Country. The name of the shipping company Cardo was still very intimidating among ordinary people. As the leading bridge builder in Wave Country, Dasna still had some connections. In the end, a fisherman successfully sent Naruto and his party to the border of Wave Country. Before landing, Naruto felt a breath staring at them. Not bad breath, barely 90 points. Naruto's reference for scoring was not himself. It was Kakashi. Mixed with the sound of the wind, accompanied by a huge beheading sword whistling towards Team 7. An extremely arrogant voice sounded. No wonder the demon brothers lost, it turned out that they met the famous copy ninja Kakashi. Demon Mamakai Zabuza came. End of this chapter. Chapter 86. Let him pretend for a while. Update 1. Short black hair, forehead protector worn on the left side, lower half of the face and neck wrapped in bandages, a pair of murderous eyes looked around at everyone in Team 7. It turned out to be a mist trader, Demon Mamakai Zabuza. Kakashi said slowly after seeing the appearance of the person, and his body gradually tensed up. I thought he was just an ordinary jonin, but now it seems a bit tricky. Zabuza, the genius of the Mist Village, the second owner of the beheading sword, one of the 7 swords. He was called a demon because he killed all the genin of the same period in the assessment at the age of 9. He is good at water escape and assassination, especially silent killing. He tried to assassinate the Mizukage, but failed and became a rebel in the Mist Village. Naruto's voice sounded, interrupting the two who were about to flatter each other, and directly talked about Zabuza's characteristics. What the Hokage liked to do most in the early days was that you are XXXX, I am XXXX, how awesome I am, how awesome you are, and then start fighting. Little kid, you know I have a lot of information. Zabuza glared at Naruto, and the thick murderous aura on his body poured out without reservation. Naruto continued, not affected by Zabuza's murderous aura at all, I have seen his information from Old Man Danzo. As long as he is a powerful ninja, the old man has records. Don't ask, just ask the information collected by Danzo. If you want to affect Naruto, Zabuza's murderous aura must be at least 100 times thicker. Among the people in Team 7, only Haruno Sakura trembled under Zabuza's murderous aura. If there is one person in the team who lags behind, there will be a series of chain reactions on the subsequent tasks, which is why Naruto wanted to kick Haruno Sakura out of the team at the beginning. It's a pity that the old man of the 3rd generation insisted on playing politics. Naruto patted Sasuke and said, Sasuke, your current task is to kill this former 7 ninja swordsman alone. This guy's strength is no less than Kakashi, and he is a good opponent. This brat. Zabuza glanced at Sasuke with a squint, nodded at his performance that was not affected by his murderous aura at all, and did not take Naruto's words to heart, but just said to Kakashi with disdain, Kakashi, do you want this brat to come and die? I believe in my disciples, Kakashi said with a relaxed look. As far as encountering enemy attacks is concerned, perhaps he is the easiest team leader. There are a total of 4 people in the team, and 3 of them are as strong as himself. A 3-second silence for Zabuza. Humph, since you want your disciple to die, I won't be polite. The next second, Zabuza appeared on the water, holding his right hand high, in the shape of the Statue of Liberty. Ninjutsu * mist hidden technique. Dense white fog appeared, covering the entire forest. Silent assassination technique, Zabuza's most proficient ninjutsu. With this move, Zabuza is known as the #1 assassin in the mist. 8 places. Zabuza's voice came from all directions. The thick fog contained Zabuza's chakra, allowing him to easily see through the movements of several people. The advantage is mine. Throat, spine, pulmonary artery, heart. Zabuza's arrogant voice sounded again. Where do you want me to attack? He. First, use the thick fog to block the opponent's sight, then continue to put pressure, constantly increase the opponent's psychological burden, and look for an opportunity to kill with one blow. It is more like psychological warfare than silent killing. Zabuza has formed a system of his own fighting style. In the ninja world, all ninjas with a fighting system are powerful. In the original plot, Zabuza, as the first boss to appear, was full of oppression and gave absolute suppression to Team 7. He also created the brilliant record of controlling the 6th generation with his hands, stepping on Indra 3 with his feet, and overthrowing the 7th generation. In the later period, neither Uchiha Madara nor Kaguya Otsutsuki had such a record. It is a pity that he met the infinitely enhanced version of Team 7 this time. In Naruto's eyes, Zabuza was as eye-catching as a bright fire in the dark night. Unless he could suppress his energy to the lowest, he would definitely not escape Naruto's perception. Not only Naruto, but also Kagura, who has the ability of Kagura's mind-eye, can easily find him. In front of Naruto and the others, Zabuza's every move was under their watch, including the action of picking his nose just now. The other two, Kakashi and Sasuke, are both Sharingan owners. Although the Sharingan's insight is not as terrifying as the Byakugan, it also has extraordinary insight and can observe the flow of chakra. The only two who can't see through the silent killing technique are Haruno Sakura and the drunkard Dazna. Zabuza appeared beside Dazna, holding up the beheading sword and ready to kill him with one blow. As long as the mission target guarded by the other party is killed, there is no need to fight anymore. Zabuza is not stupid. Sasuke came to Dazna at a very fast speed, blocked the attack of the beheading sword with a kunai, and then he kicked Zabuza with a flying kick. Water splashes everywhere. The Zabuza just now was just a water clone. Very good, kid. Zabuza's voice sounded from behind Sasuke, and the beheading sword in his hand slashed towards Sasuke at a very fast speed. With a swish, Sasuke was cut in half. Sasuke's body gradually became nothingness and finally disappeared. Zabuza, clone technique? When did you seal it? This is not one of the 3 body techniques, the clone technique, but the after-image fist. The after-image fist can be used even if you don't know how to use chi, as long as the speed is fast enough. Compared with the clone technique that still needs to seal, the after-image fist is undoubtedly more practical. Because the speed is fast enough. Humph! A cold snort sounded behind Zabuza, and the kunai flashing with cold light sank into Zabuza's body. Puff! Zabuza turned into a ball of clear water again. Very good power, it can actually deal with my water clone in one go. Zabuza's voice sounded from behind Sasuke again, I admit your strength. What a pity. Your combat experience is too poor. Zabuza's beheading sword slashed down, vowing to split Sasuke in two. Sasuke's body became empty again. It was the after-image fist again. Behind. Zabuza took a step forward with his left foot without thinking, and with his left foot as the force point, he made a 180-degree horizontal slash to the back like a home run. Sasuke was split in two again. Humph, a very good boy. What a pity. What? Zabuza widened his eyes. Sasuke's body became empty again. It was the after-image fist again. Zabuza used the water clone 3 times in total, and Sasuke used the after-image fist 3 times. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Sasuke's voice also sounded behind Zabuza. Instantly, a huge fireball swallowed Zabuza. For the first time, Sasuke used a ninjutsu. Unfortunately, it was a fire ninjutsu. It was so funny, which late-stage master was burned to death by fire ninjutsu? Water ninjutsu, water prison jutsu. Zabuza's voice sounded again and again behind Sasuke. The blue water ball trapped Sasuke. No, Zabuza used water clones 4 times in total, and the one that was killed by the fireball just now was a water clone. This wave is an infinite flank battle. Naruto made a lip-syncing sound, and the content was, let him pretend for a while. I forgot to set up automatic updates again, crying. End of this chapter. Chapter 87. Sasuke, I've been beaten so many times, it's time for me to have some fun. Second update. Your disciple is pretty good, he can fight me to this extent. Zabuza controlled Suzuki with one hand and carried the beheading sword with the other hand. He has such strength at such a young age. If I'm not mistaken, this kid should be the key training target in your village. It's a pity that he still lacks combat experience. Zabuza said, then changed the subject and suggested. Leave the old man to me, and I'll let this kid go. How about it? Kakashi, you don't want your disciple to die here, do you? If it weren't for the conflict of tasks, Zabuza didn't want to fight Kakashi. Ninjas of their level would either die or be injured once they attacked. Even if Zabuza could kill Kakashi, the price he had to pay would be very high, which was obviously not worth it. Especially since he was a traitor, if the Mist Ninja hunting team knew about it, it would be difficult to avoid another effort. Although not afraid, it was very troublesome. He couldn't understand why Dazna was just an ordinary person. Even if he was a famous bridge builder, there was a ninja of Kakashi's level guarding next to him. Are the people in the Land of Waves so rich? No wonder Kato wants to control this place. Zabuza, my disciples are not so easy to die. Kakashi just glanced at Zabuza and said lightly, and covered the forehead protector that he had pushed away, blocking the Sharingan again. Since you don't care about the life and death of this kid, I will kill him first, and then kill your other disciples. Zabuza was also angry. Don't expect a guy who killed all the genin of the same period to have a good temper. Kakashi looked at Zabuza with a strange expression and said, did you really catch my disciple? What? Zabuza looked at the water prison technique unconsciously, and with a bang, Suzuki in the water prison turned into a cloud of white smoke. Oops! Zabuza immediately lifted the water prison technique, carrying the beheading sword, turned around with a serious face and began to look around, fearing that Suzuki would attack from behind again. In the previous fight, this black-haired kid gave him a lot of pressure. It's really just that he lacks experience. What Zabuza didn't notice was that along with the lifting of the water prison technique, a shuriken also fell to the ground. In less than 3 seconds, Zabuza felt a gust of wind behind his head. Are you behind me? Zabuza only had time to stretch out his hand to block it, and Suzuki's split kick hit Zabuza's arm heavily. What a strong force! I only felt my arm hit the steel plate, and my whole arm was numb and slightly deformed. The swinging beheading sword finally arrived and slashed towards Suzuki, but Suzuki, who succeeded in one strike, did not want to entangle and left the place directly, and Zabuza's attack fell in vain. How could it be possible to get behind me so quickly? Unless... real body. Zabuza met Kakashi's slightly smug eyes. Kakashi, you bastard, how dare you lie to me? Zabuza realized that he had been fooled. The person trapped by his water prison technique was not his clone at all. His real body was also inside. But at this moment, Zabuza's arm swelled up very quickly. He became fatter and felt pain when he exerted a little force. He couldn't use this arm for a short time. With the loss of an arm, Zabuza's combat power dropped greatly. Humph! Zabuza was not a pushover. He put his other hand on this arm and pulled it hard. With a click sound, he straightened his arm back. It can restore combat power in a short time, but if it is not treated in time in the later stage, the sequelae will be very serious. Zabuza shook his hand with a normal expression and looked at Suzuki with murderous eyes. I underestimated you, kid. I will end your life with the next blow. Zabuza stared at Suzuki, slowly retreated, and disappeared in the thick fog. Then the fog became thicker and thicker, and visibility was less than 2 meters. This was the side effect of the ghost-like deep red chakra airflow that erupted from Zabuza's body. It was also the highest level of silent killing. Because this move can even swallow sounds. It was quiet all around, without a sound, and the whole forest became deadly quiet. Zabuza put away his playful thoughts and began to go all out. The 7 swordsmen of the Mist Ninja is the elite among the elites, even among the Mist Ninjas. There are not many ninjas in the entire ninja world who can beat him. The official book shows that Zabuza's various values are 61, except for the 2 items of illusion and wisdom, which are slightly lower, and the rest are hovering around 8 or 9, which is quite powerful. Instant body technique missed, Zabuza moved at high speed in the fog like a ghost. Soon he appeared behind Suzuki, and Suzuki seemed to notice it. The moment he turned around, Zabuza's figure disappeared again. Like a ghost, he appeared and disappeared. A real ghost. Fire style, Phoenix Chlored. Suzuki first threw out a row of shurikens, then formed seals with both hands and completed Phoenix Fire technique in a very short time. The flames of Phoenix Fire attached to the flying shurikens, making the shurikens mixed with scorching heat like phoenix flowers scattered all over the sky. This move has a very large range, but unfortunately it did not hit Zabuza. At this moment, he was a ghost in the fog, ethereal and leaving no trace. Zabuza's silent killing technique is really strong. If he had not met Naruto's team, he would not be afraid of any Konoha Jonin. Once a contemporary of Kakashi, Konoha's special Jonin Toshiichi Kumate was defeated by Zabuza's silent killing technique and was killed by a knife. When Suzuki looked around, the erratic Zabuza appeared behind him again, raising his beheading sword high and then falling heavily. Although he was waving the beheading sword, there was no sound at all. Because the sound was swallowed by the deep red chakra flow behind him. This is the full strength of Zabuza Mamakai, and this is the essence of silent killing. The ultimate killer, the broken sword, the beheading sword. Just when the beheading sword was about to complete its mission and take off Suzuki's head, Suzuki suddenly turned around as if he had expected it. Fire escape, Heaven Prison Fire Sword. A fiery red long sword steadily caught Zabuza's fatal blow. Everything just now was Suzuki's strategy to lure Zabuza to attack. Zabuza, who did not expect that his fatal blow was caught, happened to look into Suzuki's eyes. Zabuza, don't think you can hide any of your actions from my eyes. Suzuki's eyes instantly turned into 3 Megatama and began to spin wildly in his eyes. Is this the Sharingan? Uchiha clan? Damn! Zabuza subconsciously wanted to close his eyes, but it was a pity that he was still a step too late. Genjutsu of Sharingan. There are 5 people in Team 7, 2 of them have superb perception, and 2 have 3 Magatama Sharingan. 4 cheats specifically counter silent assassination. Blood Mom counters. What the hell? If Zabuza wants to fight, he can only use his head. Useless trivia. During the Ninja World War, Kakashi said to the other 7 ninja swordsmen, "You are not as good as Zabuza." The official setting collection says that he is the offensive and defensive focus of the second batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kisame usually calls Zabuza a brat, but he told Suijutsu that Zabuza is the best owner of the beheading sword. Kisame has seen the first owner of the beheading sword, by Wachozo, and he indirectly acknowledged Zabuza's strength by saying this. He was able to escape unscathed after failing to assassinate the Mizukage, which proves his strength. I don't know when a trend of blackening Zabuza emerged. As the first boss to appear, he is indeed at a disadvantage, and he really can't keep up with the plot in the later period. But excluding the fight between gods in the later period, Zabuza is at the top of ordinary ninjas, except Kai. Except that his Sage is a little lower, still higher than Kenji's Obito and Kenji's Naruto, his illusion resistance is a little worse, and all the values are hovering around 8 or 9, which is really not weak. End of this chapter. Chapter 88. Damn, he pretended. Damn it. Zabuza felt his brain pause, and after a dizzy spell, the whole world began to distort. Illusion release. After all, he is an elite Jonin, and Zabuza reacts very quickly, directly disrupting the flow of chakra, violent break the illusion. It's a pity that Suzuki is not good at using illusions and has not trained much, otherwise this move would have killed Zabuza instantly. After all, Zabuza's resistance to illusions is too poor. Even so, it still caused him to pause for a moment. Even if the upper-level ninjas are distracted for a moment, it is fatal. 3-Day Moon Dance. Suzuki's body was divided into 3 parts, holding the fire joy and slashing at Zabuza's neck, abdomen, and kidneys. Blood splashed in an instant. accompanied by a plop. Zabuza's body fell heavily to the ground. Humph! Suzuki squeezed hard, and the fire joy in his hand immediately turned into countless stars and dissipated in the air, and the thick fog summoned by Zabuza also dissipated. Cough cough! Zabuza, who fell to the ground, forced himself to prop up his body, and large mouthfuls of blood gushed out, staining the bandage on his face red. As expected of a demon, Zabuza still has one breath left after being hit by the fatal 3-day moon dance. But he only has one breath left. His body was severely injured and he would die soon if he was not treated in time. A slight whistle sounded, and 3 silver needles pointed directly at Zabuza's fragile neck. Ding, ding, ding! Suzuki took out a kunai from the ninja bag tied to his thigh and threw it to block the attack. Zabuza is my prey. And you are so brave to use ninja tools in front of the Uchiha clan. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Suzuki exuded a strong fighting spirit. Following his gaze, he saw a ninja wearing a white mask standing on a branch not far away. Thank you so much. I have been looking for an opportunity to kill Zabuza. The ninja with a white mask said. Kakashi, who had been idle for a long time, stared at the mask on the face of the visitor and said, "That mask, are you a member of the Mist Ninja hunting team?" Really awesome, I am. Hunting down the defecting ninja Zabuza is my mission. The next moment, a ninja who claimed to be from the Mist Ninja hunting team appeared in front of Zabuza. Swoosh! A shuriken interrupted the visitor's next move. No, you are not. Suzuki exuded amazing fighting spirit and said confidently, you just avoided Zabuza's vital points with your attack. If you want to kill someone, attacking the heart and brain is the best choice, and you won't use gentle things like senbon. You are Zabuza's accomplice. Suzuki was very confident, and he rarely said so many words at once in extreme excitement. Fight with me. After saying that, he didn't wait for the visitor to attack and directly attacked. Suzuki, who was specially trained by Naruto, is no longer the 4th level existence in the original work. Both strength and intelligence are the best choice. Naruto also had to praise him, he was fooled. Sorry, Mr. Zabuza. He's too fast. I can't catch up. Seeing that his disguise was exposed, Bai no longer hid and quickly formed a seal with one hand. Ice escape secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. The ice demon palace composed of countless ice walls appeared in front of Suzuki and began to rotate at high speed around Suzuki. Unfortunately, Bai's strength was not as good as Zabuza, and he had a fatal weakness of being soft-hearted, so he soon followed in Zabuza's footsteps. Lying on the ground, Bai looked at Zabuza and said again, "Sorry, Mr. Zabuza. Maybe this is our fate." Zabuza said and coughed up a pool of blood, and said with all his strength, "Are the Konoha brats so powerful now? Kakashi, give us a quick death." Zabuza was very free and easy about being killed. The moment he killed all the candidates in the Blood Mist village, he was ready. This is the fate of ninjas. Hands up, knives fall, people die. Although the story of Haku and Zabuza is very touching, it's a pity that they are ninjas from the Mist Village in the Land of Water. Naruto watched this scene quietly, without any fluctuations in his heart. All the Mist Ninjas should die. The Land of Whirlpools was destroyed by the Mist Ninjas, and the Land of Whirlpools can be regarded as Naruto's ancestral home. I am just a shadow clone, and my mission is just to follow Team 7. Suzuki is the protagonist of this mission. As long as it is his choice, I will support him unconditionally. Yes, the Naruto standing here is just a shadow clone. From the moment he left the village, he changed to a real shadow clone. Naruto has released more than one clone, one of which arrived in the Land of Waves one step ahead of Team 7, and is now in the Daimyo's mansion in the Land of Waves. And Naruto's real body is now in the Rain Village in the Land of Rain. In the Rain Village. Senior. Looking at Naruto who came in response to his summons, Nagato said very respectfully. He can find this place just by relying on the ethereal breath. This senior of the Uzumaki clan is really powerful, worthy of being a figure of the level of an ancestor who has lived for 1,000 years. Nagato thought so, and respected Naruto more in his heart. In a sense, Naruto did not lie. According to the original setting, he was the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra, and Ashura was the ancestor of Senju and Uzumaki. So Naruto Nagato's ancestor? Konan, who was standing next to Nagato, looked at Naruto with a vigilant face. Just a guy who claimed to be Uchiha Madara was enough to give him a headache, and now there is another ancestor of the Uzumaki clan, and they all wear the same mask, which is too suspicious. Konan, is not as easy to trust others as Nagato. I must stay vigilant, these people Wildingdo wants to use Nagato's samsara eye. Then Naruto's next sentence broke her defense. Your situation is not optimistic, and your life is almost over, little Nagato. Naruto looked at Nagato, who was sitting on a special chair, skinny and haggard, and said hoarsely. After carefully looking at the black stick formed by the combination of yin and yang escape techniques inserted behind Nagato for a while, he continued, this is too much of a burden for you. To be honest, the operation of the 6 puppets of 6 paths pain seems to be a group of handsome, but in fact, the power that the 6 puppets can exert is not as good as Nagato's body, and multi-line remote operation is also a waste of chakra. If Nagato's body is not inconvenient, it is really not recommended to use it this way. The key is that it is easy to be defeated one by one. If I'm not mistaken, you should have used the power that you haven't mastered yet in advance. Do you know what this means? You are overdrawing your life. Even with the huge chakra of the Uzumaki clan, you probably can't last for a few years in your current situation. Then what can you do, senior? Before Nagato spoke, Konan spoke first. Since Yahiko's death, the only person Konan cared about the most was Nagato. Konan, it's okay. Nagato didn't care about his own life or death. What he cared about was whether he could realize Yahiko's ideal. But under Konan's firm eyes, he took back the next words. I have 2 ways. Naruto pondered for a while, and under Konan's expectant eyes, he continued. First, remove the samsara eye and replace it with an ordinary eye. The fundamental reason why Nagato's body was severely overdrawn was that he summoned the Outer Path Demon statue in advance. The Outer Path Demon statue was like a juicer, constantly absorbing Nagato's chakra. In addition, the double samsara eyes were not Nagato's original eyes. Ordinary Sharingan consumed a lot of chakra when worn by outsiders, not to mention the advanced samsara eyes of Sharingan. If Nagato did not have the physique of the Uzumaki clan, it would have been sucked dry long ago. Take off the eyes, stop using the Outer Path Demon statue, and wait for a few years. With the physique of Nagato's Uzumaki clan, his body will recover quickly. This is indeed a good choice, but this method. Impossible. X2. Konan and Nagato spoke at the same time. End of this chapter. Chapter 89. I also have a nickname of the Underworld Soul Chaser. Take off the samsara eyes, this method is a no-brainer. What is the samsara eye? The 6 Paths Sage's eye. How many people are eager to obtain this power? There are no less than 2 people in the Akatsuki organization who are eyeing the power of the Sage's eye. Former Akatsuki member Orochimaru, the masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru has already left the organization, and Konan is confident that she can suppress the other members of Akatsuki. The only one Konan is not sure about is the erratic Uchiha Madara. And the organization is full of S-level rebels. If Nagato had not used absolute power to forcibly integrate them together, it is hard to imagine what they would do after learning that Nagato has lost the Sage's eye. Konan stared at Naruto, fearing that he would snatch Nagato's samsara eye. Naruto didn't care about it at all, and just heard him say, then there is only the second way. Absorb the chakra of a tailed beast. In the plot of Shippuden, the Edo Tensei Nagato absorbed the chakra of the 8 tails, and not only did his hair turn red again, his body returned to normal, and his feet were healed. The fundamental reason why Nagato became like this is because of the outer path demon statue and the samsara eye. As long as the chakra problem can be solved, Nagato can easily return to his peak. Impossible/yes. Nagato and Konan spoke at the same time. For Nagato, the tailed beasts are used to make tailed beast weapons to realize Yahiko's ideals. How can they be used to restore his own body? For Konan, she cares more about the current Nagato. Nagato. Konan raised her voice and looked at Nagato with a worried look. Nagato shook his head and whispered, Konan, I have made up my mind. Little Nagato, you don't agree to this or that, which makes it difficult for me. Without a strong body as a support, it is impossible to create true peace like the Six Paths Sage. Naruto's hoarse voice revealed a hint of helplessness. In fact, it is completely possible to suck a tailed beast dry and then wait for it to be reborn in 3 years. But Nagato refused to agree. It seems that this is a common problem of all powerful ninjas in the ninja world, and their brains are all stubborn. Nagato showed Naruto an apologetic expression, and then a hint of determination appeared on his face. This is my destiny. I will implement peace in my own way. Realize Yahiko's ideal. Bullshit destiny, it's just that Uchiha Madara needs to find a container to cultivate his eyes, so he chose you. Naruto listened to Nagato's words and sighed in his heart. Nagato was a tool chosen by Madara from the beginning. Nagato. Konan looked at Nagato with heartache in her eyes. She walked to Nagato silently and gently pressed her body against Nagato's back. No matter what way you choose, I will support you and stay with you until the end of your life. The two of them protected each other's most precious things in their own way. Naruto's voice sounded again, breaking the silence. The two people who were immersed in their own world just heard him say. Then we can only use the third method. There is a third method? Nagato? I have been brewing emotions for a long time. Konan. Isn't it common sense to say that there are actually 3 methods instead of 2? Nagato's problem is that the chakra consumption is too high. Solving this problem will actually solve all problems. In fact, Naruto already had a plan for this problem, and he guessed that Nagato would not agree to the first 2 plans. Naruto said proudly, after all, I have a nickname of the Underworld Soul Chaser. That confident tone, as if any problem can be solved easily. Underworld Soul Chaser. Nagato muttered to himself, repeating the name. As expected of the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan who has lived for 1,000 years. Konan, although I don't quite understand, it sounds amazing. If you want to solve the problem of little Nagato, you need to prepare some things. Naruto pretended to walk around Nagato, nodding and thinking, and then said after a while, 3 days, I will come to you again in 3 days. Okay. Konan said in front of Nagato, fearing that Nagato would disagree again. Nagato gave Naruto an apologetic look. Naruto proposed 3 days to prepare, that is, to go to the land of thunder, the land of earth, and the land of wind. It is easy to fly through the 3 countries at full speed with the air dance technique. In the rock shadow building in the rock village, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage Onoki is plotting something with his son Huangtu. More than 10 years have passed since the last Ninja World War. Except for the Mist Ninja Village, all the major ninja villages have recovered a lot of vitality. As a well-known ambitious man in the ninja world, Onoki's mind has also begun to become active. The organization called Akatsuki has completed a lot of tasks for us. Onoki said, sitting in the rock shadow seat and flipping through the scrolls. The wide chair looks a bit funny with his short stature. If you get closer, you will find that Onoki's body is not touching the seat at all, but floating less than 1 centimeter away from the seat. Earth escape technique, light and heavy rock technique is similar to Naruto's flying technique, which can reduce the weight of objects and give people the ability to fly temporarily. However, this technique has a disadvantage, the power of the recipient will decrease. This is not as good as flying technique. Father means that we should not give them tasks in the future. Huangtu tried to guess his father's intention. His tall and strong body is in sharp contrast to the short Onoki. It is hard to imagine that the two are actually father and son. Idiot! Onoki jumped up and hit Huang Tu's head hard with the scroll in his hand. It seemed that he twisted his waist because of too much force. He rubbed his waist and said, "What are you thinking about? I mean that if it does not involve the secrets of the village, those difficult tasks can be handed over to them. Only 70% of the commission can help us complete the task, and the completion rate is still 100%. It is a good deal no matter how you think about it, without losing our manpower." Huang Tu touched the place where he was hit and smiled honestly, looking like an old farmer who just came from working in the fields. "You are still thoughtful. Whoever really treats this guy as an old farmer will suffer a great loss. This is the second in command of the Rock Village. He is superb in Earth Escape Ninjutsu, even Onoki is slightly inferior. He is a character that the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki of the Rock Village cannot match. If he had not been unable to learn Onoki's unique skill, the original realm peeling technique, he would have been the well-deserved fourth Tsuchikage." He said this to Onoki purely because this was the way they communicated. "Something bad has happened to Tsuchikage-sama." The door to the Tsuchikage's office was pushed open, and a rock ninja stumbled in. "The grave of the second generation has been dug up. Onoki. Yellow Earth." End of this chapter. Chapter 90 Digging Up Your Ancestral Grave. Onoki stood in front of the graves of his master and father with a gloomy face, and a terrifying aura was emanating from his small body. Yellow Earth also changed his previous honest appearance and looked more like a general who was intimidating without anger. He looked fierce and searched around, trying to find some information about the perpetrator. No one would be in a good mood if their ancestral graves were dug up. The soil is newly turned, no more than an hour ago, so the man should not have gone far. It is so easy for a top Earth Escape master to judge the time of digging a cemetery by the soil. Pass my order to seal off the entire Rock Ninja village. Once a suspicious person is found, he will be killed without mercy. This is a provocation to the Rock Ninja. It is a provocation to me, Onoki. No matter who he is or what his purpose is, I will make him pay the price. However, the criminal who did all this was already close to the Land of Thunder. Not long after, with the full speed of the Chi blessing, Naruto quickly came to the Land of Thunder from the Land of Earth. The barrier of the Cloud Ninja is simpler than that of the Rock Ninja. Naruto said while looking at the translucent barrier below while flying above the Cloud Ninja. Each village has a corresponding barrier, which serves the purpose of blocking and detecting. Among them, Konoha's is the most complex, and the Sand Ninja's is the simplest. Under normal circumstances, you need to register at the main gate to enter the ninja village. The Cloud Village in the Land of Thunder is currently the most powerful village among the 5 major countries. I had never experienced the fog of 7 swords gathered in the blood fog. The ninja village can barely be compared with it, but unfortunately now, the situation of the Mist Ninja is comparable to that of the Sand Ninja. The Cloud Ninja village respects literature and martial arts, and the fighting faction is prosperous. The successive Raikages are famous for their skill in hand-to-hand combat. It is also the only ninja village among the 5 major countries that is very united internally and rarely has intrigues. There are almost no rebel ninjas, unlike a certain Konoha where S-level rebel ninjas are everywhere. The Hidden Cloud Village was founded on a towering mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, and deafening thunder echoed from time to time. 2 tall lightning towers stand on the border of the village. They are devices used to absorb naturally falling thunder and convert it into kinetic energy. After entering the territory of the Hidden Cloud Village, Naruto quickly descended to the ground. It's not because the Cloud Ninja Village has excellent prevention and control measures, but because the valley where the Cloud Ninja Village is located is in a minefield, and it has been in a state of thunderfall for a long time, and it is easy to be struck by lightning when flying in the air. Like the natural fortress formed by the mountains and rocks surrounding the Hidden Rock Village, the minefield near the Hidden Cloud Village is the natural barrier of the Cloud Ninja. No wonder there were few attacks on the Hidden Rock and Cloud ninjas during the 3 Ninja World Wars, let alone at their doorsteps. The geographical advantage of being easy to defend and difficult to attack gives them absolute initiative. Of course, the disadvantages are also obvious. Compared with the fertile Konoha and the rich water resources of the Mist ninjas, the resources of the Hidden Rock and Cloud ninjas are relatively scarce. But they are also better than the poor Sand ninjas. No one attacks the Sand ninjas because the environment is too bad. The Memorial Cemetery of the Cloud Ninja Village. The gloomy sky seemed to drip ink, and a drizzle of rain fell from the sky, and the whole world seemed to become hazy. The teak door with a waist-length braid came to a memorial and gently put down the bouquet in her hand. Looking at the name on the tombstone in silence. It took Yuzukimon a while to look away. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a faint singing voice coming from the depths of the Lingwei monument. The singing voice was extremely erratic, but Yuzukimon was able to catch a trace of it with her hearing far beyond that of ordinary people. It was getting close to night, and it was a bit scary to hear singing near the Lingwei monument. You know, there are many corpses buried in the land under your feet. Who dares to play tricks here? But who is Yuzukimon? She is not afraid. The two-tail sealed in her body is the so-called gatekeeper of the underworld, Matabiki, and this is the territory of the Cloud Ninja. He strode forward in the direction of the singing voice. The deeper he went, the grey mist gradually rose around him, the temperature dropped a lot, and even white gas could be exhaled from his mouth. You know, it is midsummer now, and this situation is impossible. At the same time, Yuzukimon also found that she seemed to be the only one left in the entire Lingwei Monument Cemetery. The memorial forest in front of her seemed to be a man-eating beast waiting for its prey. Just as she was hesitating whether to continue moving forward, the originally ethereal singing seemed to become much clearer, and she could vaguely hear a few words. Sun. Heaven and earth. Green mountains. Curved fish. Spicy. It looked very strange in this memorial forest full of tombstones. Yuzumin took 2 steps at a time and walked forward quickly. In a short while, he could see the tombstone in front of him clearly. That is the tomb of the 3rd generation. Then in the dim light, Yuzumin saw a strange man in a black robe, who was digging hard with a shovel with his back to her. Grave robbing. These 2 words immediately appeared in Yuzumin's mind. Someone actually dared to sneak into the Cloud Ninja village to rob tombs. Since you are here, don't leave. Human-shaped cat claws. Yuzumin's nails on all 10 fingers became sharp and long, and his steps became unusually light, approaching the black-robed weirdo step by step. No spicy chili peppers, no way to eat, oh my! When he was less than 10 meters away from the black-robed man, the other party suddenly stopped singing and turned to face Yuzumin. At this moment, a thunderbolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire memorial. Yuzumin also saw the other party clearly. It was a spiral mask. Hey, look what I found, a big cat. A hoarse and dull strange voice sounded. Go. Get out of here. A voice sounded in Yuzumin's heart. It was the usually seldom talking Mataru. It changed its usual easygoing tone and its voice was a bit anxious and urgent. Yuzumin saw from his heart that the blue flame on Mataru was bursting and burning. This is explosive hair. The second-tailed Mataru felt danger from the other party. How is it possible? Even when the 8 tails went berserk, the 2 tails couldn't feel the danger. Just a weirdo. Run. Stay away from him. The voice of Yudoria sounded for the second time, more urgent than before. Yudoria was the most sensitive of all the tailed beasts, and it smelled the fear that made it tremble from the other party. You're here. The voice of the masked weirdo sounded again, and Yuzukimon's hair stood on end instantly, because the voice came from behind her. A huge tail sprang out from Yuzukimon's hips, and the blue flame was about to cover the whole body. Unfortunately, the distance was too close, and Yuzukimon's speed of transformation into a tailed beast was too slow. A hand knife chopped heavily on Uzukimon's fragile neck, and Uzukimon felt that his eyes went black and he fell into a coma. The blue flame on his body was also extinguished instantly. Then, sit down for a while. The second half of the masked man's words came out slowly at this time. Yuta, long time no see. At the same time, a voice sounded in the sealed space of Uzukimon. Yuta, who originally planned to take over Uzukimon's body, was slightly stunned when he heard this familiar voice. Kuroma. End of this chapter. Chapter 91. Fighting is indeed the best way for the tailed beasts to communicate their feelings. So this is your Jinchuriki. After a brief communication with the 9 tails, the 2 tails roughly understood the situation. Yuta, do you want to come out? I mean, do you want to be free? The 9 tails said impatiently after a few words. However, his quick mouth disrupted Naruto's rhythm, and now Naruto wanted to reward him with a big slap in the face. I, the old man, Kurama, always like to be simple and rough, and don't like those twists and turns. As expected, Matatabi was silent for a while and said, I think it's good to stay here. Freedom. Where is freedom in the outside world? It's just a bigger cage. No matter where we go, humans who covet our power will come here after hearing the news. Hey, still a literary beast. Although Uzukimon is not a perfect Jinchuriki, she has a good relationship with Matatabi, and Matatabi is willing to help her fight many times. Don't look at the mustache-haired Sakaji, the leader of the second tail Matatabi, in fact, her temper is considered mild among the tailed beasts. At least much gentler than Kurama. Brat, are you thinking of something rude? Naruto sighed and interrupted the communication between the 2-tailed beasts, 2-tailed Matatabi, right? I'm not discussing this with you. I'm just informing you. Teitai was silent for a while and said, Kuroma, is your Jinchuriki very arrogant? Kuroma bared his teeth and said seriously, Teitai, I advise you not to refute Naruto's decision. You can actually say such a thing, Kurama, you have changed a lot. Matatabi was stunned and said in surprise. Is this still the most arrogant 9-tailed among the 9-tailed beasts? I heard Matatabi continued, Kid, you are called Naruto, right? If you want me to obey you, it depends on whether you have the ability. Teitai's good temper is only relative to Kurama. Even the 6-tailed, who has the best temper among the 9-tailed beasts, will give the other a close-range tailed beast cannon when he is angry. Fight with me. Yalu thought that the danger it had sensed before came from Kurama. After all, Kurama was the most recognized and much stronger of the 9-tailed beasts except Shikaku and Gyuki. This is easy. Naruto said as he rolled up his sleeves. He had been prepared for a long time. After all, Kurama had told him before that the way tailed beasts usually communicated with each other was to fight. Meow. Accompanied by a loud cat cry, the unconscious Uzukimon was once again wrapped in blue flames. This time, without Naruto's stop, 2 tails quickly grew from his back. Soon, a big blue cat with strange patterns appeared in front of Naruto. Completely transformed into a tailed beast. You should also transform into a tailed beast soon. Even if he wanted to fight, Yalu's tone was very polite, unlike a big fox that was always making noises. Naruto said lightly, no need. Then I'll come over. Hearing this, Yalu was no longer polite and slapped Naruto with a claw. After grabbing, he slapped nothing. Naruto appeared under the huge claws of Yalu. Under Yalu's curious eyes, he stretched out his hands to hold the claws, and then threw him over his shoulder beautifully. Yalu flew up, fell heavily to the ground, and lay on his back, with a look of doubt on his cat life. Yalu? I was thrown over the shoulder by a human? Yalu turned over and climbed up, wanting to rush up to teach the 9-tails Jinchuriki a lesson. As a result, Naruto appeared above Yalu's head the next second, raised his fist, and punched Yalu's head hard. Duin! Yalu was hit hard, and his whole brain was echoing buzz. His head was smashed into the ground hard, like an ostrich, and the whole piece of land around him turned up. Of course, it was far from over. Naruto grabbed Yalu's tail and pulled it slightly, and the cat's head that was stuck in the ground was pulled out like pulling a carrot. Then Naruto, who was holding the tail of Yataru, began to use both hands to swing Yataru like a meteor hammer. Then he smashed it hard towards the ground. 80. Meow. The shrill cat cry resounded throughout the sky, and even the flames on its body dimmed a little. The friendly exchange had just begun. 80. Meow. 80. Meow. 80. Meow. 80. Meow. It smashed against the ground again and again, and the whole earth was shaking. At first, the cat cry was extremely miserable, but later the sound became smaller and smaller, and the flames on its body became dimmer and dimmer, and it was about to go out at any time. When Yataru's body fell heavily to the ground again, the rubble around it almost buried it completely, and the blue-tailed beast coat wrapped around the teak door completely disappeared, returning to the original appearance of the teak door. It feels good. Naruto snapped his fingers, making a crisp sound, and then said, "Warm-up is over, now we have to prepare seriously." The voice of Yalu sounded in Naruto and Kurama's hearts at the same time, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Kurama, I am very interested in your plan. When will let's go?" At this moment, Yalu finally understood that the fear he felt was not because of Kurama, but from Kurama's Jinchuriki Naruto. Naruto's eyes lit up. "This way, I will get Yalu's recognition. Fighting is indeed the best way for the tailed beasts to communicate their feelings." Kurama's eyes lit up. "Haha, another scapegoat. I can't be the only one who gets hurt." Yalu's eyes went dark. "Kurama, you are not a human being. Where did you find such a thing as a Jinchuriki? Let's go now," Naruto said as he walked towards the teak door that fell in the pit, ready to carry her away. "Who dares to come to my Kumagami village to act wild?" At this moment, a roar full of anger resounded throughout the Cloud Ninja village. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, a figure rushed over, fell heavily to the ground, and raised a cloud of dust. The man was a very sturdy man in his 40s, with dark skin, slightly exaggerated pectoral muscles, and a golden waist armor similar to a championship belt around his waist. His bulging muscles were full of explosive power. There were green shuriken-style logos on his shoulders, thick armor on his arms, two small mustaches on both sides of his lips, a short goatee on his chin, and a light yellow slicked back hair. It was the fourth Raikage, AI. "Asshole! How dare you destroy this place?" After AI looked around, he became even angrier. Because of the fight between a man and a beast just now, the memorial cemetery of the Cloud Ninja village had been smashed into a mess, and there was no intact grave around. A man came to Naruto in an instant, and punched Naruto's head without saying a word. The speed of the punch was so fast that a sonic boom sounded. There were only two people present, one was the teak door lying in a coma in the pit, and the other was Naruto. The fourth Raikage was not a fool. He knew without thinking that it must be related to Naruto. No matter what the purpose was, he would beat him up first. A very powerful fist. The fourth Raikage's heavy punch that could even break steel plates was caught steadily by Naruto. Not only was he not affected at all, but he started to comment on it. "Good guy." The fourth Raikage AI exclaimed, "Wow." He knew very well how powerful his fist was. It was a force that would flatten even Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Not only did the opponent catch it steadily, but from his tone, he even had some strength left. This is another existence that is not inferior to him in strength, in addition to Tsunade, one of the three ninjas of Konoha. "Who are you, you masked bastard?" Naruto stared at the fourth Raikage AI and said, "You have bad breath." Fourth Raikage. End of this chapter. Chapter 92. Fourth Raikage, "You reckless man. You bastard dare to play tricks on me?" At this moment, the fourth Raikage AI was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and the word "degree" on his forehead kept getting bigger. He wanted to continue attacking, but found that his fist was firmly held by Naruto, and the opponent's strength was so great that he couldn't pull his fist back for a while. This can only mean one thing, that the opponent is stronger than himself. What is your purpose in breaking into the Cloud Village? After taking several deep breaths in succession, the fourth Raikage barely calmed down. Sure enough, you can do whatever you want with great strength, even an impulsive fourth Raikage AI can hardly suppress his anger. It's just the interest before collecting the debt. Do the Cloud Ninjas have a grudge against Naruto? In a sense, they do, and the grudge is not small, second only to Konoha and Mist Ninjas. His mother Uzumaki Kushina was kidnapped by the Cloud Ninjas once, and his future wife Hinata was kidnapped by the Cloud Ninjas twice, and his eldest brother-in-law's father died for this. If the incompetent Konoha doesn't come to you Cloud Ninjas to settle this account, I will. I will get it back from you one by one. I will collect some interest today. Naruto is very vindictive, and his heart is not much bigger than a needle. At the same time, he is very protective of his shortcomings. Shouldn't the account of bullying his mother and wife be paid back? But it seems that only the Rock Ninjas and the Sand Ninjas among the 5 great nations have no grudges against him. That's not right, the reputation of the 4th generation seems to have been earned by killing the Rock Ninjas. Interest? Debt? Faced with Naruto's inexplicable answer to the 4th Raikage, the 4th Raikage could no longer suppress his anger. He was seen emitting light blue chakra, and his originally combed back hair stood up one by one. I don't understand what you are saying at all. Blue chakra covered the whole body of the 4th Raikage, as if he was wearing a thick layer of thunder armor, and electric arcs kept flashing. This is the power inherited from the Raikage, the Thunder Chakra mode. Through the Thunder Attribute Chakra, the body is activated, greatly improving the various qualities, speed, and strength of the body. Even Naruto couldn't help but say, "Fuck, this move is so cool, I want to learn it." Naruto's hair was originally golden. If he learned this move, he could directly cause Super Saiyan 2. The 4th Raikage, who was transformed by the Thunder Chakra, struggled hard and pulled his fist back from Naruto's hand. Die! The roar of the 4th Raikage sounded in Naruto's ears, shaking his eardrums. He concentrated his chakra on his elbow and hit Naruto hard with his elbow. Heavy flow. In the original work, the 4th Raikage used this move to knock Jago, who had entered the curse seal state twice, back to his original form. Facing the full-strength elbow attack of the 4th Raikage, Naruto did not dodge or evade, and the mask instead, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Pure physical combat is my favorite. Especially, the 4th Raikage in front of him is the best physical fighter among the living people in the ninja world, under the 8 Gates Kai. Sure enough, punching the flesh is the romance of men. Let's have a fight. Naruto covered his whole body with chi, part of which was concentrated on his right hand. When the 4th Raikage's elbow attack was getting closer, he seized the opportunity to attack suddenly. Guess the fist paper. Guess the fist was Kakarot's, Sun Wukong, favorite move during the Dragon Ball adventure. He beat Master Roshi and General Blue, etc. Although this move is no longer seen in the later period, it has made many contributions in the early period of Dragon Ball. Legend has it that guessing the fist was transformed from ancient martial arts. Paper is the palm used to destroy the internal organs, scissors is the finger used to destroy the local part, and stone is the fist to destroy the outside. It is considered to be a martial art for the purpose of destruction. At that time, it was called Evil Fist and was excluded and prohibited. To put it simply, it is a simple scissors, rock, paper, attacking the enemy in different ways. The 4th generation Raikage's elbow hit Naruto's palm heavily, generating wind pressure that rolled up a lot of gravel and even blew the tombstones that were turned outside around crooked. Bang, bang, bang! The 4th generation Raikage took 5 steps back and almost fell, but Naruto stood there motionless. The winner was immediately determined. I'll knock you away with the next punch. Naruto pointed at the 4th generation Raikage and chuckled. What a great strength, even stronger than that woman Tsunade. The 4th generation Raikage thought to himself that he had met Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, and the two had wrestled their arms once. It was just an ordinary sparring with Tsunade. Even if Tsunade was slightly higher than him in pure strength, the fourth-generation Raikage was confident that he would win the battle. Come again. The fourth-generation Raikage did not believe in evil and concentrated the lightning chakra on his fist again. This time he used 100% of his strength. Rado Ninja Uzutuli Sword. This move is not only extremely destructive, but also extremely fast. It is more powerful than the heavy blast flow just now. Guess the punch, stone. Naruto chose to fight back with the same method. The fourth Raikage's fist collided with Naruto's fist. The fourth Raikage felt as if he had hit a steel plate. He felt a sharp pain in his fist. He held on and did not retreat. At the same time, he continued to increase the strength of his fist. Both of them maintained the posture of fighting, as if they were wrestling. A scornful laugh sounded in his ears. The fourth Raikage is nothing more than that. Before the fourth Raikage got angry, he felt an unmatched force coming from the opponent's fist. The next moment, the fourth Raikage flew into the air. Usually, he would beat others away, but this time, he was the one who was beaten away. You fell down before I even used my strength. This was the first time since the fourth Raikage became a ninja that his strength was suppressed by others in a battle with the lightning chakra mode activated. The fourth Raikage got up from the ground, panting heavily and staring at Naruto with red eyes, like an angry bull. So what if I'm strong? At best, I'm just a reckless man. It seemed like he was comforting himself and making some kind of announcement to Naruto. Reckless man? Me? Seriously? Being called a reckless man by the fourth Raikage, Naruto suddenly wanted to laugh. No matter how powerful the force is, it's meaningless if it can't hit. The next moment, the fourth Raikage moved, and he moved again. What's important is the destructive power. Lightning release, absolute bull thunder plow hot blade. The fourth Raikage, in the state of lightning release chakra, turned into a blue lightning and rushed towards Naruto at high speed, his raised right wrist like a giant axe at high speed. Are you causing the giant axe smashing of Hades' Saint Celestial Prison Star Gordon? But his is much stronger than yours. The fourth Raikage, under the blessing of the lightning chakra mode, was really as fast as an ordinary ninja could achieve. But he was fast, Naruto was even faster than him. As if he had foreseen it, he slightly turned sideways and easily dodged the fatal blow of the fourth Raikage. You said it's meaningless if you can't hit it, isn't it like this? Naruto's ridicule sounded in the Raikage's ears, but the Raikage turned a deaf ear to it and continued to attack with his head down. Thunder Bomb! The fourth Raikage saw that the Thunder Plow Hot Knife did not hit, and immediately changed his moves. Integrating the lightning chakra into the physical attack not only has physical attack, but also comes with the explosion damage of the lightning, which is amazingly destructive. Unfortunately, the movement was too large, and the airflow generated made it difficult for Naruto not to notice it. The fourth Raikage saw that Naruto dodged his attack again. Not only was he not frustrated, but he grinned. All the calculations were for this move. The fourth Raikage's body was full of blue electric light, illuminating the entire sky. The level of thunder and lightning is Chomai. I will prepare the thank you speech tonight, which will be on the shelves at 0030 on May 1st. End of this chapter. Chapter 93 The Invincible Raikage fell. At this moment, the fourth Raikage put his 10 fingers together to make a hand knife shape, and his body spun at high speed with a certain rhythm, as if he had turned into a human meat grinder. When he was young, the fourth Raikage used this move to cut off the left horn of the 8 tails. In the original work, during the Fourth Ninja World War, he even split Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. The fourth Raikage is not as simple and impulsive as he looks. This guy has a high combat IQ. Unfortunately, the fourth Raikage's calculations were all seen through by Naruto, and Naruto's fists turned into countless after-images and swung at the fourth Raikage. Muda 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 muda. Naruto broke the level of thunder and lightning, Chomai, in the most primitive and violent way. His hand knife could not hurt Naruto at all, and even the Thunder Kai, which was known as absolute defense, was broken by Naruto's continuous attacks. Every punch of Naruto could leave a fist mark on the fourth Raikage. 7 punches, a total of 7 punches, Naruto left 7 fist mark scars on the Raikage. The last punch was thrown, and the fourth Raikage flew high and fell heavily like a rag doll. Lord Raikage! A black figure arrived instantly, and caught the fourth Raikage's body at the moment he fell. It was a young ninja with white hair carrying a long sword on his back. Darui, known as the second hand of the fourth Raikage. A series of footsteps sounded all around, and other cloud ninjas arrived late. Lord Raikage! Several elite members of the Cloud Ninja Village helped the fourth Raikage up. The composition of the Cloud Village is actually quite interesting. There are people with dark skin and white skin living together. They are domineering and like to take the initiative to put the blame on the other party, Hinata's kidnapping incident. They have the habit of robbing people or things from other ninja villages, and they also have chakra cannons, which are technological weapons far superior to other ninja villages. Do you have a familiar sense of the copyright JAVU? Don't let that guy run away. The fourth generation Raikage slowly stood up with the help of several people, and the first sentence was about Naruto. More than 40% of his bones were broken by Naruto, and his internal organs were damaged to varying degrees. It was a miracle that he didn't die on the spot. Run! Naruto, who was originally planning to leave with the teak door, paused when he heard this, turned his head and looked at the fourth generation Raikage. You just said to run, right? Ha ha ha! Brat, destroy this village like the previous one. The Ninetales, who was afraid of chaos in the world, laughed wildly in Naruto's heart. He likes to watch Naruto beat up Sappy. Oops! Seeing the murderous look in the single eye on the mask, the fourth Raikage's heart skipped a beat. He had seen Naruto's strength, and although he was reluctant to admit it, he was really invincible. The next moment, Naruto appeared less than 3 meters away from the fourth Raikage, floating in the air and looking down at the fourth Raikage. Cut off one of your arms, and I will let you go. The domineering words carried an unquestionable tone. Several cloud ninjas who didn't know how to live or die rushed forward and tried to attack Naruto. Naruto just held their necks and squeezed them lightly, and easily took away the lives of these cloud ninjas. Then more cloud ninjas rushed over, and Naruto was like a wolf into a flock of sheep, as if he was in an empty space. His fists, toes, and even fingers could easily take away the lives of cloud ninjas. No one can defeat him. Now Naruto is like Tao Pai Pai when he first appeared. Even his tongue can kill people. However, he did not have the bad taste of Tao Bibai. He preferred fingers to killing people with tongues. In just a moment, a large number of cloud ninjas who came over had fallen. Stop! The fourth Raikage was furious. What qualifications do weaklings have to ask me to stop? Naruto said lightly, and pierced a cloud ninja's head with one finger and took his life. The look of contempt for everything and looked at ants deeply hurt the fourth Raikage's heart. When has he, the fourth Raikage, been looked down upon like this? At this time, Darui, who was silent on the side, slowly drew out the long sword behind him. Storm release, encouragement and frustration lock. Several lasers spewed out of Darui's mouth, and his breath was like an arrow pointing directly at Naruto. Don't! The fourth Raikage was shocked. Naruto caught the laser that pierced the stone and gold with one hand, and then used 2 fingers to pinch Darui's long sword. Go back! With a light flick of his finger, the sword broke. Darui also flew backwards. His strength was far inferior to that of the fourth Raikage. I'll teach you a lesson. The broken sword flew out and hit Darui in the chest. He fell in a pool of blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. I told you to stop. The fourth Raikage pushed away the cloud ninja who was supporting him, roared to the sky, and blue arcs appeared all over his body again. With the thunder flashing in the sky, he was like a thunder god descending to the world. Lord Raikage! The cloud ninjas around shouted in surprise. The invincible Lord Raikage is back again. As if greatly stimulated, the speed and strength of the fourth Raikage were faster and stronger than before he was injured. Unfortunately, his opponent was Naruto who practiced Kame-sen Ryu. The fist of the fourth Raikage was caught steadily by Naruto. "I want one of your arms, and that's it." With a strong pull, the fourth Raikage's arm broke, and then he threw the fourth Raikage out like trash. The invincible Raikage fell down. "Lord Raikage!" Cloud Ninja Jounin Sackcloth quickly caught the fourth Raikage, and the surrounding Cloud Ninjas also rushed forward to surround the fourth Raikage. "Kill him to avenge Lord Raikage!" As soon as he shouted a slogan, the Cloud Ninja fell down, and a hole the size of a fingernail appeared between his eyebrows. What killed him was just a small stone in Naruto's hand. "Those who disrespect will die," Naruto said lightly. The whole audience was silent, and no one dared to step forward. "Ha, Cloud Ninja!" Naruto smiled sarcastically, then she continued to walk towards the location of the teak door. "Who is your excellency?" Ma Bai shouted with a stiff face. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki was not there, the fourth Raikage was seriously injured, and Darui, his right-hand man, was also unknown whether he was alive or dead. Now she had to take charge of the work. Even if she couldn't say a few harsh words, she should at least know the other party's identity. Naruto paused slightly, and glanced at a place without leaving a trace. "Goshinji." Naruto pointed at himself and continued, "My name is Goshinji, and I am the disciple of Master Madara." "Goshinji? Who?" Not only Ma Bai was full of questions. "Master Madara's disciple?" Ma Bai secretly remembered that the identity of this person called Madara was definitely the key. "Luckily, I don't plan to kill you for the time being, so I can live in disgrace for a while." Carrying the teak door and slowly rising in front of the Cloud Ninjas, Naruto's tone was full of contempt. A group of Cloud Ninjas could only watch Naruto leave, and no one dared to stop him. After Naruto disappeared into the horizon, a long time later, on the branch of a big tree not far away, the space twisted, and the figure of a man wearing the same spiral mask emerged. At the same time, with the help of the medical ninjas of the Cloud Ninja village, the fourth Raikage slowly opened his eyes, and then the familiar roar resounded through the sky, but this time the roar was a little weak. "Bai, bring Bai back to me." The fourth Raikage, who was wrapped in bandages, had a gloomy face. "Next time we meet, I must kill him." Brothers are going to return to the arena again. With the Chakra Cannon, the Six Paths Sage's Treasure Amber Bottle, plus the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and the fourth Raikage, it is possible to fight against Goshin Koji. This is the foundation of the Cloud Ninja, and this is the confidence of the fourth Raikage. That night, the Six Paths Sage's Treasure Amber Bottle was stolen, and a note was left. "The stuff is good, it's mine now. Goshin Madara. I swear to kill you." A mouthful of old blood spurted out again, and the fourth Raikage, who had finally recovered, fell down again. "I will prepare a thank you speech for the book later. It will be on the shelves at 0030 on May 1st. It will be on the shelves after a burst, let's see if everyone is supportive. How many more chapters can I burst?" End of this chapter. In the later years of his life, he repaired the sea of suffering and dug the infinite spring of life. The divine bridge crossed the time and reached the other side of the Wheel Sea. "I am the Emperor of Men, and I should suppress all the dark turmoil." Book title: The New Heroes of Konoha. When the man who guided the great changes in the ninja world returns to the ninja world, what kind of waves will it set off in the ninja world? Everything starts again from the pure land of bliss. When the dragon returns to the sea will not welcome me. Book title: Man in Levis, The Desperate Soldiers at the Beginning. Xia Yu traveled to the world of Kamen Rider Levis, that's right, the world of what happened. Ms. Aguilera, you don't want Kif to be taken away by Phoenix, right? Book title: Man in Konoha, Building a Capital Empire from Real Estate. Money is not omnipotent, but without money is absolutely impossible. Words of the great capitalist, philanthropist, and artist of the Fire Country, Sarutobi Mitsunashuk. Because only in such a world can he make money well. As for what to do if someone disobeys? Then close the door and release Uchiha. What to do if someone else disobeys? Then close the door, release Senju, Sarutobi, Ino Shikacha, Byakugana Euro. In short, the other party will definitely reason with me in the end. End of this chapter. Chapter 95 Little Devil with a Tail, I'm going to eat you. First update. Master Madara's disciple. Obito kept repeating the name that Naruto casually said, and he had some guesses in his heart. There is only one person in the entire ninja world who can teach a person of this level and can be honored as Master Madara. Under the mask, Obito, with a solemn expression, slowly uttered a few words, Ninja World Shura Uchiha Madara. Then he muttered to himself again, that terrifying strange power has become stronger again. That must be the power of the Mangekyo. Sharingan pupil technique, and now it should be the eternal Mangekyo. Only the invincible Mangekyo Sharingan can have this effect. Obito thought firmly. It is a physical technique, and its attributes are more inclined to strength. He had seen a similar eye technique before, but it was more agile. The eye techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan are varied, including Tsukuyomi and Kota Amatsukami of the illusion system, Kamui of the space system, and even Amaterasu of the eternal fire. It is not surprising to have an additional physical technique. It is a pity that Obito does not know about Chi, let alone Suns, and the magical world where one can make a wish by collecting 7 beads. The infinite unknown adventures and the endless powerful enemies make people fascinated. I was wondering why you took Uchiha away at the beginning. So this is the case. Obito said to himself while standing there, and his tone gradually became affirmative. It was to upgrade the Sharingan. If I hadn't helped attack it to wipe out Uchiha on a whim, I think you wouldn't have appeared. No wonder even Zetsu couldn't find your trace. Because you are in the same group. Are all of you playing tricks on me alone? Obito thought of Afe, who usually played himself, the guy who always yelled about wanting to know what to do. He added, they should be partly in the same group. I wouldn't be fooled by that idiot. He took away the two tails Jinchuriki. Did you notice my abnormality? Obito's brows gradually relaxed, as if he had figured everything out. In addition to the talisman in my heart and the incarnation of your will, you still have something else. If it weren't for this accidental opportunity, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found out until I died. He should have thought of it earlier. As the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, who had been lurking in the dark for decades, how could he pin his hopes on him, who was once the last one? Even if he opened the Mangekyo, even if he had the cells of the first Hokage in his body. The incarnation of Will, Black Zetsu, assists him? He should be monitoring him. The existence of this Goshinji is just like what he did to Nagato. One thing after another, one set after another. If I hadn't wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan, if I hadn't passed by the Kumagakure on a whim today, I would have been kept in the dark until I died. And who knows if this Goshinji has Uchiha Madara as a backup. You are worthy of you, Uchiha Madara, Madara. Obito stared at the sky, his expression more solemn than ever. I wonder what level Kenji's Uchiha Obito can imagine, I'm really looking forward to it. Naruto thought to himself as he carried the teak wood door. The world of the ninja world is not only the 5 major countries, but also has large tracts of land in the far north and the far east. It's just that the environment in these places is very bad, so there are few humans living there. However, such a bad environment is nothing for the tailed beasts. It's just that because of the last will of the 6 Path Sage and their playful nature, the tailed beasts like to run to crowded places. For humans, even the weakest tailed beasts are very dangerous. The land of lightning continued to the far north, and at Naruto's speed, he quickly arrived at an uninhabited island at full speed. There are some large insects and animals with strange looks everywhere, which are many times larger than ordinary creatures. Mosquitoes as big as a fist in the death forest and centipedes several meters long are only at the bottom of the food chain here. These species are quite difficult to deal with for humans, especially ordinary humans, but for the tailed beasts, they are probably just food. Naruto found a place to throw the teak door on the ground and began to check the seal on her body. Compared to the imperfect seal of the tailed beasts of the Sand Ninja, the seal of the Cloud Ninja is obviously much more perfect, but it is still a little worse than the 8 diagrams seal of Konoha. Naruto unsealed the seal of Uzukimon's body and released the two-tailed Matatabi. When the two-tail came back to the world, Uzukimon lost his life. If the tailed beast leaves the body, unless the vitality is very strong, the Jinchuriki will definitely die. Ah, it's the taste of freedom. The released Matatabi was very excited. It has been many years since he was caught by humans and he has not been able to breathe freely in the outside world. Who would be willing to stay in the cold, damp, and narrow sealed space if they can come out? Not everyone can change the environment of the sealed space as arbitrarily as Naruto does. Yalu, I fulfilled my promise and gave you freedom. Looking at Yalu who was jumping around like a husky, Naruto continued, but you need to sign a psychic contract with me. If necessary, I will summon you. Of course, if you are in danger, you can also summon me in reverse. With my ability, I can help you solve most problems. Okay. It's not a big deal to be summoned by psychic summons, and you can have an extra powerful helper. Yalu thought of Naruto's terrifying power and agreed without thinking. Looking at the place where Yalu disappeared, Naruto patted his belly and said sincerely, Kurama, if you also want to be free, I will let you out one day. 1 second. 10 seconds and half a minute. Naruto didn't hear Kurama's reply for a long time after he finished speaking. Usually, they would quarrel a lot. Why is he so good today? Could he be moved and cry? That would be a good laugh. Thinking of this, Naruto entered the sealed space. In a trance, Naruto suddenly found that the sealed space seemed to have some changes. There was a sense of copyright JAVU. Little devil with a tail, don't run, I'm going to eat you. The nine-tailed fox's huge roar echoed throughout the sealed space. Naruto. Naruto felt an inexplicable excitement. Could it be? Could it be? The teacher is here? Wait, kid. Naruto was startled and ran towards the sealed door at the fastest speed. What caught his eye was a little boy wearing an orange-yellow Deo uniform and carrying a red stick on his back. He was half a head shorter than Naruto. It is worth noting that this child has a tail waving on his butt. The most important point is that this kid is riding on the head of the nine-tailed fox lying on the ground. More importantly, Naruto clearly saw that the nine-tailed fox was beaten to the ground by him. Wow, such a big fox, enough for me to eat for a long time. Saying this, the kid raised his right hand again towards the nine-tailed fox's head. Fuck. Keep the fox. End of this chapter. Chapter 96 Little Gaku. Naruto shouted at the loudest voice in his life, and his speed was also at its limit. If he was a step slower, he would probably have eaten fox soup today. Hey? There's someone here? Who are you? The little boy with a tail loosened his fist upon hearing this, turned to Naruto and asked curiously. Naruto was relieved to see that the other party didn't hit the last punch. I'm going to eat you. The little boy with a tail stopped his action, but the nine-tailed fox was furious. He was beaten badly by this little devil who suddenly appeared. Two huge claws slapped the little boy fiercely. Kurama, stop! Naruto was shocked when he saw this scene. Nine-tailed fox, don't commit suicide. Naruto recognized the identity of the other party at the first sight of the little boy. Kakarot's growth period, Little Gaku. It's just that I don't know how long Little Gaku is. Is it coming? Little Gaku easily dodged the Ninetales attack and made a turtle-style opening move that Naruto was very familiar with. Stop fighting! You will really kill the fox like this. The upper limit of power in the Dragon Ball world is too high. Just look at yourself and you will know how terrifying the chi is. Naruto is really unsure of the opponent's strength in the ninja world. What if little Gaku's set of Ada and the Ninetales is waiting to be reborn somewhere? In a hurry, Naruto only felt that something was coming out from behind him. With 2 flashes of black light, he saw 2 thick chains breaking out from behind Naruto's body and tying up the Ninetales and little Gaku. Oh my god, the diamond ceiling! Naruto was stunned when he saw the black chains growing from his back. It turned out that just now in a desperate situation, he used the unique ability of the Uzumaki clan. This move can not only be used as a powerful attack weapon, but also can be used to create a barrier and seal the tailed beasts. It is a move that restrains the tailed beasts more than the Sharingan. Aren't all the chains of the diamond seal golden? Why is mine black? Naruto was confused as he looked at the black chains growing on his back. Kurama became obedient after being tied up with the chains. He was very familiar with this move. He was often tied up by Kushina for fun. Little Gaku was much less obedient. He was tied up with the chains and was trying hard to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Could it be the little Gaku who just came out of Bayazai Mountain? Naruto thought so and looked over, and saw the orange-yellow uniform on little Gaku. At least it's the little Gaku who participated in the martial arts tournament. Wait! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Naruto hurried to Gaku. Gaku was 12 to 15 years old during the martial arts tournament, so he should be older than or equal to Naruto, but he was half a head shorter than the 12-year-old Naruto now. I can help you untie it, but you don't have to hit that big fox anymore, okay? Seeing that Naruto didn't seem to have any ill intentions, Gaku nodded, as long as he doesn't attack me, I can stop hitting him. Kurama, I'll untie it for you, but you don't have to attack him anymore, okay? Kurama turned his head to one side and said arrogantly, Humph, forget it for your sake. Dead Tsundere. Very good. Seeing that both of them agreed to a truce, Naruto took the diamond seal back into his body. Wow, you are so awesome. The untied Gaku looked at Naruto with curiosity and said, what was that just now? Vajra seal, a little trick that is not worth mentioning. Naruto explained vaguely. Anyway, Gaku would not understand even if you explained it seriously. My name is Son Gaku. Uzumaki Naruto. The two made a brief self-introduction. That Gaku, I can call you that. Do you know how you got here? Naruto couldn't wait to ask the question he wanted to know most. I don't know. Gaku frowned, folded his hands, and thought for a long time, where is this? Is it also the trial of Karen Sage? Karen Sage? Naruto paused. The Tao Pai Pai period? Gaku tried to explain, it's a cat, he is very strong. Karen Sage, a white fairy cat who has lived for more than 800 years. If Naruto didn't know the plot, most people would probably be confused when hearing this statement. Naruto shook his head, I don't know him. But I know him. Sit on this. Naruto materialized a cushion and handed it to Gaku. Then he materialized another one and sat on it. Gaku's eyes lit up, how magical. But he didn't sit down in a hurry. Instead, he remembered something, circled around Naruto, and asked curiously, are you a boy or a girl? Then he stretched out his hand and slapped Naruto's crotch. I'm a man. Naruto was quick and caught Gaku's claws. Oh, you're a boy. Naruto, I want to beat you, okay? Gaku had the habit of slapping other people's crotches to identify men and women in the early days, so he got a wife, Shishi, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Really can't remember anything at all? Naruto asked without giving up. Gaku frowned and tried to recall, and found that his chest was bulging as if there was something, so he stretched out his hand to take it out. He took out a beige cup. I remember it. Gaku's eyes lit up when he saw the cup, and then his eyes gradually became sharp, and he exuded an amazing aura. I drank the super holy water given by Karen Sage. I want to avenge Grandpa Turtle and Krillin. Naruto seemed to see a roaring giant ape from behind Gaku. It turned out to be Gaku during the time of Piccolo. I was wondering why he had such a strong aura. No, Gaku's habit of patting his crotch was gone in the 22nd martial arts tournament. Naruto analyzed it here, and the Ninetales standing on the other side had his eyelids twitching under Gaku's aura. What's the matter with this kid who suddenly appeared? Why is he so strong? At the same time, he also praised Naruto for stopping the two of them from continuing to fight. He's really going to die. Then Naruto stared at the cup in Gaku's hand, and he saw that there was still a little transparent liquid at the bottom of the cup. Naruto stretched out his hand with a slight tremor, pointed at the teacup and said, "Can you give me that thing?" This is the cup of super divine water. If you want it, I'll give it to you." Little Gaku was generous and handed the cup over directly. Naruto took the cup and looked at the little bit of super divine water left at the bottom, his heart pounding. Is this teacup a physical entity? Is little Gaku a physical entity? Naruto, holding the cup, can tell you for sure that this is a physical entity, and little Gaku is also a physical entity, and is of the same nature as the Ninetales in Naruto's body. Super Divine Water is the only supreme holy product in the Dragon Ball world that can develop potential, except for the King of Kings dance and the Great Elder's development. However, it is worth noting that this thing has a very serious side effect. According to the immortal Karen, from ancient times to the present, a total of 14 powerful martial artists have challenged the Super Divine Water. However, only Gaku succeeded in the challenge, and the others died. The Super Divine Water is essentially poisonous water. If it doesn't kill you, you can become stronger. As Yajirobe, who accompanied Gaku to Kylin Tower, he felt uncomfortable just by tasting a drop. But it cannot be denied that this thing is definitely a good thing. Sealing Technique. Taking out a scroll, Naruto carefully saved the Super Divine Water. Even if it is not used now, it can be used in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 97 Doraemon, let me see your pocket, 3 more. Gurgle. A thunderous sound sounded, and Gaku covered his stomach and sat softly on the mat. I'm so hungry. Hey, Naruto, do you have anything to eat? After saying that, without waiting for Naruto to reply, Gaku started to search in his pocket again. I only have one of these. A green bean was taken out, and the bean looked similar to broad beans. The moment Naruto saw the bean, he was deeply attracted. Senzu beans. Another big bug prop in the Dragon Ball world. It is said that except for disease and natural death, as long as there is a breath, you can revive with full health and full status. This thing is called senzu beans. If you eat one, you don't need to eat for 10 days. It's amazing. I'll give you half of it. Little Gaku said as he was about to break the senzu beans in his hand into 2 pieces. As long as you have no ill intentions, little Gaku is very generous. Wait. Naruto hurriedly said, the existence of senzu beans is no different from a second life. If you eat it just to fill your stomach, it is really a waste of natural resources. Although I don't have senzu beans, I have these. Naruto said as he flipped his hands, and a pile of delicacies covered the entire sealed space. Roasted chicken, roasted goose, braised duck, braised chicken, soft fried tenderloin, pot fried pork, soft fried chicken, fried pig head, fried pork chop, pork bone ramen, tomato ramen, miso ramen, curry ramen, salt ramen, soy sauce ramen, chicken soup ramen, egg fried rice, strange rice, Yangzhou fried rice, braised pork buns, beef buns. Yes, beef buns. The kind that costs 3 yuan each. It's full of staples and hard dishes. The oncoming aroma made little Gaku drool. He was drooling in the true sense, and there was already a small puddle of water on the ground. Wukong, can you give me the senzu beans? Here you go. Little Gaku stuffed the senzu beans into Naruto's hand without thinking. Little Gaku pointed at the pile of food and asked impatiently, Can I eat these things? As many as you want. Roar. The next second little Gaku pounced on the food. Get senzu beans. Naruto carefully put the senzu beans into the sealed scroll. On the outside of the scroll was a huge word life. The existence of the senzu beans is like a second life. In the sealed space, Naruto cannot be said to be a god, but at least he is half a god. He can change the environment of the space at will and even materialize anything. The only disadvantage is that the materialized things cannot be brought to the real world. They are essentially a mixture of Naruto's chakra, chi, and some special energy. Recently, Naruto has eaten a lot of ramen, so he materialized a bunch of ramen series. As for whether it can be eaten, the answer given by Xiao Wukong is, "It smells so good." Xiao Wukong said after a bowl of fried rice, and then he held a big pig's head and started to chew it. Savage little devil! Nine-tailed fox looked at Xiao Wukong, who was eating in an unsightly manner, and said with contempt. Xiao Wukong didn't eat, he stuffed. Any food is swallowed after chewing it twice. 20 minutes later. Is this little devil a monster? Kurama looked like he had seen a ghost. The mountain of food disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half an hour, it was all in Gaku's stomach. The belly was like a black hole from another dimension. No matter how much food was stuffed into it, it was only slightly bulging. How big is the stomach of Suns? It is simply one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in anime. I'm full, burp. When the last bowl of food was swept away, Gaku lay on the mat with a bulging belly, contentedly. Kurama, stinky brat. What's wrong, Kurama? Kurama, give me one too. I think you're hungry. 3 minutes later. Oh, it smells so good. Kurama said with a satisfied look on his face with a mouth full of rice grains. Doraemon, let me see your pocket. Naruto approached Gaku and tried to take out some good things from his pocket. However, apart from the Ruyi stick on his back, little Gaku really had nothing. Forget it, getting a little bit of the remaining super divine water and a senzu bean was already an unexpected gain, and it would be too greedy to want something else. After a rest, little Gaku, who was full and satisfied, shouted that he wanted to seek revenge on Piccolo. It's a pity. The perfect form of Sun Wukong, who had been training on King Kai for a period of time, couldn't get out of the sealed space, let alone little Gaku who had just drunk the super divine water. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't leave the sealed space. Even if he could get out of the sealed space, he would only find that he had come to another world. How to return to the Dragon Ball world, this is a question. Kakarot, the adult version of Son Goku, disappeared inexplicably before, and Naruto could explain it by saying he was resurrected. The little Gaku in front of him now has no halo on his head and is obviously alive, so there is no resurrection. What is the principle? There must be something wrong with the sealed space in his body, and perhaps there is a bigger secret hidden, but it is unknown what it is. At the same time, an idea came to Naruto's mind. Since the living little Gaku can get here, theoretically he can also go to the world of Dragon Ball. Of course, this is just in theory. Besides, if Naruto really goes to the world of Dragon Ball, he really has to think about it. What if he arrives in the future world of Dragon Ball? Naruto can't stand the big face of the android. Little Gaku has a strong ability to adjust his mind. After seeing that he can't return to the Kylin Temple, little Gaku folded his hands and began to think, but in less than a moment, his eyes turned to Naruto. Naruto, you are very strong, let's have a fight. Little Gaku said, looking eager to try. Did the martial arts fanatic in the body break out? Then let's have a fight. Naruto also wants to know what level he is currently in the Dragon Ball world. Okay. Tisk, two little devils. Kurama lay in the corner of the sealed space with a look of disdain, I pound. But the corner of his eyes that occasionally glanced at the two betrayed him, I 1/2 see I 1/2, a. Konoha big cyclone. Naruto turned into a golden flash. After Image Fist before being kicked by Naruto, Xiao Wukong turned into a phantom. However, Naruto, who could sense the breath, easily saw through it. The next second, Naruto appeared above Xiao Wukong. Naruto Lion Combo. Monkey Fist. Xiao Wukong turned into a monkey and evaded Naruto's attack swiftly. Although he did not fully master the breath perception, he could still achieve the same effect with his amazing intuition. Little Gaku, Adadada. Naruto, Adadada. Little Gaku, Kamiha. Naruto, Kamiha. As Naruto and Little Gaku's fight escalated, Kurama's expression changed from disdain at the beginning to interest, and then to suspicion of the fox. Who is the monster between me and you? Kurama took out a small notebook from his furry belly, opened the first page, and made a heavy stroke on the top column. I have to cross out my title of the strongest monster today. /I per thousand I 1/4 End of this chapter. Chapter 98. I have a little Kakarot in my body. 4th update, please subscribe. I have a little Kakarot in my body. Naruto touched his belly and said to himself, with a smile on his face, and then flew at full speed in the direction of Sand Village. Half a day later, the ancestral grave of Sand Village was dug up. Led by the 4th Kazekage, a group of sand ninjas rushed out in a great force, searching for the criminals all over the Sand Ninja Village, but found nothing. One day later, Naruto came to the Rain Ninja Village, but did not enter the village, but looked for something nearby. Where is it? Usually they are everywhere, but why haven't I seen one for a long time today? Naruto expanded the range of his perception of chi again, until he found a white creature on a tree trunk 50 kilometers away from the Rain Ninja Village. Found it! Naruto appeared behind the white creature at the fastest speed, and knocked it out with a slap before the other party could react. Then Naruto cast a sealing technique on the white creature. He then carried the white creature and headed towards the location of the Rain Ninja Village again. You always have to bring something, you can't always be empty-handed. I'm back. Naruto easily passed through the barrier of the Rain Ninja Village and came directly to the room where Nagato was. As soon as he came in, he saw Konan. So you always live here with Nagato? You might as well get married right here. Senior. Nagato said respectfully. Konan still stared at Naruto with a little vigilance, standing in front of Nagato. There is a girl who treats you so well, Nagato, just marry her, it's worth it. Then the two saw the white creature in Naruto's hand. Zaitsu? The two said in unison. This white creature is also a member of the Akatsuki organization, named Zetsu, with black and white sides, only one black one, and more than 100,000 white ones. This is just one of the white half in Naruto's hand. Naruto held the sealed white Zetsu and shook it in front of the two. I saw several outside, so I caught one by the way, just in time to use it. By the way? Nagato knew about Zetsu's hidden ability, it was really authentic. Even if Nagato didn't pay attention, he might not be able to find it, but Naruto easily saw through it. You are worthy of being the ancestor. Nagato thought about it silently. But what should we do? Nagato had no idea what Naruto was going to do next. What does it have to do with Zetsu? Naruto walked past Konan and came to Nagato. Since you, little Nagato, are unwilling to absorb the chakra of the tailed beasts and are unwilling to stop using the sage's eyes, then I can only sacrifice my old bones. Senior, you want to? No. Nagato shouted hurriedly, but Naruto's hand was already on his shoulder. Nagato only felt a pure and extremely warm power coming from Naruto's hand. 130 trillion cells in his body were like being thrown into a hot spring, and his whole body was numb and comfortable, almost making him scream. Nagato, are you okay? Konan said with a worried look on her face, but she did not stop him. Because she clearly saw a hint of redness on Nagato's pale face, and his skinny body was filling up at an extremely slow speed. Although it was very slow, for Konan, who could see every inch of Nagato's skin clearly, it was visible to the naked eye. No, it's okay. Nagato gestured to Konan that he was fine, and then looked at Naruto with worried eyes. Senior, what is this for? It's okay, it's okay. Naruto waved his hand and said in a hoarse voice, I am satisfied that my rotten and broken body can be of some use. Nagato was so excited that tears filled his eyes. Apart from Konan and Yahiko, it was the first time that someone treated him so well. But he did not stop Naruto. I will definitely make good use of the legacy of my former ancestors and create a world that Yahiko and my ancestors dreamed of. Now I call you ancestor, it's so damn realistic. Konan was also moved by Naruto's spirit of sacrifice. But she did not stop Naruto either. Senior, I will bring you a bouquet of white flowers on this day next year. I'm not dead yet. Naruto rolled his eyes behind the mask. Nagato and Konan are no longer passionate. They have experienced the founding of Akatsuki and its destruction, and have seen their companions die. They have given up many things. For Nagato, as long as he can realize his ideal, no matter how many sacrifices he makes, it doesn't matter. For Konan, as long as Nagato can get better, she can do anything. They are not some crazy person like Kenji who wants to destroy the world in a fit of rage. They have other options but insist on doing it their own way. If this crazy person can carry it through to the end, he can be called a madman who is crazy about love. The key is that he regretted it after being talked into it by others. He can only be called a real crazy person. My body. Nagato's originally flat body gradually became plump. He could feel the chakra gradually filling up in his body, his strong hands, and even his appearance seemed to gradually become younger. Nagato is only in his early 30s now, and his skinny appearance makes him look at least 10 years older. Just then, Naruto's body swayed slightly, leaning forward slightly as if he was about to fall. Grandfather, are you okay? Nagato hurriedly supported Naruto, and inadvertently touched Naruto's arm, which was not as strong as before, but wrinkled, like the skin of a 70 or 80-year-old man, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. It's okay. Naruto hurriedly hid his hand in his wide sleeves, as if he didn't want to be seen by Nagato. Seeing this, even if Nagato was as firm in his belief, he couldn't help but feel guilty towards Naruto. It actually consumed almost 1/10 of my chakra, so terrifying. Fortunately, it has recovered now. Nagato. You're recovered. You're really recovered. Looking at Nagato who had recovered most of it, Zionin covered her mouth in amazement, and excited tears could no longer be suppressed from the corners of her eyes. Over the years, she has been looking forward to a scene like today all the time. No, to be precise, it's only half done. Naruto said, pointing to the black stick still inserted in Nagato's back. As long as this thing is still there, as long as you continue to use that power, it won't take long for you to return to your previous state. Your body has been overdrawn too much. Senior, you must have a way, you must have a way. Zionin repeated it twice in a row. When it comes to Nagato, this cold-faced angel can't be as calm as before. Of course, this is what I've been doing these days. It's just a simple chakra transfer, there's no need to delay it for 3 more days. Pretending to be exhausted, after a long rest, Naruto stood up tremblingly in the guilty eyes of Nagato and Zionin. Zionin changed her previous defense and took the initiative to help Naruto up. This is the solution. Naruto said and looked at the sealed white zetsu. End of this chapter. Chapter 99 Impure World Reincarnation Power Bank, 5th update. Runes were all over the room, and things like soil and leaves kept appearing on the ground, wrapping up white zetsu's body layer by layer. This technique requires a sacrifice. The more adaptable the sacrifice is, the more powerful the technique can be. White zetsu, who has the cells of Hashirama Senju, is the best sacrifice. Yin Si Suchen. After Naruto made a seal, he put his hands together and slapped the ground. Summoninga Imperial World Reincarnation Technique. The Impure World Reincarnation Technique, one of Orochimaru's trump cards, can summon the dead to serve the caster. Naruto got it from Orochimaru in the name of Danzo. Since it is not a 5-element escape technique, Naruto learned this technique very quickly. Now Naruto has basically mastered it. As White Zetsu's body sank, a coffin made of solid wood slowly rose from the ground. This technique. Nagato opened his eyes wide. He felt a strong chakra fluctuation inside the coffin. The coffin slowly opened. A hand stretched out, followed by the limbs and body of a person. This was a middle-aged man with dark skin, wearing a high-necked windbreaker, with oily gold paint on his nose, and a rough-looking bun. The second Reikage. The release of the impure world reincarnation needs to be satisfied 3 conditions. 1. A certain amount of the dead body, those who do not meet this condition cannot be reincarnated. 2. The body of the living serves as a container for the soul of the dead, allowing the soul of the dead to attach to the container. 3. The soul of the reincarnated person must exist in the Pure Land. If the soul has been sealed, it cannot be summoned. With White Zetsu as a sacrifice, the latter 2 conditions are definitely met. It is this amount of flesh, but Naruto only dug up a little from the ancestral graves of the Cloud Ninja. Even if the bones are scraped clean, it is only enough to summon the second Reikage once. Fortunately, if the caster does not take the initiative to cancel it, the duration of the impure world reincarnation is infinite. The name of this technique is Impure World Reincarnation, which was created by Kodobirama of Konoha village. Naruto explained to Nagato and Konan, it is a technique that can summon the dead. Nagato saw Orochimaru use the Impure World Reincarnation technique, and he really didn't like this technique that played with the dead. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. What does Naruto do with the Impure World Reincarnation of the second Reikage? Nagato is now facing the pressure of the Outer Path Demon statue and the Samsara Eye. In particular, the amount of chakra required by the Outer Path Demon statue is huge, and the chakra produced in his body is not enough to support it, so Nagato can only overdraw his vitality. The way to make Nagato recover and no longer overdraw his vitality is also very simple: find a chakra supply source. The tailed beast is naturally the best choice. Nagato becoming a Jinchuriki can make up for the consumption of chakra to a certain extent. However, Nagato is unwilling, so he naturally gives up this choice. In addition to the tailed beast, only the 3 immortals in the 3 legendary immortal lands meet the requirements. Naruto cannot sense the location of those 3 places, so he can only give up. Then there is the Impure World Reincarnation, or the characteristics of the Impure World Reincarnation: unlimited chakra. When the tailed beast is sealed in the human body, it is the Jinchuriki, which can provide chakra for it in battle. Then sealing the Impure World Reincarnation body in Nagato's body can also obtain chakra. Naruto just wanted to use the bug feature of the unlimited chakra of the Impure World Reincarnation to provide Nagato with a steady stream of chakra for him to drive the Outer Path Demon statue. This way, he doesn't need to remove the Samsara Eye to recuperate, nor does he need to consume the tailed beast. In short, it is equivalent to playing the role of a power bank. Well, the Impure World Reincarnation brand power bank. Ancestor, are you saying that you want to seal him into my body? Nagato looked at the second generation Reikage in a state of dementia and found it a bit difficult to accept for a while. It always feels a bit weird to seal a person into your body. As a power bank, the Impure World Reincarnation body only needs to provide chakra, so Naruto erased his consciousness, so that he now looks like a dementia. This is almost the best way. Naruto nodded, his tone unquestionable, unless you agree with the 2 methods I mentioned before. Seal it, the ancestor tried so hard to save me, I can't let him down. The 8-diagram seal, a seal formed by the superposition of 2 4-symbol seals, is also the technique that seals the 9 tails on Naruto. Naruto intends to use the 8 diagrams seal to seal the second Reikage into Nagato's body. With the 4th generation as his teacher in the past few years, Naruto has learned a lot of things, including sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and summoning techniques. Except for the 5 elements escape technique, Naruto is very quick to learn other things. Although he is not an all-rounder, Naruto can barely be said to have a basic understanding of most things. The body of the second raikage of the 8-diagram seal gradually twisted and deformed with the entanglement of black tadpole-like runes, and the body began to shrink gradually. Soon, a black vortex pattern appeared on Nagato's abdomen. "How is it, Nagato?" Konan hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Is there anything wrong?" Nagato touched his abdomen. "It feels weird, a little nauseous, as if I'm full. But there is no feeling of chakra flowing away." Nagato clenched his fists, and at this moment he felt that his body was better than ever. Chakra was continuously drawn from the body of the second raikage and transported to various parts of his body. He no longer had the feeling of being hollowed out that he had experienced from time to time before. This is all thanks to the ancestors. "Thank you, Senior," Zionin said sincerely. Currently, there is almost no one in the entire ninja world who can defeat Nagato except Naruto, unless those old guys in the Pure Land come out. Even Obito can't do it, unless he retrieves another Mangekyo to have a chance to fight. The tailed beast sealed in Naruto is called Jinchuriki. What is Nagato called now? Imperial World Reincarnation Jinchuriki? I heard that you created an organization, little Nagato. Naruto asked. Nagato answered honestly and respectfully, "Yes, ancestor. His name is Akatsuki. People say that having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. This ancestor of ours is really amazing. He has lived for nearly 1,000 years and knows everything. I have called together S-rank rebel ninjas from all over the world. The S-rank rebel ninja Kakuzu from Takigakure that you saw earlier is one of them. We are currently in the stage of raising funds." Nagato told Naruto everything about Akatsuki. "Please arrange for me to join as an apprentice." Naruto stated his purpose, "Little Nagato, let me see how far you can go." It's exciting to think about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki joining Akatsuki. Nagato said respectfully, "I will definitely not let our ancestors down. Senior, I will arrange it." Konan volunteered. She recruited the red sand scorpion from the sand village. "Don't be too anxious. I need to go back and rest for a while." Naruto's tired voice made Nagato and Konan feel guilty again. "Let's set it in a month. The Chunin examination will begin in 2 months. The first explosion after getting up. The follow-up is being coded." End of this chapter. Chapter 100 The Death of Cardo, 6th update. Break. Cardo died in his own home. His eyes widened when he died, as if he had seen some horrific scene. He hired a lot of Ronin warriors with little fighting ability. He thought that with these Ronin warriors, he could fight against ninjas, and even ignored Zabuza. After learning the news that Zabuza had been killed, he organized people to attack Daijuna. Unfortunately, he died tragically at home before he could carry out the plan, and all his men were killed one by one. The era of samurai is not over, but it has never stood up in front of ninjas. This world has been dominated by ninjas from more than 1,000 years ago to the present. Mission accomplished. Shake off the blood on the sword with a strong flick, and slowly put it into the sheath. A ninja in black said this while looking at Cardo's body, wearing a small radio headset in his ear. Uchiha Suinmei, the first Uchiha tribesman to complete the enlightenment test after Taiho, Quan, Yashiro, and Inabi, is a rising star in the existing Uchiha tribe. Thank you for your hard work. Naruto's voice came from the headset. To be precise, it was the voice of the shadow clone. When Uchiha Xianming heard this, he straightened his body and said respectfully, "It is my honor to serve you." Naruto's status in the hearts of the existing Uchiha clan members is 3 points higher than that of the clan leader. Those Uchiha admired him extremely. This is inseparable from Fugaku's fueling the situation. Tell others that Cardo's forces will be incorporated in the shortest possible time. This is a big, fat pig. You won't have to worry about funds for a long time. On the surface, Cardo is the president of a shipping company, but in fact, he secretly controls the economies of several small countries. He uses every possible means to plunder the local people's wealth, and only then does he become the world's leading rich man. Guess how rich he is? That was a number that even Naruto couldn't help but feel excited after learning about his assets. It's a pity that my vision is too low. As an ordinary person, I can't tell the huge gap between ninjas and Ronin samurai. Coupled with the fact that he was too stingy, he hired a large number of Ronin cheaply and gave up on the more expensive ninjas. I really don't know whether to call him stupid or desperate for money. It's just a big piece of fat walking around. If anyone dares to stop him, he will be killed without mercy. If you have any difficulties, you can ask the Wind Demon clan to help. The Feng Mo clan can also be called the Feng Mo family. He is a declining family in the ninja world, and he dreams of reviving the family. They are good at using shuriken, and the Fuma shuriken is their signature ninja tool. He has a deep research on chakra, but unfortunately he was gradually eliminated by the ninja world because he did not have the blood inheritance limit. This clan barely has some intersection with Orochimaru and Pain. Currently, one of Pain's 6 paths, the Beast Path, is the ninja of the Fuma clan. It's just that he has almost never made an official appearance and belongs to the ninja clan in the setting. In the past few years, he has been conquered by the 4th generation and currently plays the role of a vassal of Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha people alone are not enough to get things done, and the Uchiha clan's personality is not suitable for many jobs. It is better to be a sharp knife. Make good use of the funds of the shipping group and go all out to make chakra armor. The more the better, it will be of great use later. Chakra armor is a characteristic of the Snow Kingdom, and it was developed by its monarch Fenghua Furantao after more than 10 years of effort. A special kind of armor that has a certain attack power, can create a barrier to block ninjutsu and illusions, enhance the ninja's defense, and can also be equipped with wings. It is equivalent to an infinitely degraded version of the steel suit. For civilian ninjas, this thing is a life-saving prop. The Kingdom of Snow in the far north was captured not long ago and has now become a vassal of the Kingdom of Whirlpool. After witnessing the absolute power, the current monarch Fenghua Furtao, like the Lord of Ghost Lantern City Wu Wei, swore allegiance to Naruto. Isn't that star named Fenghua Xiaoxu unwilling to be a monarch? It just so happens that she can be her star with peace of mind. Yes, I won't let you down. Uchiha Xianming said in a slightly trembling voice. In his excitement, he unconsciously opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan and spun it crazily. Uchiha Xianming's worship of Naruto is almost to the point of belief. There are many people like him in the Uchiha clan. By the way, the country of waves can also establish sub-bases. Yes. The daimyo of the land of waves had also sworn allegiance to Naruto 3 days ago, as long as he could let him live a luxurious life again. Hey, all the daimyo and the so-called nobles, including the 5 major countries, have long been rotten. As long as it makes them happy, it doesn't matter anything. A group of celestial dragons who don't do anything but have fun. Naruto said as he looked at the world map of the ninja world. The country below the Snow Country is. The next place is the Kingdom of Ghosts. Tell Quan and Daohuo to go to that country. But be careful, that monster called the sprite possessing strength no less than the tailed beasts. When necessary, he can summon the box of bliss. Both are immortal, I believe Satoru will like that guy. In fact, in addition to the chakra armor of the Snow Country, Naruto is also very envious of the equipment of the air ninja, but unfortunately, there seems to be no air ninja in this world. Forget about those magical wind-style ninja tools for the time being. Without the harassment of Cardo, a week later, the Wave Country Bridge was officially completed. At the same time, Cardo's shipping company officially belonged to Naruto. Uchiha Izumi and Inauri officially arrived in the Demon Country, and fought a religious leader named Huang Quan. It was completed without any danger. Kakashi said lazily, and started the return journey with the members of Team 7. Although there were strong enemies like Zabuza, and they also experienced 2 ninja battles, they hardly did anything, just like going on vacation. It's really easy to have a strong disciple. The only disadvantage is that he learns too fast and doesn't have much sense of accomplishment. Kakashi's eyes fell on Sasuke. After spending some time together, he became more and more satisfied with his disciple. It's just a replica of him back then. I think Minato teacher thought the same way. He found that Sasuke knew a lot of fire escape ninjutsu, but basically didn't know a few lightning escape ninjutsu, so he gave his unique secret technique Reikari to Sasuke. As a result, Sasuke got the hang of it very quickly. In just 1 week, he mastered the basics of Reikari and Chidori. He is also trying to develop his own fighting style. At this speed, there should be no problem with this Chunin exam. Then Kakashi's eyes fell on Naruto and Kagawa. The strength of these 2 people was not inferior to Sasuke at all, especially Naruto, who was even better. Such a combination is more than enough to participate in the Jonin exam. It should be the strongest combination among the genin of this year. Finally, Kakashi's eyes fell on Haruno Sakura. That is. Alas. Because there was no burden of Desna, the speed of the 4 people returning was several times faster than the way there, and they arrived in Konoha soon. Sakura. After Kakashi announced the disbandment, Naruto suddenly called Haruno Sakura. Would you like to go to Sasuke's house for dinner together? After all, we are a team. I never expected that Naruto would take the initiative to invite her, and to Sasuke's house. At this moment, Haruno Sakura felt that happiness came too suddenly. Without thinking, she agreed, yes. Naruto smiled like a fox with narrowed eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. The update will be unstable during the period of listing. After all, I promised to update as long as the goal is achieved, and the previous time will be restored after this period. End of this chapter.